We're all inside the ring. Good.
This one, top display.
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
There's a new kill leader, and it isn't me.
Attention, the kill leader has been eliminated.
Battered by high interest rates and the impact of the pandemic, all of a sudden you're noticing the opposite is happening with Blackstone and the BREIT offering they have for investors. In fact, since its inception, the fund has delivered an annualized net return of 10.5%, and that's double the index of publicly traded REITs. And REITs are basically investment funds having to do with real estate. Now, to be fair, the fund did crash temporarily when interest rates began to rise. And this is back in 2022. Investors got super panicky about it, and they tried to cash out of BREIT. So in the fall of 2022, after the Fed's interest rate increases began to shake the commercial real estate market, investors began asking for their money back. More than $15 billion to date. Faced with a run on the fund, Blackstone cited a provision that allowed it to take its time refunding antsy investors, a decision that only served to further alarm the markets. They didn't have the liquidity to pay the investors when they wanted to cash out of the investment vehicle, which is not a good sign. So shares in Blackstone tumbled nearly 20%. Last year, though, BREIT failed to generate enough cash to cover its annual dividend.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TRT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank you.
But it did rebound, especially in recent months, which is a red flag. Because again, commercial real estate has not improved in the last few months. BREIT announced it was able to fulfill 100% of its repurchase requests it received in February, which had slowed to just under $1 billion. Amid the promise of a rebound, Blackstone stock has gained almost 50% from its lows. Quote, I believe we'll look back at 2023 as the cyclical bottom for our firm, Steve Schwartzman, Blackstone CEO, told analysts at an earnings call in January. But what's really going on? How did it rebound? How does that make any sense when commercial real estate has not rebounded? And by the way, let's take a quick look at what the portfolio for BREIT looks like. What are they invested in? So look, as you can tell, they do have some sound investments here. I mean, sound for investors, not so sound for people looking to protect affordable housing. Because overall, housing makes up 53% of the real estate in BREIT's portfolio. And that is a solid investment considering rent and the price of housing has really gone up, and that translates to major gains for these investors. But that's not the case with the rest of this portfolio. The rest of the fund,
it's hurt right here behind me. She came behind the flank us. What the
like
fuck
industrial
happened? She's
buildings,
very hurt. She's very hurt. Kill that one.
data
There you go.
centers, and retail. Now, considering that's the type of real estate that has, in fact, taken a sharp dip in value in recent years, how exactly is Blackstone able to continue boasting such impressive returns? Well, this is where Bethany McLean, who's a journalist over at Business Insider, comes in. She starts asking some tough questions. And for her story, she spoke to all sorts of experts to try to get a handle on what's happening here. You know, she spoke to veteran analysts, accountants, and investors. And they're all under the impression that BREIT is a risky bet, which is why hedge fund manager Nate Kopakar shorted BREIT. And he says this: it is the absolute definition of a Ponzi scheme. Unless the real estate market comes roaring back, analysts warn, BREIT could end up shrinking to a fraction of its current size, leaving the fund's investors holding the bag. And guess what? One of the bigger investors is the University of California system, which dedicated $4 billion of their endowment to this investment vehicle. So let's take a listen to Blackstone Group President and COO Jonathan Gray discussing the UC investment on Bloomberg just last year.
This is a big win for us. It's a big win for BREIT. It's a big win for the University of California, who's making this investment. $4 billion of common stock into BREIT with a minimum effective hold period of 6 years.
But that's not the full story, because Blackstone actually had to sweeten the pot in order to convince the UC system to invest in BREIT. Take a look.
You know, one thing about this investment, as far as the terms go, they do have a preferred minimum return that they're going to be getting. It's something that's guaranteed to them. Why wouldn't another average investor look at this and say that's preferential treatment?
So the way to think about this transaction is they're actually coming in as a common shareholder at the BREIT level with this $4 billion fresh investment. They're taking that investment, and then we're taking $1 billion of our existing holdings and putting it in this strategic venture. It does give them a minimum return. It gives us some upside participation.
I'm running out of ideas.
Wait, hold on though. If BREIT has impressive returns, why would Blackstone need to sweeten the deal for the UC system by guaranteeing them a minimum return? If it is a portfolio that's performing so well, I mean, wouldn't you have to fight institutions and investors off who want to invest in the fund? Now, Blackstone went even further to attract the UC system than what was communicated in that video. According to reporting, to entice the university to invest, Blackstone had offered it a special deal. BREIT agreed to award the university an additional $1 billion in stock in the event that the fund's rate of return fell below 11.25%. The deal was so sweet that UC's Board of Regents quickly agreed to invest another $500 million on the same terms. But financial analyst Craig McCann told Business Insider this is not a good sign. Quote, contrary to Blackstone's spin, the University of California investment strongly supports the view that BREIT is a terrible investment. Okay, so McCann made himself clear. By the way, he used to work as an economist for the Securities and Exchange Commission. He also wrote last year that investors should not accept anything that Blackstone and BREIT state as truthful. He says, quote, surveying some of the ways that Blackstone has misled investors over the past 5 months, we are more convinced than ever that BREIT is a bad investment created for the benefit of Blackstone. And remember, since we're talking about an investment vehicle offered to regular people by Blackstone, a private equity firm, the fund is not publicly traded and does not have to abide by similar rules that companies traded on the stock market would have to. And as a result, it's impossible to know what the true value of BREIT actually is. So BREIT's returns, by the way, are based on a measure called net asset value, or NAV. Okay, so NAV is calculated, but using the value of all of the assets that the fund owns minus the debt, okay, the debt liability. Now, BREIT doesn't let investors or regulators see some of the crucial assumptions that go into the calculations they make for NAV. And as BREIT's financial documents state, Blackstone is ultimately and solely responsible for the determination of our NAV. The methods used to calculate it are not prescribed by rules of the SEC or any other regulatory agency, and the NAV is not audited by our independent registered public accounting firm. And that is a problem, a huge problem. And so you have, analysts saying there's a lot of misleading stuff going on over at Blackstone in regard to this investment vehicle. Chilton Capital Management analyzed the way that Blackstone adjusts the value of BREIT and how those changes are reflected in their estimates, in their analysis, rather than being marked to market every day or every millisecond like public REITs. Blackstone adjusts its NAV on a monthly basis. In today's volatile real estate market, that means its stated value can lag way behind reality. It inherently is a flawed process when prices are changing quickly, Chilton Capital Management observes. We refer to this imperfect appraisal process as mark to magic. And going back to McCann in a second, I just want to note that Chilton has concluded just this past April that BREIT is overstating the value of its NAV by more than 55%. McCann, who we heard from earlier, reached a similar conclusion. He calculated that the cumulative returns of other funds in the sectors in which BREIT is concentrated, meaning like real estate, commercial real estate, plunged by over 30% in 2022. Yet BREIT claimed that its value increased during the same period. In the dry language of market analysts, McCann called the fund's claims about its NAV unreliable. And there are other shady things at play that you should know about. So Blackstone is absolutely incentivized to overvalue its NAV because of the fact that, you know, the higher that number is, the more they can charge investors fees. It's a textbook example of conflict of interest. Robert Chang, the head of securities litigation at Fideris, a consulting firm that specializes in investigating corporate wrongdoing, wrote in a piece about BREIT. Fideris calculates that since early 2022, the fund's NAV per share has remained relatively stable, while public REITs have lost more than 30% of their value. If BREIT's assets are indeed overvalued, Fideris estimates investors may have overpaid management and performance fees to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. So there is a conflict of interest there when it comes to Blackstone overstating the value of this investment vehicle. And perhaps the most damning line in this Business Insider report is the following. Many of the data centers Blackstone says have already created so much value for the fund aren't even up and running yet. They're still in development.
Hostile over there.
You know, growing up, my dad would tell me, don't invest in the stock market. you thought that it was evil for a whole host of reasons. I mean, look, that was not good advice, but this is the kind of stuff that he was referring to. Because if you're an ordinary investor, you worked real hard, you've got a, okay nest egg, and you're hoping you could live off of that. Imagine investing it in some risky vehicle like this as you're being potentially lied to about the value. So we'll see how this story develops, but it's not looking good for those who have decided to invest in BREIT, especially given what we're noticing in other areas of our economy, or not even other areas of our economy, but other investment vehicles that are heavily invested in commercial real estate.
Thanks for watching. If you become a member, you get to watch all this ad-free, except for, of course, this ad. Still, hit the join button below.
1 minute.
They discovered mass graves with corpses that showed clear signs of use of torture. The United Nations Special Procedures released a statement saying, "We are horrified at details emerging from mass graves recently unearthed in the Gaza Strip. Over 390 bodies have been discovered at Nasser and Sheba hospitals, including of women and children, with many reportedly showing signs of torture and summary executions and potential instances of people buried alive." Is it anti-Semitic to state what the UN investigation into these mass graves is? Are there enough?
Extended energy mag here. Level 4.
In progress.
AMD's gaming graphics business looks like it's in terminal decline, is the headline of an article that I'm seeing posted all over the place. look at this and see if there's anything to this. Give my overall thoughts on any points made here. I've seen some people in comment section celebrating it, saying, I told you so, AMD's failing. First of all, I don't like that take because even if you're more of an NVIDIA fan, I don't think the idea of NVIDIA being alone in the gaming graphics card business would be good for anybody, to have absolutely no competition other than themselves. So I don't think this would be anything to celebrate, regardless of your feelings about either company. And again, I think I really hate the whole like Team Red and Team Green thing. I mean, same thing as like back when I was a kid and it's like, do you have a Nintendo or do you have a Sega? You know, it's just like, anyway. I don't understand that whole mindset and kind of tribalism, but whatever. Let's look at this terminal decline, and is there anything to this? So this is from PCGamer.com. I will link anything I talk about sources in the video description if you'd like to take a closer look at any of it yourself. Coming out with, I hate to say I told you so, back in October, I pondered, again this is the article speaking, not me, I pondered whether AMD might give up on gaming graphics chips for PCs. Well, they haven't, so there's that. Anyway, now AMD has released its latest financial results, and things look more ugly. Okay, that's what I thought this would end up being based on. And yeah, so it looks like this is related to AMD's Q1 2024 earnings call transcript, which has been released, and I have read the entire thing, including the question and answer session at the bottom. And I will say that overall, AMD was saying that overall things are positive, other than their gaming division. However, their gaming division is comprised of two things. It's their console business, as well as their Radeon graphics. So those are two separate things, although they are related and they're lumped into the gaming division. And the gaming division does look to be down now. It's absolutely down. And a huge part of that is consoles being down, which is an expected part of the console life cycle. And then the other thing is that, GPU sales are also down both, quarter to quarter. If you look at, Q4 of 2023 versus Q1 of 2024, that makes sense because you're going from holiday sales to after holiday, so it makes sense that that would decline. But also, if you look at it year on year, but keep in mind that year on year, what happened in Q1 of 2023? Well, that was shortly after the launch of the 7000 series. So I would expect Q1 of 2023 to have better sales than Q1 of 2024, where I think their only new GPU launch was the 7900 GRE, which was really just expanding its availability worldwide, went ahead elsewhere, and it was head up against NVIDIA's Super lineup, which would be a tough competition right there. If their sales, they can want to be excited about the Super Series lineup. So anyway, that's kind of my take on what I got out of this earnings call. It's definitely that the numbers are down, but kind of expectedly so, I guess is how I would read it. Let's see what this article makes. So they're saying that AMD has released its latest financial results, and things only look more. For the first quarter of 2024, now keep in mind, gaming revenues is not the same thing.
One more coming.
It doesn't. Compared to the same period in 2023.
Thanks for holding.
While some of that fall reflects the inevitable cyclical downturn in revenues from gaming consoles, put simply, the consoles have been out for a while and sales are beginning to flag. Yeah, that's pretty much what I got out of it, and I think what AMD said in the earnings call. AMD also conceded that lower AMD Radeon GPU sales were also to blame. So it's both things, lower AMD GPUs, Radeon GPU sales, as well as the console market being down. And then saying what's more, even AMD says things will get worse before they have any chance of getting better, saying demand has been quite weak, and we actually think the second half will be lower than first half. That's basically how we're looking at this year for the gaming business. Now, careful here. Again, when they're saying that we expect second half to be lower than first half, they're talking about the gaming business, not necessarily referring to Radeon GPUs specifically. And remember, the consoles are a huge part of that gaming revenue, and consoles have been out for a long time. And Xbox, for example, has been having massive downturn. I think the article is even quoting it here, 31% down on Xbox sales. And then Sony also, you know, hopefully the PS5 Pro will be some sort of a boost, but if you look at like PS4 Pro numbers versus regular PS4s, it wasn't a massive change. You know, it didn't capture some huge part of the market or anything like that.
Enough lambing around. We're dropping.
So anyway, I think that all of this is not necessarily wrong, but I'm just not sure I'm getting terminal decline out of this. You have the expected downturn in console sales as
what the fuck?
Cycle,
what? What?
Heads into years into the what is it going into?
You just pushed me off the map, bro.
Looking forward, and then you have, like I said, the beginning of the 7000 series launch would certainly sell more than I think you'd get towards the tail end of it. I think that kind of makes sense as well. And the other thing I'll say about this earnings call, there was absolutely no mention of we're gonna abandon Radeon GPUs.
Potato says,
that was absolutely
no.
never stated anywhere in this. And in fact, if you actually scroll down to the end of the earnings call, I will say that their overall take on how AMD is doing was we started the year strong. Now again, they're not talking about Radeon. Radeon is down. The gaming division is down. They're saying in closing they started the year strong. And also, if you look at the amount of actual money that the Radeon division percentage overall compared to the kind of dollar amounts that they're dealing with, it's it's not a massive amount of it. So for example, they're saying operating income was up 266% year over year due to operating leverage, blah, blah, blah. Client segment revenue was 1.4 billion, up 85% year over year, driven primarily by Ryzen 8000 series processors. By the way, can I mention that Ryzen 8000 series processors, a big part of what's cool about those is the APU, the Radeon GPU technology in those processors. So, and that's up 85% year over year. So we'll mention that. Anyway, so they're talking about a lot of you know money here. They're saying gaming segment revenue was 922 million, down 48% year over year, and down 33% sequentially due to decrease in semi-customer and Radeon GPU sales. Gaming segment operation income was 151 million, or 16% of revenue, compared to 314 million, or 18% a year ago. So this is a chunk of their revenue, but it's not a massive chunk, and it's down to 16% of their overall revenue compared to 18% a year ago. But then if you're talking about their embedded segment, which is also down, that's putting up similar numbers. And again, nobody's having articles saying that AMD's going to abandon their embedded segment because it's down right now due to cycles of upgrading and things like that. Anyway, the point is that yes, there's a downturn right now. I think that's not completely unexpected, but there's no mention of we're going to abandon that. In fact, they're overall feeling strong about things, driven mostly by I mean, they seem really excited about the whole AI thing and their Instinct GPUs that are more on the AI side of enterprise solutions, as opposed to consumer products. But you also imagine that that there could be some cross in the technology and research between those GPU divisions. I know they're not exactly the same thing, but I would imagine that it wouldn't just be complete savings to just abandon Radeon. If it at all relates to working in other parts of the business, where it does their APUs on the Ryzen 8000 series processors, things like that. Anyway, let's see what else this article has to say. So they're talking again about Xbox, possibly the next Xbox not even being a traditional console, maybe being more niche, like a Steam Deck style thing. That's complete rumor at this point, not confirmed. But they're saying that that's hardly good news for AMD revenue. I'm not so sure that we can make this statement that that's hardly good news for AMD revenues, because one second. First of all, if, let's just say, and I don't think this is actually necessarily happen, but let's just say that Microsoft completely abandoned the traditional console market. Let's say they just shifted to a software only that just would that actually be bad news for revenues? Because I would assume that then Sony would just capture that market share, right? Wouldn't the people who would have bought the next Xbox, if there isn't going to be a traditional next Xbox, wouldn't those people just buy a PlayStation 6? Which, again,
what the fuck is happening right now?
From being Microsoft to being Sony, rather than meaning AMD loses the revenue overall. At least that would be my take on the thing. I hardly personally would see somebody just stop being a gamer because Microsoft stopped making a console. I imagine you would just buy a different console. Maybe there's some really big Sony haters out there who wouldn't, but that would be my take on that. So I guess I'm not so sure about trying to, again, how does this tie into the terminal decline of Radeon? I'm just not sure that's there. Anyway, maybe Sony will do something spectacular with the upcoming PS5 Pro or PS6 to revitalize the console market, but it's hard to come to any other conclusion than a pessimistic one regarding AMD's long-term prospects in gaming graphics, be that on the PC or console. Okay, again, I would agree that medium-term prospects. Sorry, my kids are making a bunch of noise on this, upstairs right now. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Someone's rolling around on the wood floors directly above me, but you guys can deal with that. That's how we roll on the channel. Anyway, AMD's medium-term prospects. I agree, but there's a big difference between AMD's medium-term prospects and their graphics business being in terminal decline. There's a difference between being down in the short to medium term and just terminal decline, right? Those are very different things. Now they're getting the rumors that AMD ditched plans for high-end members of its upcoming next-gen RDNA 4 GPU range, making sense because why bother with all the investment when nobody is going to buy the GPUs anyway, especially now that cryptocurrency miners can't be relied upon to buy them up. Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. Because first of all, we're talking about leaks and rumors. We're not talking about official information. So what is the latest leaks and rumors? Again, being leaks and rumors. So just all be totally made-up crap that people post on the internet with no idea of what's actually happening. Or it could be a perfectly great insider leak into what exactly is happening. If we're talking leaks and rumors, here's what it is. The latest rumor is basically that RDNA 3 resulting in a big core frequency power curve going out of control. This includes but is not limited to conducting on-chip interconnect verification for the MI series and sharing R&D costs. The originally planned double 192 Infinity cache was also canceled due to cost and power consumption issues. RDNA 5 will be a clean sheet design similar to the Zen series. It might even get a name change, though it isn't certain yet. Hence, there's a need to widen the gap from RDNA 4 to
That's my fault?
case studies and R&D. RDNA 4 is merely a bug fix for RDNA 3, so its performance is still as expected, at best comparable to the 79 XT. However, there's still an improvement in ray tracing. So that's the current latest rumors, which again could end up all being nonsense. But notice that they're talking about not only RDNA 4 being a thing, but also RDNA 5, and RDNA 5 actually being a clean sheet design similar to when Zen was a total redesign. Which again, if this was true, doesn't speak to a terminal decline in Radeon GPUs. It speaks more to maybe them acknowledging that they need to do something different than they have been doing, which I think is true. Because at first, ray tracing and things like that weren't really that big of a deal in current games. They were the future. Well, we're heading into the future. RDNA 5 is the future. And I do think that ray tracing has a place in game design, becoming less time-consuming for developers. Ray tracing being a more burden on making coding and things like that, which is cool. And I think we'll start to see more of that, especially as we get into the next console generation. Maybe not at the tail end of this current console generation. So I think having a total redesign on that makes sense. So if, again, the latest rumors end up being true, it's that RDNA 5 could be another real big move back, and total redesign that could end up paying off. Who knows if it will? But that RDNA 4 is more of just a bit of an update on RDNA 3.
I agree, it wasn't a good spot, but I just jumped in.
That fix that didn't work out quite correctly on RDNA 3, but could still be an improvement in ray tracing. But if you're not getting a massive redesign for RDNA 4, there's not going to be a real new high-end to compete with the high-end that NVIDIA would be bringing out with its 50 series, right? Anyway, so that's what I'm getting from the rumors. But they're saying, why bother with all the investment? Again, if we're talking leaks and rumors, they're saying that there's shared R&D costs between the MI series. The MI series is what AMD is so positive about in this whole earnings call. It's talking about how well their MI series is doing. So if there's any overlap in those R&D costs, then it would make sense to be doing both, right? But again, that we're talking more info from leaks and rumors rather than actual information, so I'd rather not base too much of it on that anyway. Okay, so now we're going to get into the Steam hardware survey. So basically they're going to be saying that Steam's hardware survey acknowledging it's not a perfect data set, but shows that NVIDIA cards being used by over 75% of gamers and AMD on about 15%. That's pretty stable, though. I wouldn't say that that's signs that, again, there's a terminal decline. I think if there's a terminal decline, we would be seeing signs that it's dipping, that AMD's losing it. If you look at the latest Steam hardware survey, if you look at the AMD little orange chunk here, and you look at it from November 2022 to April 2024, by the way, November 2022 would be right before we got the 7000 series from AMD. Looks like we were at 15.2% of the Steam hardware survey. And you can see it dropped to 14.8, 15.3, 14.9, etc., 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 etc. We're at 15.8 on the latest one. So in other words, it seems to be very, very stable, bouncing between the mid-14s and mid-15s. Also keep in mind that the Steam hardware survey isn't a listing sales of current products. It's surveying what's in people's systems, and systems can be around for years and years and years. So a newer product doesn't necessarily make a massive impact initially on the Steam hardware survey. It takes a while to kind of get in there as older ones kind of fade out and things
what's
like
up there,
that.
Jonathan?
But anyway, so it's not the same thing as current market share.
No, I
like
meant what's up
current
there?
sales.
What's actually up there?
So of course that includes lots of
just
older
some ammo
GPUs,
and
so they
stuff.
do acknowledge that. In fact, you have to go to position 8 on the list of most popular GPUs on Steam to find one from AMD or NVIDIA's current generation. So they're acknowledging that NVIDIA's current generation also isn't making a big impact here. So in other words, if you click for more info, you get the list of all video cards by their current April not market share, but percentage of the Steam hardware survey. And yeah, you can see that it's older cards from the 16, 20, and 30 series, and even the 10 series, beating out anything from the 40 series. So NVIDIA's also not making a massive, the 40 series is also, again, still behind the older products in the Steam hardware survey, and that's a laptop GPU here. Got to go down past the 3050 and 1050 Ti to even get to the 4060, which is the first desktop 40 series GPU that's on the list. But yeah, you do go even farther before you get to anything from AMD, like their AMD Radeon graphics, which I'd assume is probably just some kind of generic, like integrated GPU or something like that, most likely. Followed by Intel integrated GPUs, then some more older NVIDIA GPUs. Got some more of those. You get the occasional 40 series card popping up in here, and then first like desktop AMD GPU we're seeing here is the RX 580. Then we get the RX 6600, the 6700 XT, AMD's 5700 XT, AMD's RX 570. We're gonna go a while before we get to the 7000 series. Get some more 6000 series products. The 7900 XT is the first 7000 series card.
If you happen to see any light ammo, let me know.
And guys, that is a pretty long ways down the list for sure.
You're on.
But anyway,
I'm fine.
it is above some of the 6000 series products, like the 6800 XT and all of that.
You guys are leaving? I got 30 seconds.
Anyway, so it is what it is. Good. And let's see what the article makes.
I'll catch you. I'll take this.
So they're saying that you have to go very, very far down to see anything from the 7000 series, and they're using that as evidence that the 7000 series is kind of a failure. I mean,
I wanna
Yeah,
get my
I would
top
actually
up
agree
here.
that the 7000 series is not super exciting for the most part. And the
Damn, what is
700
revved up?
was
What the fuck is
interesting, but then
that?
It was a
Holy
lot less
shit.
money than the 4080.
Why is my gun all fucking
As the 4080 Super
crazy?
came out and brought that
Come over
pricing
here.
down, then the 7900 XTX becomes less interesting.
What does that mean? Revved up.
The 7600 I think is
You
it's
have a
not better
rampage?
than a 4060.
Yeah, I have a
It's not that much
rampage.
less money.
Means you put a
7600
thermite in
XT, again,
What
it's
is
more
that?
It shoots
expensive.
it shoots faster.
How did I do that? How do you do that? How come I've never done that
That
before?
7700 XT is finally starting
never
to
had a
see
thermite
price
in a
come down
rampage?
much because it's expensive.
Yeah, how come I've never done that before? And does it just stay in there then? I don't have to, it's not like it sits up.
It goes down like a sensor does if you have a charged up.
10 seconds, a
Kind
ring's
of
just ahead.
interesting product, I believe. But yeah, a lot of the 7000 series wasn't super exciting. Dispute that.
Damn, well, alright.
But they're saying that it's hard to imagine it's anything other than
Coming to you!
when it's making pretty much zero impact on the
I don't got it hurry up. I got fucking wings.
platform. Then there's
Is there a team by you?
6000
What?
series.
Is a team in there?
Because while it was
How far back?
strong competition, technically they're saying it didn't really stack up against.
Right where I landed, you mean? Oh, cool.
I mean, that's true,
That wasn't
but in other
very
words,
good
okay, but they
spotting for
didn't
you
scrap
guys.
it, right? This whole thing's about are they in terminal decline?
You
There's a
could have
big difference
turned
between
around
being
and
in
point and
terminal
like
decline
pinged it, and
just
then like there's a
not
team
really
right there.
competing,
I did tell you
not
that, like,
Where did you think that I was gonna fly into? You didn't think I was gonna fly right on that path?
But are they in
You don't think I
terminal
put down an old
decline?
view?
It's okay.
That's the
No
that's
worries.
the headline.
You know how my ult
So if that's the thesis, I'm
I
not
hope
sure
you
I'm
two can
seeing
do
it.
No, if you don't know how my ult works,
Now
I
they're
mean,
getting
that's
into
your-
ray tracing.
I don't know how you didn't ping
being
them,
the
but
biggest problem with the 7000 series being that you didn't get a big
Go back and roll and enjoy.
they're also mentioning DLSS being an issue,
Yeah,
and
man,
saying
yeah,
that
random little guy. Yes.
you know
Actually, no,
NVIDIA's
we're going down
efforts
here,
in
we're
their
going
AI GPUs is also
You'll
making
never
use of
change
the
my
cores
perspective,
in
and
their
I'll never
consumer
change yours.
gaming
Just like
GPUs.
that.
Doesn't matter, man. I can impress you.
And AMD, then they're getting into the fact that AMD is trying to get into AI training and inferencing gaming itself with its Instinct microcontroller chip, which AMD seemed extremely positive about in their earnings call, if we're talking about that earnings call. And they're saying that that's the main, if modest, cause for
Replicator coming down.
hope. Because if maybe they could get traction there, some of that technology pushed
we
into
can
its
try and
gaming
craft.
GPUs. So again, they are acknowledging that there's potential positive stuff
have a movie.
here, which again, I'm not
Yeah, I
quite
did.
sure how that ties into the terminal
stay back here
decline narrative.
Oh wait, if you don't
So
close
maybe then it can invest properly in technologies like ray tracing, deliver an AI-based
They are in the
upscaling
tower.
solution that is really competitive with NVIDIA's. I would agree that they really should get a better upscaling solution in there. They have announced a 3.1 for FSR, which they're claiming to have some big. We'll see how that actually plays out. Of course, going by current estimates from both AMD and NVIDIA, NVIDIA will have at least 20 times more AI revenue. That's true. NVIDIA is making absolutely tons of money here. So if booming AI revenues and technology are going to help turn around AMD's fortunes in gaming graphics, it'll take years before we see any evidence of that. Ultimately, then, I'll stick to what I said last time around, RDNA 4 and the Radeon
Yeah, I am not gonna be able
RX
to get 'em.
8000 series, as
I
it will
got 'em. I have all
presumably
five
be
for you.
known, will be limited in scope and something of a stopgap. Okay, that's not the same thing as a terminal decline. It'll be RDNA 5 in late 2025 and the like 2026. That could be the last roll of the dice for
down, yeah.
graphics. If that's a flop, it's hard to see why
plan in place. Hold on, I'm healing.
low margin business.
Jumping into the void
And so it could be adios for discrete. Okay, so if you come down to this final statement,
Make it a quick
then, they're
poll.
basically saying,
Hold on.
so we'll have to see what happens with RDNA 5. And if
Oh,
it's a
did you
total
say so?
flop, maybe AMD would give
I
up.
was AFK. I
Except
was.
that they
back
didn't
now.
give up on Radeon graphics after
Oh,
their
shit, they're right behind me.
7000 series was apparently a flop, at least according to this article.
They're gonna run by. I'm gonna try to take them from
In other
behind
words,
after they slide by
guys,
me.
I think this
let it
is
happen.
clickbait. In other words,
I'm looking
I
over
think
at
this
you, man.
article
Yep, they kept
raises-
going, so I
raises
might be able to play
valid
them.
points about,
Is it only two of them? They went
yes,
by?
AMD's
I cracked
graphics
it.
business is
I didn't
not
back down.
making a lot of money right now. And yes, the 7000 series does seem to be underperforming in the market. And the rumors are pointing to the 8000 series not being a big
You're going into one?
lineup. So those things all seem to be true, but again, I have the issue with terminal decline, meaning that AMD has any intention to kill off the Radeon division. again, if you look at their earnings call,
to the ring with a
there
big
is
head on.
absolutely no indication here that they're considering killing off the Radeon division.
Bamboozled like a bitch.
There is just acknowledgements that the gaming business is down right now. But they're making up for it in other segments, and products like the 8000 series Ryzen CPUs, which are APUs featuring Radeon technology, are one of the positive notes for their business. So overall, it's clickbait, guys. So that's kind of what I make out of that. Now, I absolutely acknowledge that I think I really hope the rumors that RDNA 5 will be kind of an entire redesign and hopefully focus more heavily on things that I think will be big in the future with the machine learning supported upscaling and ray tracing. I do think those things will be more and more important as time goes on. They're already important, but they're getting more and more important. So I think a total redesign could be really exciting if it pays off, and I think they...
I'm technically in right here, but I don't know if you want to go to that house or you want to just hold them off from the edge.
Competitive than they are, but again, I don't see any signs that they're planning on killing off the business, which is what this article was claiming at the end here.
Behind your altar.
But I'm just not seeing that.
Behind your altar,
although,
behind
I mean, yeah, I guess if the business never makes any money, eventually it might get killed off. But I think there's a lot of overlap between what they get out of the Radeon division and all of that in R&D, and how that plays into their APUs on the Ryzen stuff.
The fight is up the hill, and the fight is over there.
So anyway, all right, interesting
that fight is
article.
going hard,
I think
unless
the
there's someone
terminal
coming to you.
decline headline is just grabbing a lot of attention, as it was probably intended to get clicks.
The fight's moved to there, the fight's moved to there.
But I don't think we need to just assume that AMD is shutting down Radeon.
They're still up there fighting.
I do think that
And there's a fight over there, there's a
what would
fight
I
over
like to
there.
see from AMD moving forward? Like I said, I think it makes sense that their next generation product isn't a big step forward in upscaling and ray tracing and things like that. If you can't compete at the high end, then I think it does make sense to have it scaled back and compete in the low to mid range, where I think things like ray tracing are less of a big selling point anyway from a performance standpoint. So I think that makes sense, and then I think where they would really need to hit back is being a little more forward those technologies for the next generation. Again, current rumors are pointing to that being the case, but again, we don't know if that's actually true. And in general, I just like to see AMD as price competitive as they could possibly be at the lower end, if they're not going to be as competitive in the feature set at the higher end. So that's what I'd like to see from them. And for me, the biggest thing in the short term is getting out as big of an improvement as they possibly can to their upscaler. Because for me, that's where I see the biggest problem. But I don't think it's a terminal problem, at least at this point. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section. I hope, again, all of you have an excellent day. Links to everything in the description.
What if I told you that your laptop can be fast, efficient, thin and lightweight, and upgradable and repairable?
The enemy's on me.
Well, it can, and we
There's a butt,
because we have the first awesome new tech that's awesome. Teamed up with Micron and Lenovo to give you a hands-on demo of LP Cam 2 and the memory standard. Hearing about it for a long time, and crossing our fingers that it wasn't vaporware. And we're really excited to be the first to tell
You want underneath?
it's real. We'll get to that in a second. But first, how in the heck did we get to this?
What the fuck was that? A purple laser just came at me? What the fuck was this shit?
Repairability, they can use trusty old sodium RAM sticks for sockets, just like in a desktop PC. But sodium RAM is bulky and power hungry, and it's a 25-year-old standard that's just not still
Scrappy DP says, anti.
Because they sip so little power, they have to be soldered very close to the central processor, or they start to lose signal integrity. Like if low-power Sharon were here to whisper this part of the day, you'd have to move comfortably close, or you couldn't hear anything he says. Low-power Sharon also wasn't repairable or upgradable, which is why we had to let him go. Anyway, that's where LPCAM 2 comes in. Standing for Low Power Compression Attached Memory Module, LPCAM 2 uses the same LPDDR memory chips that sip tiny amounts of power, but they're soldered onto a PCB, kind of like a RAM stick. It's cleverly designed to mount right up next to the CPU, with very short traces to help maximize signal integrity. This is a really cool technical solution to a tough set of problems, and it's repairable and upgradable just like conventional RAM. Or at least that's what we've been promised for what feels like forever, but we haven't actually seen it until today. Check this out. This is the newest Lenovo ThinkPad P1 workstation, and it's the first laptop you can actually buy that uses the LPCAMM2 module, with Micron being first to supply it. Other manufacturers will be able to use it as well, but Lenovo and Micron work together to be the first. And because iFixit has an existing business relationship with both companies helping to get repairable products out into the world, they were nice enough to send it here first. Unfortunately, they said we can't open it up. Just kidding. Check this out. The procedure for getting inside this particular ThinkPad is somewhat beside the point for our purposes today, but if you're curious, we've already published a guide for how to do it on fixit.com. Remove 6 screws, pop the clip, take off the bottom cover, easy peasy. Then we unscrew this back. And there it is, the LPCAMM2 module. It's small, it's thin, and it's really not complicated to remove and replace. These 3 captive Phillips screws can be loosened in any order, and then you just lift it out. Underneath is the compression connector, which is also replaceable, and it's helpfully key to help you install it in the correct orientation. Put it all back together and simply tighten the screws in the order shown. Easy as 1, 2, and there we have it, the world's first documented LPCAMM2.
That looks like a fun spot to land.
Hold on to your kilts, darlings.
And it shouldn't even help with the thermal. That is still about the thermal anything we've ever seen. We also like LPCAMM2 better than Apple's unified memory implementation, which plops the memory chips right onto the CPU package for even shorter traces. It's the least repairable solution of all. Very cool tech on all sides here, but we take the repairable, upgradable option every time. P.S. Apple has been taking a beating in the press for the stingy 8GB of memory you get on an entry-level MacBook Pro. And we won't wade into that argument here, other than to say 8 gigs would be fine if upgrading later were an option. With LPCAMM2, you can do that. Obviously we're excited about this, but what's even more awesome is that our industry partners are also excited, and for all the right reasons. They've made repairability a headline feature. Here's our friends at Micron.
It's so comfortable to just continue using what quote isn't broken.
The battle happens quick. Be ready.
We invested so much in it. Everybody knows how to use it. Why would you change, right? And so it really does take true pain points to force the market to do things like this. On the consumer side, the downside is once you buy the laptop, if you say, okay, well, this was great when I bought it, but a year later, it's like, you know what? Actually, I want to run this program. I've decided I've gotten into video editing, and I need another 60 gigs of RAM. That's it. It's soldered down. You got to buy a new one. We've essentially engineered it to be obsolete when people's expectations of what they need to use it for change. And so the challenge is, okay, how do we maintain the serviceability of the module, but making sure that it's built in such a way to address what we know devices need for the next 10 to 20 years, right? We're not the only people on the market. We have to do a good job. Micron has to, I would say, have to continue doing a good job of promoting why we believe this is the right thing. That's how we get to a place where it's universally accepted.
For a more in-depth technical explainer on what's happening underneath the hood of LPCAMM2, check out our blog post on iFixit. This really does seem like the future, but we'll have to wait and see how many other laptop OEMs follow Lenovo's. I also think LPCAMM2 could use a more exciting moniker to help advertise its benefits. Super Memory, LPDDR Pro, Compression Attached Awesomeness. Give us your ideas in the comments. For now, I think I'll call it the Completely Repairable Awesome Memory Project, or CR. No, maybe the Awesome Memory. I'll work.
Here's your birthday present.
Care package coming down.
Has a crown on. 2, 5.
I better grab an upgrade. Goes well with my level up.
2. Did I do it? Thank you guys. Oh, 1,009 completed. You guys are here. Oh my god. Oh function. You were here, chat. Thank you guys for all the good shit. That was crazy. Thank you. I can now say
Just us.
that I
We
can.
got to watch each other's back.
First up in the news, we have Adept. Back in the news this week, over on Twitter, Adept left viewers stunned after making an insane confession during a TikTok live that she recently did, and many in the community claim that the content creator has fell off. The clip went viral on Twitter with one posting, "Just when I think she couldn't get any more damn bad, look at what she's saying on my TikTok." Here's the clip.
There have been hundreds, thousands of times where I've come like this close to just posting like nudes on the gram, like for no damn reason, just because I like it. But I have no shame in any of that. I kind of wish y'all would see me naked. I don't care. Like, I like how I look naked personally. I always like how I look naked. But I've said this a million, billion, jillion times since the beginning of time, since I ever started streaming. I like being naked. I love being naked. I hate wearing clothes. I don't care who sees me naked. I don't give a But
So after once Adept went live on TikTok confessing, Adept is now considering posting explicit photos on her Instagram account. Many in the community shared their thoughts, with one saying, "It freaks me out to wonder if she was like this all along and just hid it well, or if a switch just flipped at some point and she went nuts. The whale needs some type of money somehow. She can't pay them later fees. She's flat out broke and desperate for attention. Watch her come back with an OnlyFans, crashing out after the crash out." So what you guys thoughts on Adept's TikTok live? Let me know in the comments. Tyler one receives a pleasant surprise.
Oh! Double it! I will beat you at any game! I have bodied you in league, by the way! I have bodied you! Go watch the VOD. The last 2 times me and Double have played bot lane, I've won, and one of those games— whoa! What the—
Extra Emily memorizes and recites 1009 digits of pi.
4, 2.
Setting up a respawn beacon.
Weeks is 9-8. 9-3. 8-0.
Replicator there. Take it from the medic. You wanna use it.
Beefgod_ says, dumb.
You're dumb. What do you mean dumb?
7, 2.
Beefgod_ says, dumb.
I think you dying was dumb. Personally, we can each have opinions about each other's.
Alter White says, alright Sigmas, let's calm down here, no need to get skibadot.
During a recent stream, Seagull shares his disappointment in Marvel Rivals terms and conditions.
Beefgod_ says,
extremely
looting is
disappointed in
dumb.
Marvel Rivals. Multiple creators asked for key codes to gain access to the playtest and are asked to sign a contract. The contract signs away your right to negatively review the game. Many streamers have signed without reading just to play it. Insanity. Here is Seagull talking about it during a live stream.
Man, creators need to read what the fuck they are signing, and they're not. Literally has a clause. We've confirmed now with 5 people where it says engaging in malicious comparisons with competitors or belittling the gameplay or providing subjective negative reviews of the game. People have signed off what are basically sponsored or hashtag ad streams, and people are just signing this without reading it just to get a game key.
Easy.
Scroll down to the breach liability. I saw that stuff. It's so ridiculous. So I'm not playing this game anymore. Don't expect me to play this game anymore. It's ridiculous, and I hope some much more popular people than me blow this up, because that is very not okay. I'm just extremely not okay. As all.
Sinner shows NMP how she cleans her windshield.
Giant bottle of windshield wiper. You're really not gonna like this, but it works. Trust me. I have this giant bottle of windshield wiper. So what I do is when I'm starting to drive, if my car has a dirty windshield, which it does, as you can see, I will
Here's my birthday present.
the sunroof. I open it like this. That's why there's so much on.
Setting up a respawn
board here. Wait. Trap. There we go.
Backpack here. Level 3.
Turn around and then you.
Half the squads are gone. I'm proud of them.
Ginny talks about cheating, calls him to do.
God tier.
Does that count as cheating? And then a lot of Japanese girls were like, no, that's not cheating.
No. Because profiteers are professional, right? You pay money, right? What?
During Jenny's live stream, she comes across a few hedgehogs just chilling in the palm of her hand.
Look at this cutie.
White care package over there.
Belly rub. I don't think some belly rub.
Recharging my shoes.
I wanna steal him.
Left run if you need it.
Her like.
Replicator enter in orbit.
Did you see? His face just going to the skin. What the heck?
The girl who memorizes 1009 digits of pi tries cooking.
I'm scared. I actually go like this.
Got an enticing
What the
target over
fuck?
there.
Why isn't it working? How do I do this? Like for real?
What the fuck is wrong with it? Why are you so dumb?
Okay, that should be good enough. All right. Heating seasoning. Oh, perfect.
Summer 1G tucks into a bed on a luxury spaceship.
Hey, we're already inside the next ring.
Care package. Dropping from low orbit.
Hello, what you doing? You look crazy. What the fuck, bitch? I'm just smoking a bowl. Get the fuck out of here.
Laying on the bed
You don't want to come to this party, get the fuck away.
Oh my
Don't like
god,
smoking, don't
no
come to my
way.
home. Fuck off. What are you trying to do to me, bitch? You look stupid.
Dude, that's a
dude.
tuck.
Wanna
That's
be
a
punk?
tuck. Let me
You're the
tell you.
most trendy punk
Trina
I've
is
ever
blonde
seen.
as a bat.
What do you have
See, I
fucking...
think that actually my room isn't open. The light isn't open. Let's see some room. Oh, that's not my room. I have a window open.
Why would you do that to your teammate? You're getting reported
It was your
now,
job to
and
get
you're
your
getting
squad
that clip.
home. Looks like you failed the mission.
What the
Care package over there.
What do you mean a bat? What the are you guys talking
Let's really
about?
pull your way to that banner, pals.
Congratulations. Miss is calling. Hi, Miss.
What did you get me for Mother's Day?
What I gave you for Mother's Day?
No.
Oh.
Beef God underscore says,
Well, Miss,
so what?
it should be there tomorrow. Something will be at your door. It's a surprise.
Is it gonna be like Dr. K in a castle or something?
Yeah, how'd you know? And it's gonna be Asmon's smashing his head with Soldier Boy castle. Yeah.
Retard or something?
What? No, I'm very knowledgeable. I'm pie.
Why the hell are you a streamer?
Oh. What? No, I know anyone can do this. It's just like
Emily, why have you done such a
This is hilarious. Oh my god. What a...
all this and you fucking
Alter White says, donut.
I love streaming, Miss.
no more streaming, you're done.
I have to go back to school.
right now, what I want you to do is to memorize your resume.
Oh, genius. I need to start applying for jobs again.
So I would like you to open up your resume.
Alter White says.
We'll go over it together.
I don't know if I still have my most recent resume.
Alter White says, why Alter do that?
It's time. Let's memorize 1,000 viewers' resumes.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Not the resume. Let me see if I can find mine actually.
Alter White says, also why you have zeroed mage kill lost T game. Alter White says, bye bye.
This one is from oh, this one doxes me.
Let's just, we might as well just.
No.
We can memorize 10 digits of your phone number real quick.
Yeah, that's good.
No, seriously, I'm proud of you.
Really, Miz? You're proud of me?
What did I tell you when you were flying just a few days ago?
That everything works out.
No. I said that you're Asian and it'll be fine.
Yeah, you're right. I am Asian. Thank gosh.
Look what happened.
And now
I checked the stream and you're still Asian.
I love being Asian and flexing my Asian powers. Yes.
Now, go get those AT&T sponsors and let me know how they are.
Aw, thanks, Vic. Thank you for being proud of me. Aw, shucks.
Tell me about them. Say they're bad, so I'm interested.
So what if my head's in the clouds? How else could I see everything?
Bye. Good night.
Yeah, you're about to go into 10K blue.
Introducing your
Oh
champion.
no. Bye.
Yeah, you're still above.
Oh, okay. So, how was your day? What did you do? Choo-choo.
I did pretty good.
What?
I filmed some
Good.
things.
I'm the jump master.
What I do, I did a podcast episode. It was pretty good. You want to do a podcast episode with me soon?
Yep. Let me know whenever.
Okay. I mean, yeah, like I'm down.
The skies belong to me.
Basically, whenever you want, I'm down to just chill because hanging out with you is really fun.
Oh my god! Thank you!
No, it's great. Like hanging out with you is great.
Yeah.
You know, you're nice, you're sweet.
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
smart, You're very smart.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get ready. Moving up.
Thank you.
What's going over there?
I still have to do my front flip and back flip.
Unleash the mayhem!
Ooh, and then I just try all the different combinations.
Yeah, we do a bunch of clues and maybe I put a caption on it.
Round one.
Yes, that's like a
Beginning
little
ring countdown.
like scavenger hunt.
We're not all in the ring. Check your positions.
Okay, that sounds like a plan.
I can make it a riddle and then the passing. Ooh, that's really nice. So then you get full access to my computer again. The Discord open.
I made sure to minimize it.
Yeah, but okay. Do you really think that I can memorize all these digits of pi?
No, you never could.
I really don't think I could. I don't think most of chat could either.
Got some extra supplies.
Well, it's just like depends on how long you're willing to invest in it.
Yeah, but how do you memorize that entire story? That blows my mind.
It's really easy. Is you just visualize it in your head.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
And I
Wingman
had
here.
Iron Force Gym in my story, Miz. Oh my god.
But that's incredible. See?
Weapon supply bin there if you like. Clown there, lucky me. Lucky for you, I've got some extra supplies here.
Sweet. We're already inside the next ring.
Thanks, Miz. I'm so happy.
You're still above 10K viewers too.
Oh, thanks, Miz. Oh, so you're gonna stay on the line?
Yeah, I'm very really.
Ultimate's ready. Let's give
Awesome.
these jokers a show.
Thank you for the 10,000 bits. That's so kind. Oh my gosh. Yes, we're dancing. Oh, okay, bye, Miz.
Wait, why bye?
Anything else?
Attention. Delivering care package.
Here comes the mother load.
Looks like a care package is coming in.
Well,
big things in that.
You know, I kind of just want to, I'll just celebrate with my chat.
Got me eye on an enemy nearby. Broke that enemy
That's
shield.
awesome.
Reloading.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so are you gonna try?
Serving him an enemy here. Joker's shooting at me.
Box 3, dumping the pod.
Clown taken
That's a
down.
fun part. I think you would give up. It is.
Toss and frag.
I can't do this.
Broke that enemy shield. Reload. That's another one down.
I could probably do like 50.
Joker right here. Juicing me shield.
Another team.
Throwing thermite grenade. Throwing Oxstar.
You want me to challenge you?
Where the fuck did that team come from? Oh, they came over here.
I don't know your Venmo. I don't know your Venmo.
Huh? Yeah, that's what you fucking say every single time.
I don't know your Venmo. Well, if you find the, I'm like, oh, thanks, Vince, for getting the Uber, and then you're like, yeah, whatever.
Share, bitch, donation.
Well, okay, we'll do Japan to Disney World.
Making contact with enemy.
Okay, bye, Miz.
What?
Bye.
No, you hang up.
I hung up. Oh my god, I never hang up. That's crazy.
They discovered mass graves with corpses that showed clear signs of abuse and torture. The United Nations Special Procedures released a statement saying, "We are horrified at details emerging from mass graves recently unearthed in the Gaza Strip. Over 390 bodies have been discovered at Nasser and Al-Shifa hospitals, including of women and children, with many reportedly showing signs of torture and summary executions and potential instances of people buried alive." Is it anti-Semitic to state what the UN investigation into these mass graves stated? Are there enough adults in the world who can absorb this accurate information about the atrocities that were committed against innocent people in Gaza, or is that anti-Semitic, Jake?
No, in all seriousness, I believe that the majority of mainstream media, which by the way has not reported this, as far as I know, cable news has not mentioned this once. But they're very concerned about the safety of some people in America. But when you talk about mass graves, etc., why don't they mention this? Because, well, they've been pretending all along that Israel is accidentally killing 24,000 women and children, accidentally doing a Where's Daddy program where they purposely murder their family members, accidentally using snipers to kill children and women. Okay.
Biden is a disgrace, okay? Biden is a full-blown disgrace of a president, of a human being. Okay, all of that nonsense about how he's such a moral and decent person. He really knows how to connect with voters who have suffered from such severe loss. He's such a great guy. Do you think he mentioned this UN investigation?
No.
He gave a speech today about about anti-Semitism and how we must fight it. Which, okay, that's fine, but how about a mention, at least a mention, for the Palestinians who were literally buried alive, based on this investigation by the UN?
Yeah, and so it was okay. It was Holocaust Remembrance Day, and that's why Biden only mentioned Israel and the Jewish part. And I get it. And if he mentioned it on the Holocaust Remembrance Day, a whole heap of people would have ripped his head off, okay? And so who are those heap of people? Yeah, some are media, some are donors, etc. But brother, you can't say on Holocaust Remembrance Day, never again.
As it's happening now.
And then do an asterisk and go, yeah, but it's okay if it's Palestinians or Muslims. It's not okay. And look, so they use the charges of anti-Semitism 24/7 as a political tool, and it's really gross, right? So, but in reality, if you say 1,200 people killed, 860 civilians on October 7th is terrible, which I hope to God you do say, and then you say 34,500 dead in Gaza, 8,000 buried in the rubble. That's over 42,000 dead. Confirmed 24,000 women and children dead is not a big deal. Their lives are not as important as the 1,200 that were lost.
They don't even get a mention.
Yeah.
They don't even get a mention.
They don't even get a mention.
They don't get a
then
mention.
don't say never again. Just don't say it. Just say, hey, if you're American or you're or Israeli or Jewish or certain religions, Christian, whatever, then never again. But Muslims will kill all day long and no one cares. Biden doesn't care. The media doesn't care. And honestly, the reason I brought up anti-Semitism in this context is because if they're going to do false charges of anti-Semitism 24/7 for political purposes to defend this foreign government, well, okay, then if you say that the 24,000 women and children dead are not as important as the 860 dead on the Israeli side, you're being overtly racist. You're saying Muslim lives don't matter. Who gives a damn about Muslim women and children? Let them, Israel should go into Rafah and massacre more innocent women and children?
Here's some more details.
That's an avowedly racist position.
Yeah, they don't care. Here's some more details from the UN investigation. The treatment of pregnant and lactating women continues to be appalling, with the direct bombardment of hospitals and deliberate denial of access to healthcare facilities by Israeli snipers. They refer to it as deliberate. Combined with the lack of beds and medical resources, placing an estimated 50,000 pregnant Palestinian women and 20,000 newborn babies at unimaginable risk. Over 183 women per day are giving birth without pain relief, while hundreds of babies have died because of a lack of electricity to power incubators. The dreadful conditions have resulted in increases in miscarriages by up to 300%. And understandably, the international community sees reports like this. They see the footage of what Gaza looks like, what the bombardments look like, what the pain and suffering looks like. And the International Criminal Court is understandably considering, arrest warrants for people like Benjamin Netanyahu. And in response to that, in response to all of that slaughter, you have Republican members of our Senate writing to the ICC to say, target Israel, and we will target you. Okay, the senators tell ICC Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, adding that they will sanction your employees and associates and bar you and your families from the United States.
By the way, they never threatened this when the same tribunals were looking into war crimes that Americans committed, potentially in Iraq and Afghanistan. So guys, don't tell me that the AIPAC money isn't relevant when all of a sudden they say the one country you cannot ever sanction is not America, but Israel. And if you dare do it to Israel, we'll go after your family members and sanction them if you're one of the good guys, human rights experts that are trying to prevent ethnic cleansing and a genocide. If you live outside America, you've got to be wondering, who the hell are we debating? These things are so obvious and the whole world knows them. Why are you guys getting all worked up about things that are so clear? The top human rights experts in the world have all agreed to this. Because here in America, it's wall-to-wall gaslighting. Establishment media and establishment politicians all pretending that Israel is so moral and just and holy, and they had to do all of this, and the goddamn violent, savage Palestinians made them kill the Palestinians.
Right.
I mean, and so if you live outside the country, you realize that's lunacy. If you live inside America, this is the propaganda we have to deal with 24/7. And our job here is to deliver the truth to you guys and not the nonsense propaganda the mainstream media is trying to brainwash you with.
Head that way, fellas. Well, that'd be an enemy.
A donor lunch, a fundraiser, if you will, over the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump reportedly mocked two of his potential VP picks to their faces, which makes Trump a little more fun, to be honest with you. So what did he say? Well, let's start off with Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who, to be quite honest, I had forgotten was even considered as a potential VP pick. But apparently he said of J.D. Vance, quote, JD has turned out to be incredible. He wasn't a supporter of mine. It shows you I can change him. He was saying things like, this guy's a total disaster. So it is true, if you're unfamiliar with J.D. Vance's origin story, he did start off by being a vociferous critic of Donald Trump, outspoken critic. During the 2016 campaign, Vance had identified himself as Never Trump and said he, I know, right? So embarrassing. And loathed the former president. And once wondered on Twitter, quote, what percentage of the American population has Donald Trump sexually assaulted? Now, Vance's opinion of Trump changed after he realized that pandering to Trump is what you need to do as a Republican candidate in order to gain some favor among the Republican voting base. But he wasn't the only notorious Trump flip-flopper slash bootlicker who was humiliated at this donor lunch. I just wanted to start with Vance because that was the more tame example of Trump humiliating someone. We're going to get to Tim Scott in just a moment.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TRT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business.
I am.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is what he does on a regular basis. That's why when you go to endorse him, you have to be ready for the humiliation that comes as part of the package. And so all these guys knew, or at least should have, I mean, they're the dumbest people in the world if they didn't know that was coming. You remember what he did to Chris Christie and so many others last time around. Like Jeff Sessions, and it goes on and on and on, right? So, they signed up for getting roasted. So that's what he's doing here. You know, there was a Tom Brady roast over the weekend on Netflix. This is the Trump anti-roast, where he roasts everyone else.
Yep.
And he's like, this moron thought he could criticize me, but I broke him in half. Look at this little bitch I brought to you here. Yeah. Bend down, you little loser, okay? You see how I make the losers bend down to me?
It'd be so much fun if one of them was named Chuck. You know Chuck roast? So it's cut of meat. Yeah, okay, anyway. Let's move on to Senator Tim Scott, who's also on the short list as a potential VP pick for Trump. Trump said Scott, who got a big round of applause, was a good candidate, but an unbelievable surrogate, before adding that people thought he was a little bit dull. People are saying that Scott seems a little bit dull, which, by the way, is accurate. A guy always seems like he's about to fall asleep.
Well, two things about that. One is that, look, it's actually the most benign out of all of his insults. And as Anna said many times, he's the best insult comic in the country. And so that was a little tame, right? But even so, imagine any other politician or businessman or anyone else inviting a bunch of people and then roasting them involuntarily in front of an audience. And being like, hey, you see my friend over here? He's so boring. Ha ha, you're so dull. Everybody would be like, what? Why is he doing that?
So bad. No, I mean, it would be like Cenk saying nice things about me and then referencing audience members who have said terrible things about me, right? Like, don't do that.
Like, no, but like, he's trying to pick a VP. That's his number 2, right? So if Anna or I were to say like, oh yeah, Anna's not bad, but she's a little dull, you know? Like right in front of her.
People are saying she's dull. No one's saying that about her.
Yeah, well, that was a
little too salty, a little too spicy.
That's all I mean. But it's just, we've gotten used to Trump being a maniac, but I just wanted to remind you, in any other context, even the most benign of these comments would be outrageous and unbelievable. If Biden said it about his, like, I like Kamala Harris, but she's a little boring, you know what I mean? People are like, what? What did he just say, right?
Like if Biden called one of our biggest allies xenophobes, right? Like that would be pretty outrageous, right?
Yeah.
Which is what Biden did last week in regard to Japan.
I hear you. Biden says other outrageous things, but he doesn't do insults of his own party members. And anyways, and then the last thing is, that's why Tim Scott's leaving. Because he wants his VP to be dull. Remember last time he picked Mike Pence. Because he's such a sensitive little man-child that if anyone gets any of the attention that isn't named Trump, he's like, no, I don't want him getting the attention. I want me getting the attention. So that's him partly bragging about Tim Scott.
And by the way, like this is what Trump is really good at, right? The insult comic part of him is one that I particularly appreciate and enjoy. And I just got to give you a little tasty taste of what I'm talking about. Let's watch.
And then the New York Times did a fake story today, big front page, that JD wasn't sure if he wanted my support. JD is kissing my ass. He wants my support. So I'm 18 points up. If I was 18 points down, he wouldn't want my my support. I'll tell you, Jim Jordan wants my support, and he's doing just fine, right? No, these are fake people. These are dishonest. These are very dishonest people. Did you ever think that she actually appointed you, Tim? And think of it, appointed, and you're the senator of his state, and she endorsed me. You must really hate her. No, it's a shame. It's a shame. Uh-oh. I just love you. No, that's good. That's why he's a great politician. Today was a big story, the biggest story out there. He's engaged to be married. We never thought this was going to happen. What's going on?
I love it. I want more. Give me more.
If you don't know the story, he is referring to Tim Scott being engaged because the rumors are that he's gay. And
Junior
so
Sada Gusman says, revive Mhajajaja.
He's outing his own potential VP as gay.
Doesn't matter you die.
He's
you go ahead and fly,
unbelievable.
'cause you have
But
people
what was
everywhere.
worse,
Or just
although
cheat,
in
don't
Republican
worry,
circles
just
that might be worse. What was worse is he pointed to J.D. Vance in the crowd and was like, J.D. Vance kissed my ass. And then J.D. Vance was like,
Listen.
Oh my God.
There's a real problem in America. There's a real masculinity problem in America.
Yes, and it's among Republican politicians. 100%.
Terrible. Look, there's some nonsense about how Marco Rubio is another potential VP
He's not
pick.
gonna be
That's not. Let's not even waste our breath talking about it. Come on. Really, little Marco? Where did that come from? Did Marco Rubio leak something to make it appear like he was being considered? He's not being considered at all. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from, but it's nonsense. But by the way, guys, look, all this speculation about who the VP is going to be is, in itself, it's fun. It's fun, and I've done it. I'm guilty, okay? But it's all kind of nonsense because Trump's going to pick 5 minutes before he makes the pick. He's going to decide. Because he changes his mind all the time. It's whoever kisses ass last.
It's going to be Rick Scott. No, I mean, look, there was a...
Scott.
I'm sorry, Tim Scott. I misspoke, Tim Scott.
Because that's
Look, I keep going back and forth because there's a part of me that thinks he's going to pick Tulsi Gabbard.
Fucking
right?
A.
Because
Of course.
Tulsi
That's what I get for
might
trying to help my
appeal to some of
fucking
the
team
more
every goddamn
moderate
time.
Republicans who don't know that she's like literally in a...
Why are you trying to get me up?
But I think that even someone as monotone as Tulsi Gabbard might have too much riz for Donald Trump, whereas Tim Scott's not a threat, right? Tim Scott isn't going to outshine him in any way. So I think it might be Tim Scott. We'll see.
Yeah, so for a long time, I thought for sure he was going to go with a woman, so either Marjorie Taylor Greene, Carrie Lake, or Kristi Noem. All three of those now have issues, and he doesn't like how much Carrie Lake hangs around, and she's too obsequious even for Trump. Oh, that's so miserable. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a little too crazy for Trump. Unbelievable. Kristi Noem, a little too vicious for Trump because she murdered her own dog. Unbelievable, okay? So now, having said all this, guys, the most important, so now at this point, if you made me pick today, I'd say Tim Scott. I'd agree with Anna, but he's not gonna pick today. He's gonna pick later, and a million things are gonna happen in between. But last thing is, you have no idea how much we dodged a bullet, because reports are that he actually did the smart thing and offered it to RFK Jr. And if RFK Jr. had accepted, this election would already be over. And so for all of the attacks that the Biden team does on RFK Jr., and some of which are totally merited, by the way, RFK Jr. might have saved the country by not accepting the VP role under Trump. Because if his 10 to 15 points go over to Trump, it's good night, Irene.
Now, final thing that I'll mention about this fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend is that Trump not only humiliated his potential VP picks, he apparently tried to humiliate some of his donors who he alleged weren't donating enough to his campaign. So the Washington Post reports that Trump complained about having to take so many pictures with donors and told people in the crowd that if they didn't get a picture, it was because they didn't give enough money.
Personal?
He also, it's so good. He also claimed that a wedding at the property got preference over the donors because the wedding was paying more per person to be there.
He's so nakedly greedy. It's amazing to watch.
It
He
is,
just
it
says
is, it is. At
Are we
one
watching
point,
solos?
as if he
Looks like
were
we're
at an auction,
solos.
Trump told the crowd, quote, anyone who makes a $1 million donation right now at the Republican Party, to the Republican Party, I will let you come up and speak. Two donors then came to the stage.
I'm back where
told
you
the
landed.
crowd,
Sorry.
Donald J.
No,
Trump
motherfucker,
is
come
the
on.
person
No,
that
motherfucker,
God
what?
has chosen.
Okay, well,
It's forever,
at
come
least that
back.
moron's out $1 million.
You
No,
called me
but,
the
like-
F word?
Listen, you can hate the game, right? But
Is fucker an F
the
word now?
player knows
You
how the
wanna
game
get
is played,
slapped
and he's
around
playing the
like a little
game
bitch
very
you are,
clearly.
or
Like,
what?
I mean, think about the confidence, right?
Is that a threat or a
Yeah, I
promise?
need
What
you
the
guys to
fuck?
donate $1 million if you want to have an opportunity to come
Oh,
up
you
here
wanna
and
come
speak.
out
And
hot?
then 2
Let's
of the
go.
donors did it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's amazing.
And last
All
thing,
right,
guys.
let's do it
So
then, Lifeline.
Donald
Come on.
Trump is not an honest person. He's lied about just about everything you could possibly
You can
imagine,
put on the
right?
mat real quick.
But he has the appearance of honesty because he does things like this. Because an average guy that's looking at that and goes, well, that's not a standard
Come on,
fake
Nabi,
politician.
left
I
line.
mean, he's saying it like it is.
Chupen
And when it comes to
Negrote.
humiliating his friends and allies, he is saying it like it is. When it comes to humiliating even his own donors, he is saying it like it is. But not when it comes to Donald Trump. Then, oh, I won the election. My businesses were amazing. I got out of Vietnam because I had bone spurs in a foot I don't remember. Okay. Oh, the charity money is going to the actual charities.
What?
Right? So, but with that air of authenticity,
No, people like it.
people like it, and that's a giant problem for fake politicians like Biden to compete with.
Yeah, I mean, Biden's playing by old rules that don't appeal to voters, whereas Trump is like, I'm corrupt and I'm being honest about it.
Kinda. Yeah. Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
Welcome back to Paul's Tech News. Be gladdened, my friends, for I bring tidings of hope in these dark times. In just 3 weeks, we shall bear witness to the glorious celebration of computer hardware that is Computex, where myriad manufacturers will give birth to brand new tech so that we may be unshackled from the outdated components of yesteryear and have new shit to buy. But the throes of labor have already begun in the tech world, and I suppose if I'm riding this analogy to the end, the water has already broken, and hence this week's stories issued forth. RTX 5080 and 5090 rumors, new AMD CPUs with silly names, and Intel Arrow Lake leaks. Sometimes I think I get a little too visceral with these intros, but I'm sure Joe chose some tasteful imagery to complement it. On with the tech news.
Excellent!
Today's video is brought to you by Thermaltake's EX Series fans, featuring magnetic force connectors that can daisy chain fans together to simplify installation and cable management. CT120EX fans feature solid all-around performance and a touch of tasteful RGB lighting. The SwaFan EX Series revolutionized case fans by adding swappable fan blades, and the ToughFan EX Pro Series sports best-in-class high static pressure for use with radiators and an aggressive all-black design. And all of them feature larger magnetic force connectors for easy wiring. For more on the EX Series fans from Thermaltake, click the sponsor link in the video description. Rumors continue to swirl about the possible launch of NVIDIA's Blackwell RTX 50 series gaming GPUs, starting on Tuesday when preeminent Twitter leaker Kopite7Kimi replied to a Tech Power-Up article about only the 5090 launching in 2024. Not tour, says Kopite, presumably meaning not true, although it could also be a typo of not sure. But RTX 5080 should be released first, leaves no room for misinterpretation. Then on Thursday, a response article on benchlife.info indicated that NVIDIA is currently testing 4 configurations for Blackwell desktop GPUs, with power draw targets ranging from 250 watts all the way up to 600 watts. Which is not too surprising given the current limits of the RTX 40 series. But this would align with the other rumors of more than one SKU being prepared for launch. And since so much of this is based on unverifiable Twitter leaks, might as well throw one more onto the pile.
I don't know where this
This reply
came from. I'm just fucking with you.
stating quite confidently that they'll be announced at the same time, the 5080 and the 5090, and launched within a few weeks of one another. WCCF Tech seems to think this announcement will occur when NVIDIA hosts a special GeForce event, which will be teased a few days prior, as has been the case with previous launches. Which isn't too unreasonable, although many are still holding out hope that Jensen will lay the RTX 50 series details on us at NVIDIA's totally not Computex affiliated pre-Computex keynote on June 2nd, Computex Eve. The RTX 5080 shooting first theory is an interesting one though, and if true, it could be an indication that NVIDIA is attempting to provide PC gamers with some level of actual availability this year, as the 5080 is expected to be based on the Blackwell GB203 die, which is smaller, meaning better yields and more dies per wafer. There's further speculation that's based on even less evidence that NVIDIA might make the RTX 5090 a dual-chip GPU, and that could delay it to 2025 when TSMC is expected to significantly ramp up their CoWoS capacity. But I think we should leave it at this. The buzz does seem to indicate that NVIDIA will be announcing and possibly launching the RTX 50 series this summer or fall, and the RTX 5080 could very well be on offer. For now, we'll have to wait until more official info comes to light so we can separate rumor from reality. We're also anticipating a new desktop platform and family of CPUs from Intel later this year, codenamed Arrow Lake S, although it's likely going to be a Q3 or Q4 launch, so don't expect too many details at Computex. The latest rumors on this also come from benchlife.info, and if true, we could be looking at the new CPU naming convention for the next generation, reducing the primary value from 4 or 5 digits down to 3. Which Intel will probably claim as a 40% improvement in efficiency. But here it is. The typical trio of KSQ processors will still lead the pack, with the flagship Core Ultra 9 285K with 24 cores, the Core Ultra 7 265K with 20 cores, and the Core Ultra 5 245K with 14 cores. According to rumors, there will still be performance P cores and efficient E cores, but hyper-threading might be done away with, which is a bold move given how long Intel has championed simultaneous multi-threading technology. The KSQs have 125-watt TDPs, so there are also 1, 2, 3 non-K variants referenced at 65 watts, 2 F SKUs without integrated graphics that might be Ultra 5 and Ultra 7 tiered chips, and finally 5 low-power 35-watt T SKUs. Intel is doing many things the same way with their next-gen CPUs, but they're mixing up the formula a lot too, and not just with the names. One must assume that they wouldn't make decisions like killing hyperthreading or aiming for lower clock speeds, 5.5 gigahertz peak for the Ultra 9 285K, again, per rumors, unless they knew the chips could make up for it in other areas. There are also many remaining questions about clock speeds, power limits, voltages, DDR5 speeds, and whether Intel can reestablish and enforce a baseline out-of-the-box profile for motherboard settings that will eliminate the instability woes they've experienced with their current generation of CPUs. Just make sure your new CPUs work, Intel, and we'll all be a lot happier. If you think Intel's new names for their CPUs are awkward, you're right. But AMD is once again providing them with some stiff competition if the info posted by Asus on Tuesday is true. Credit to Harukaze5719 on Twitter for spotting this Asus VivoBook S16 OLED product listing, which says the notebook ships with an as-yet unknown AMD processor, the Ryzen AI 9 HX170, which appears to be one of AMD's upcoming Zen 5-based Strix Point mobile chips. So AMD has been adding NPUs for AI processing to many of their new chips, and while the actual application of such hardware still hasn't been demonstrated to me in a satisfactory way, at least for at-home use by a typical person not running a server farm, AI is often just about hype, and so AMD appears to be hyping up the AI capabilities of their new CPUs by putting AI right there in the name. But just as Intel did away with the I in their CPU name, only to replace it with Ultra, which uses up more letters and takes longer to say, AMD has both reduced our ability to easily say their products' names while simultaneously making them look like they'd be more at home on a car's license plate. They even seem to be copycatting Intel's 3-numeral naming scheme for their new CPUs, because I can't see any other reason for the switch, except they forgot to one-up Intel by making their number 1 higher. which would have made their CPUs that much faster as well. Missed opportunity there. And AMD, if you really wanted to combine Ryzen and AI in your product's name, the answer is right there. Ryzen CPUs. Just swap the Y for AI. Although it would kind of look like Ryzen CPUs. AMD Ryzen CPUs. Sounds delicious. And still way better than the Ryzen AI 9 HX170. Sometimes the tech news comes at you fast. So we must be just as fast with tech news. The laptop SO-DIMM memory standard has been around since 1997, and it's finally time for a changeover. The new solution debuting this week is LPCAMM2, or Low Power Consumption Attached Memory Module 2, which promises a smaller footprint, upgradability, and repairability, as iFixit demonstrated that even the compression connector beneath the module is replaceable. The only downside for now is speeds and pricing are initially lower and higher, respectively, than you'd prefer, seeing that it's $330 for crucial 64-gig module. That's almost Apple-tier RAM price gouging. Almost. We're still waiting patiently for Intel's second-gen...
Hold on, what just happened? I couldn't hear you. What did you say? I had to mute.
You only picked up my banner, my tag, instead of his.
Well, no, but I went to craft and they were both there.
Sorry, what's done is done.
It's okay, I'm back. I'm gonna win the game. It doesn't matter. Actually, I'm probably gonna lose.
Oh shit.
With that attitude, Lifeline, goddammit.
I'm the one who picked you back up. But there's a fight.
Enemy spotted.
I just don't want to get flanked from behind. I know you guys like that, but I'm just not really into it.
I love getting fucking something put in my ass. What the fuck you mean?
We are outside the next ring.
Okay, know me, alright? I'm straight ass nigga.
Care package over there.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Got a replicator coming in.
Tell your girlfriend about it.
Care package over there. I think there's enemies in the area.
That's in there?
Get what you get and do what you do. You guys want to go up here?
Let's explore that way.
Rest of us? I was like hours ago, but passed out. Oh shit, I fell.
Hostile spotted.
What's here?
Good, we're inside.
140?
I have a feeling someone's watching me.
I'm taking fire.
Oh,
damn it.
Top on the wall. Behind you.
Yeah, I'm right here.
No, come on, like,
Oh, I just got sprayed from somewhere. I don't even know where.
Shields are recharging.
I'm spotted. Taking fire.
That went down on him.
Thermite grenade out.
One line behind the veil.
Opening fire.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Countdown.
Get the fucking
Throwing
thing.
thermite.
Just can't help it so long.
Rings nearby. 1 minute.
So why'd you end up going there?
I think there's enemies in the area.
They went up right here.
Say hello.
How did I just get stung like
Damn, I
that?
missed.
Rings not too
Oh,
far.
there's two. Oh my god, in the fucking
I'm taking fire.
Jesus, they fucking ping me or
Joey,
something.
you ready?
What's up? Go.
Oh shit.
Not far from the ring, half a minute.
I'm coming home.
Another squad's attacking. Focus.
They're already here. They're already here. Damn, that was a gibby.
Enemy down.
In progress.
Getting shot at. Reloading. I've been down.
Somebody killed the gibby. He a survivor, bro. A fucking rat.
Yeah, I'm a rat. I'm digging a tunnel under there. Here's the cheese. Please. Call me Splinter. I'll train your Ninja Turtles. I'm just playing for points. I got 53 right now. How about you? What do you got?
More than that.
Oh, well, that's cool. But I was keeping you alive and getting you more than that right now.
Not for points. You get 1 kill and you get more than that. But...
That's cool, but right now I can't do that with 2 teammates that are dead and me alive.
You've been with me.
I could have been with you, but I wasn't with you. And you knew I wasn't with you. Then we'll fight you die.
Rings not that far.
I haven't done that much damage, but I've done something throughout the fights. That's all I can do. Look at that. One guy just got up over there. This is nuts. What the fuck?
What weapon do you have? Is
One's coming to me. One's coming to me, I think. I got the jump out when I get to this. I can get out of here, I think. They're gonna have to jump off. I don't think anyone can come down this lane right now unless this guy's coming right back here.
Only 10 seconds left.
I'm gonna wait run once the storm hits me.
Warning. Closing.
Final ring. Good.
Battle Mage GPUs to debut, so it's interesting to already hear news of their 3rd gen Celestial architecture. But according to Prakar Verma on Twitter, that's exactly what Panther Lake will ship with. Panther Lake is the code name for mobile CPUs coming in 2025 at the earliest, but they'll apparently be paired up with Celestial class iGPUs featuring XE3 cores, or 3rd gen XE cores. Also per the rumor, the XE3 iGPU is 40% faster than XE2, but that could simply be based on the core configuration having 40% more cores. It does sound like good news though that Celestial is still on track. VESA unveiled a new set of standards for classifying HDR displays on Tuesday, dubbed Display HDR 1.2, which includes new luminance, color gamut, and color accuracy requirements that should make it tougher for any old off-the-shelf panel to get slapped with a Display HDR 400 sticker. No new tiers are being introduced, but specs and requirements are now tighter, making the certification more meaningful. It's especially nice that 10-bit or 8-bit plus FRC and wide color gamut support is now required across all the Display HDR spec levels. So if you're display shopping and you want HDR, look for that 1.2 certification. PCI Express 5.0 sure is fast, but you know what's faster? PCIe 6.0. It is so fast, in fact, that when connected devices attempt to saturate a by-16 connection, which peaks at 121 gigabytes per second of throughput, they overheat. And so Phoronix has been developing a Linux driver that can automatically downclock the 16 gigahertz PCIe connection, or even reduce the number of lanes in order to keep connected devices like GPU arrays from cooking themselves. So naturally, the follow-up question is, when we home enthusiasts will also gain access to hardware melting PCIe 6.0 technology. I'll probably just run my system with the side panel off and a fan pointed at it like I did in college. So it turns out that when the Asus ROG Ally price dropped back in March, they might have had this in mind. A new Ally, but not the Ally 2, the Ally X. X is way cooler. And it will be launching in the second half of this year. And it will be formally announced on June 2nd. Hey, that's when Computex is. It will cost more, and it will still use the same screen and processor. Wait, really? Yeah, the same AMD Z1 Extreme chipset and the same 7-inch 120Hz variable refresh rate screen for the Verge, but it will be black instead of white, which I actually think is a good idea for a handheld gaming device. It might have more than 16 gigs of memory, but we're not sure how much. It should have a longer M.2 slot, not sure if it's 2280 or not, and it'll have one main functional upgrade with a 30 to 40% higher capacity battery, which is also a good idea for a handheld gaming device. Hopefully the ROG Ally X will be better received than the Asus announcement video for the ROG Ally X, which started late, was an hour long, and shared barely any more information than what I have just shared in the past minute. How efficient. But there you have it, guys. Tech news for the week, and if you liked it, click that like button or leave me a comment down below. While you're down there, all the articles I talked about today are linked in the video's description if you're interested, and you can check out my store at paulshardware.net for high-quality merchandise, t-shirts, hoodies, gear sets, and more. Subscribing to my channel is always a good call, too. Thanks again, everyone, and we'll see you next week.
Rings in our neighborhood and one close to 30.
Hi and welcome back to a new video. DDR5 has been out for about 2.5 years now. It came out to the market in parallel to the 12,900K. Back then the kits were quite slow, about 4,800 C40 were the first kits available, and also pretty expensive. Now that DDR5 prices came down and also very fast kits are available, I thought of making a quick update about DDR5. Especially, I reached out to V-Color and they sent me those quite nice kits. This one is a typical high-frequency,
battery low.
8200 C40. Running these kits always requires
Charging
a
battery.
CPU that can handle the high memory frequency and also a motherboard that can handle the frequency. But now we also have those low latency kits, like this one, 5600 C26. Then I asked myself the question how those low latency kits perform in the real world and if they are a good alternative maybe to high frequency kits. Typically you don't need such a high-end motherboard and also not such a high-end IMC CPU to handle the lower latency, and that's what I want to compare in today's video. This video is powered by Seasonic with their MagFlow fans. These non-RGB fans combine both a low noise level and at the same time high airflow. In addition, they come with the perfect daisy chaining cable management system. Depending on your requirements, you can connect a different amount of fans directly with each other. For example, 2 or 3 fans for water cooling on a radiator. The fans are held together with a magnetic system which is extremely strong and also electrically connects the fans. With additional adapters, you can extend this even further. So for example, 2 fans on top of your PC for the AIO and a 3rd fan as cable socket. Find out more about these MagFlow fans in the description below. These are the 2 kits we're going to use, 8200 C40 on the left. This is also a dual 16GB kit, while the right one with the lower latency is a dual 16GB kit. Unfortunately, I couldn't find yet a dual 24GB kit with this kind of low latency, but I think the pure capacity of the modules shouldn't matter for the gaming performance in comparison. One easy way is for memory benchmark, so in read with 8200 C40 we have about 125 GB per second, write about the same, so 123 GB per second. If we repeat the same testing with the 5000 C26 kit, you can see we already use about 30% performance when we go right.
Oh, I'm not
down
left on
from about 125 to 89 gigabytes per second. And in latency, it went up from about 59 to 68 nanoseconds. To see how big the influence of the timings on the testing result is, I decided to simply take the low latency kit to the latency of the fast kit. So we're changing from C26 to C40. Now the interesting thing is that both read and write don't change a lot in ADAS64. That's almost measurement tolerance. There's only a big impact on latency, well, not that big, but it's about 10 nanoseconds difference. So the overall difference from C26 to C40 might be a lot less than you maybe think. Back in BIOS, I want to talk about the refresh interval. So if we go down, we see here is TREFI, and currently this is 5,500 in my case, and you can try this value, which is rather high, but in theory I could go even higher. I could go up to 262K, but I'm not sure if that will work. It also doesn't work on a lot of boards and memory kits, so that's the value I want to try first and see the impact. We're back at the 5600 C26, but you can see read improved by about 5% and also latency decreased from 69 to about 64 nanoseconds. With memory sticks, the data is stored in cells, basically tiny capacitors, and they can lose the information very quickly within milliseconds. So if you take off the power of the memory module, it will just lose its information instantly. That's why those refresh intervals are required to constantly refresh the information, to keep checking if the cell is either a 0 or a 1. And this tweak with adjusting TREFI is basically, delaying the refresh interval. It is causing the memory stick to perform less of those refresh intervals, which means that in theory, the memory stick has more time to perform other actions, such as a read or write cycle, and that's why the performance increases. But it can also have the disadvantage that your data might be less accurate. So for example, if you have two less refresh intervals, then it might be a 0 instead of a 1 in one of your memory cells, which might not be that relevant for gaming, but it can cause instability. And it will also cause your memory modules to become much warmer. That means you will definitely have to have additional airflow on your memory modules, or maybe even active cooling to do those kind of tweaks, especially if you go up into the higher regions of 65K or above. In total, I tested 4 different games, starting with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I typically selected a lower resolution, such as 1080p for Assassin's Creed, and the setup is RTX 4090 with the 4900 KS with unlocked power limit. So in those conditions, you are typically running into the CPU limit, so just the CPU bottleneck. That also means that if you cannot really find a big difference in these scenarios, most likely in a more realistic daily scenarios, according to the difference might be much smaller than what we can see here. In total, I tested 6 different memory configurations, starting with the 5600 kit with the stock timings, so C26, then also with a slower C40, and then back to the C26, also with the set TREFI. In addition, I picked this 6000 C30 kit, which I think is very common when it comes to price-performance ratio, and then the kit I was talking about with 8200 C40. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, the differences between those different configurations are very small, except for the 5600 C40 configuration, which is just pretty slow. But if you look at the average FPS, they're all pretty close together.
I'd kind of just wait for a second and see,
FPS.
but I think the one to your right is probably
you can see bigger
best
differences,
because I
but
think
they're
people are
still
going to be
small.
coming in.
So for example, the 5600 C26 to 8200 C40, there's just 4% difference.
The
In
one right in
Cyberpunk
front of you, if you keep going
2077
straight.
with 1080p resolution and disabled ray tracing, it's a little bit different. 5600 C40 is still pretty slow, and also between 5600 C26 with TREFI
Don't hit the
and
Evo
without,
until we're in,
there's
though.
almost no difference.
I think we'll
But
be
if you
purple.
compare it to the 8200 C40 kits, there is a performance improvement of about 11% due to the very fast memory kit. The 6000 C30 is in the middle and it's only slightly faster than 5600 C26. In Counter-Strike 2 with 4K resolutions, max settings and also disabled FPS limits, only the 5600 C40 is again slow. But the rest, there is almost no difference between those different configurations. Interestingly though, if you take a look at the TREFI tweaks, This was the only scenario where this led to a performance decrease. That was surprising. And in this scenario of Counter-Strike 2, the 8200 kit would not be worth the price over 6330. However, if we switch to Valorant, there are much bigger differences. Again, it's 4K resolution, but with our RTX 4090, the system is constantly running into the CPU limit. Comparing the 8200 Megatransfers kit with TR-EFI tweak and the slow 5600C40, we see a difference of 20%. And what actually impressed me the most was running the 5600 kit with TR-EFI tweak. This increased the performance by 17%. That was much more than I expected. And in this configuration, it was only 3% slower than 8200. At this point, I would also like to thank Splave for pointing me towards the TR-EFI tweak. That was definitely impressive and much more than I expected, especially in the Valorant scenario. It was impressive how much more performance we could get with the 5600 kit just by setting this special tweak. But as I said before, keep in mind there might be downsides like stability issues and also that your memory sticks will get much warmer with this tweak. But if you're asking yourself the question, what kind of kit should I get? Should I get low latency or higher frequency? We can definitely see that in every case, generally speaking, the higher frequency will win, even if the higher frequency will have bad timings. But you had the direct comparison, for example, with 5600 C40 to 8200 C40. There is a huge gap in between those different configurations. But again, the scenarios we looked at were specifically taken because you can see bigger differences there. Again, that means if you run a daily system, higher resolution, more in the GPU limit, you will probably not see those differences. The only benefit of running a lower clock is that it's much easier to do in a daily system. You don't have to pay for such an expensive motherboard, and it's usually less hassle. Especially 8000 and upwards kits are usually not that easy to run, especially depending on the motherboard, and sometimes your CPU IMC is not even capable of doing it, so you might end up never being able to run that specific clock on your memory, even though the memory sticks are validated at this specific clock. Overall, going with a more relaxed configuration like 6000 C30 is probably still the king, because you will lose a very little performance, but you can save a ton of money and a ton of hassle. At least here in Germany, those kits are pretty cheap. If you're looking for a 32 gigabytes with dual 16, they start around 110, 120 euro. And especially compared to like 5600 C26, I would always go for 6000 C30 and probably avoid anything that's like 8000 plus, at least for a daily system. If you're benchmarking, that's obviously a different topic. All right, but if you're asking yourself the question, should I go for very low latency or high frequency? High frequency will definitely win. Thanks for tuning in. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Care package over there. Care package over there. Hostile spotted. Target spotted. I'm spotted. Taking fire. Another level, another upgrade. Crafting. Give me a sec. Recharging my shield. Hostile close. Already got down. Enemy shields broke. Reloading. You and me now.
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
The champion made a poor choice. Target over there.
Reloading. Don't worry, I got the squad mates banner. Reloading.
Welcome back, you legends. Here's a champ.
Calling in a landline package.
Got an upgrade waiting. 2 choices, 2 roads.
This is cool. We will get back to that. But I want you to watch these shots. Like, just take a look real quick. Product B-roll is an art. And when you get it right, just mwah. You know, so we're going to show you some of our tricks that we use to do it. Most of these, they don't even need any special equipment. You can just do them right now by yourself.
They're aiming right at you.
Phasing.
I don't know how to tell you this, but we've got 5 new designs to play the mouse pads out. 4 of them are there's that. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to tell you. 4 or 5 brand new, beautiful designs.
They're trying to flank me. They're trying to flank me. They're trying to flank me.
Also, there's one more thing.
Upgrades ready.
We're gonna get third party.
8 hours of copyright-free music. 4 more hours of lo-fi, 2 more hours of EDM, I think 2 new hours of synthwave. I'll put a link to where you can find all this. It's all on Spotify, Apple Music.
Recharging my shields.
At the top of the playlist on Spotify, so go enjoy them. Totally free. Go use them in your live streams and your YouTube videos.
Rat.
I'm gonna now pass this off.
Where we get? We're gonna rat.
Less than 30 seconds. Rings
Pretty as
nearby.
they do. His name's Dustin, if you haven't seen him in these videos before. He's the editor, and basically
Every little
the other
choice
half,
changes
probably the
the
other
path.
80% of this channel. I just sit here and talk to the camera, and then he does the heavy lifting. So, Dustin, let people know how to make really good B-roll product shots. I'll be back at the end.
Setting a portal.
Hang out.
Oh, hi. So before I get started, I
10
want to tell you what the goal and the overall theme that I'm kind of going with this video and these tips is that you can do a lot with very little. Because I know the first thing you're probably going to say, I've got this setup back here behind me, is, well, I don't have these lights. They're kind of out of frame, so you can't really see them. Don't worry, we're going to shut them off. I'm going to do this stuff
I downed an
right
enemy.
now. I'm also going to be shooting on the Sony lens or whatever, just to get away with very little. The first is some lighting ideas. Okay, so all the lights are off now, and I'm going to kind of show you my go-to way of, and that is doing top-down lighting. And these lights, these are the new Elgato Neo lights. So we're using these lights as well. They're very affordable. They don't have to be these Elgato Neo lights. I'm just showing you like a budget option. They could be $50 lights.
I ranked up. Getting closer.
lights. They could be $20 lights. I would probably turn up the brightness all the way. But yeah, just go over the top like this and kind of point it a little bit towards the lens like this. And that's basically it. As an example, a lot of people kind of do this side lighting, which is also good. Like, this doesn't necessarily look bad, but I think just this top-down lighting really looks nice for products. And if you want to make the product kind of stand out a bit more from your background, all you got to do is add another light as kind of a more like edge light. This probably would do better on the other side, but I'm gonna just go with it right here. I'm also gonna turn the brightness down on this light a little bit. There we go. So we're getting more of something to kind of edge the back of the product so it stands out from the background. And then we just take right here and find a good spot.
And I'm a hell of a warrior.
That looks pretty good for me. So there you go. There's lighting tip number 1. I'll also show a before and after with the edge light and without the edge light. Oh, and if you want to add a bit more flare as well to the shot, I would just do a little tiny push in post-production, so just add some zoom keyframes, and it just kind of makes the clip feel a bit more, I don't know, dynamic, I guess is the best way. So for this one, I'm gonna give you an idea that people don't really think of, moving the light across the product. So I'm gonna still leave the lighting like this on the back to give it an edge, or the rear of the product. Then I'm gonna take this light, and I'm gonna just kind of have it off camera like this. And then all I'm gonna do is just move the light, like sweep it across the product and then out. So just take it and sweep it slowly across the product. There you go. So for this next one, I wanna show you how you can basically
dropping in.
Macro shots
Hang on.
without having to buy a macro lens. The macro means you're getting like really close and tight on products. And a lens like this costs like $1,000, so it's like kind of expensive sometimes. There are cheaper options out there. I'm going to show you I'll leave a link in the description. They're called diodes. They look like this. They're basically just pieces of glass that will magnify whatever you're looking at, whatever your camera is looking at. This is as close as I can focus.
Oh my god, I got them both all cracked over here.
I can't focus any closer than I am right
Finish
now.
it.
But I really want to get like a nice shot of the lens on this webcam. So when I take my diopter and put it in front of my lens, notice that it's now in focus. So now we can get macro shots for only, these ones cost $15, and it comes with a bunch of different like magnification options. So there's 4 in this one, and yeah, it only costs $15, which I think is a much better option than having to spend like $1,000 on a lens. And these things can go on any lens, so they can go in front of any lens. In fact, the one I'm using right now is actually too big for this lens, but I'm just holding it in front of the lens, and yeah, it's getting me the shot that I'm looking for. So for this one, I want to show you how you could get a cool background without having to buy like a cyc or something like that, by basically utilizing something probably
picked up our teammate's banner.
And guess what? It can give you unlimited options and types of backgrounds, and that's by just using a TV. You might have actually seen me do this on the webcam video of the Facecam 2, the Elgato Facecam 2, the one we're filming right now. And I did one where I played this video where I kind of did like this explosion. And yeah, anyways, so right now I'm just got this cool kind of space looking background that's, you know, just giving some movement to the background. And yeah, it's a cool way to just, you know, give yourself a different look. I will say one thing you may have to mess with is your shutter speed, because it may give you some like weird kind of moving lines on the TV if it's kind of like a cheaper TV. So just kind of mess with your shutter speed, and once those lines go away, then yeah, you're good.
If you've ever wanted your shot to look like this, instead of this guy. This is the Smoke Ninja, and this is my new favorite toy lately. You don't have to use this one. I'm just talking about putting this into the air to create something called volumetric lighting. This thing, I'm working with this company right now to make some really cool stuff for streams.
You kill leaders beyond the way to the top for a speech.
Shots having by far the most popular designs, the black and the white ones, and the black ones and the white ones. It doesn't matter how much effort we put into the colored ones.
I'm
People
gonna
want the
find a
black and
PK.
white ones, and I get it. I'll put a link down below, of course. And while you're down there, hit the like button if you haven't already. I'm heading out to Japan in 3 days, so I'm gonna go and shoot the next video, probably in this same outfit.
Gotta hop up here.
It is what it is. Love you guys, and as always,
Dibs.
happy streaming.
Oh yeah.
Remember when you guys died earlier?
What?
What is up, peeps? Welcome back to the channel. In a recent stream, Dr. Disrespect giving the new Warzone and Call of Duty a try, and he had an interesting time. You guys missed the clip between him and Z-Laner. They actually got their first win in Warzone, which was a great feat to see. You could say what you want about Z-Laner and Doc. They have a great duo, great chemistry between the two, but the game definitely did Doc dirty on this now viral clip at the end of their first Warzone win.
You guys ain't gonna res nothing. You ain't gonna res nothing. You ain't gonna res nothing. You're not gonna res shit. You ain't gonna res nothing. Come on, baby. Damn, that Fennec was like
Got my upgrade.
dead.
Let's see where it takes me.
I might have to make a class with the Fennec. Look at this little cutscene.
Little cutscene after too.
Let's see how we did. Ooh, Z with the sniper, huh?
Just bought back.
Crafting. Do not bloody disturb.
And it was also around the same time where Doc gave his thoughts on Call of Duty. And the reason why we're making this video, a crazy thought that came to mind. I'm not sure how serious he is, but I'm always curious what you guys think on these topics. Thanks to all of you guys who've been leaving likes and comments. That comment section usually does pretty well on these Call of Duty talks and discussions, as Doc goes on to say that Warzone and Call of Duty should be controller only. Given the disparity, it seems, according to him, between controller and what they can do and mouse and keyboard players, borderline unplayable, and he thinks Call of Duty should be controller only.
By keeping focused.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
It's unbelievable.
Where's anybody have sniper ammo?
Got a replicator coming in.
Over to the building, climbed to the rooftop, didn't hear any fucking audio.
I don't have fucking sniper ammo, asshole.
Attention. There is
Is
a
that
new
better?
kill.
No.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
So you don't have any?
He still wins that.
Asked and answered.
Oh.
Are you okay?
Dude, it's time for Call of Duty to update their fucking servers, man. The tick rate, this 16 tick rate in 2023 is just not fucking cutting it. Corny. It's just a corny, you can't take this game seriously experience. Corny. Especially on mouse.
Care package over there.
Like if you're a mouse and keyboard player, it's just this game out of all games. It's just it's a corny. I don't think they should make Call of Duty available for mouse and keyboard. That's how bad it is. I feel like it should just be straight up controller only. You can only play Call of Duty on controller.
And hey guys, I don't know what to say about this. I probably haven't played enough Warzone or MW3 to have a chance at this discussion, and I also suck, but I'm also a mouse and keyboard player. And I will say, I've had an extremely difficult time. If you look at a game like this, you're gonna find it be dominated at the pro team, the tippity top level. Most of them are controller players. So I do think there's maybe some validity to this argument, but not something that I can step in on. I would love to see the pro players and the streamers talk about mouse and keyboard versus controller for Warzone and Call of Duty, but presumably when you hop into the CDL, I'm not even sure if keyboard players are allowed, but you see them, all of them, controller players. A majority of the Warzone streamers are controller players, and so I ask all of you guys, do you think there is that widely known disparity between the two outputs or input selections? And what do you think Call of Duty should do? Obviously, they're going to remain open to mouse and keyboard and controller so we can have this argument and discussion year in and year out, and I'm still going to pay the $70 to play a good Call of Duty and also then hop into Warzone for free. So what do you guys, I just thought it was a wild headline. Like Dr. Disrespect thinks COD should be controller only. I don't take him that seriously, but I'm definitely down to see how people respond, you know? What do you guys think? So next time, take care of yourselves. Also, we got a brand new sponsor for caffeinated beverage. So I will be saying drink your water, drink your coffee, and also drink your buff. It's great to see a smaller company brought up by a couple of guys, and we are now officially partnered with them. So gonna have some cool stuff coming. What do you guys think about Doc and his thoughts on Call of Duty and Warzone? Until next time, take care of yourselves. All right, drink up. We'll see you back here sometime soon.
This is news that I certainly didn't see coming. Do you remember Roger Penrose's idea that the human brain uses quantum effects in microtubules and that those are the origin of consciousness? Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy. But, well, it seems that he was right, at least about the microtubules. What the heck are microtubules? Microtubules are big molecules, basically. They are essential parts of all cells in the human body and play a big role for signal transport in the human brain. They're polymers that combine two tubes and are made of smaller components called tubulin. So the tubes are made of tubules that are made of tubulin. It's tubes all the way down, people. Roger Penrose now has this idea that consciousness can't be explained by a computable process. So there needs to be an uncomputable element in the brain, and that can only be the collapse of the wave function in quantum mechanics. The collapse is when a quantum distribution of possibilities collapses to one actuality. His hypothesis is that this happens in the human brain, and that's what creates conscious thought. Why the collapse of the wave function? Because we know that all the rest is computable, so that's the only place you can hide something non-computable. The problem with this idea, as many physicists have pointed out, is that the human brain is a warm and noisy place, and those are generally not very welcoming to quantum physics. There's a reason that current-day quantum computers are suspended from 3 levels of shock absorbers and cooled to a few millikelvin. It's not just because it looks impressive, though there's that. It's because otherwise the quantum effects just go away too quickly to do any computing with them. For Penrose's idea to make any sense, you'd have to have quantum effects survive in the human brain at least until a neuron has managed to fire. And the human brain is ridiculously slow in its firing. Even the most basic estimates say that it wouldn't work out. Penrose originally didn't say anything about specifically how these quantum effects should come about in the human brain, but he later teamed up with Stuart Hameroff, a neurobiologist who had this idea that it'd be the microtubules. The microtubules, Hameroff convinced Penrose, can basically synchronize due to quantum effects, and that helps the quantum effect survive for long enough to play a role in conscious thought. That still doesn't explain what any of this has to do with consciousness, but at least that'd make it plausible that the collapse of the wave function plays any role in the human brain. I've heard more than one person say, what a pity that Penrose fell for this crazy Hameroff person. But well, I've met both Penrose and Hameroff, and they're both crazy, of course, but neither of them is stupid. So, what are we to this microtubule business. Now comes this new paper from a group that doesn't seem to have anything to do with either Penrose or Hameroff, and they say that they have clear evidence that these microtubules actually do display real quantum effects. More specifically, it's a process called superradiance. It basically requires the molecules to have quantum links to each other to achieve a larger emission of light. They first built a computer model for how the tubulin molecules combine to microtubules and how they would absorb light. Then they also tested this in the laboratory and they found good agreement. Both theoretically and experimentally, they say that yes, these tubules can display quantum effects. They didn't actually test it in a cell, just in a solution, but it's at room temperature. And they say the super radiant effect basically doesn't care about the environmental noise. This is very interesting, just because it's an example for quantum enhanced effect that seems to be unexpectedly robust. I'd be surprised if not the quantum computing people will try to use it. Another interesting part of the paper is that they say that the quantum effects in these microtubules can do something else, which is that they become much more efficient at absorbing ultraviolet light and redistributing it to lower energies. That is, they basically protect cells from the potential harm of ultraviolet light. In the press release, the researchers say if these quantum effects fail, that might play a role for degenerative brain diseases. I'm somewhat skeptical about this, but then this isn't my research area. What does any of this have to do with consciousness? Nothing really. The last time I looked, we did need brain cells for consciousness. There seems to be a big logical gap between there are quantum effects in human brains and quantum effects create consciousness. They come to think of it, maybe the time has come for a quantum consciousness startup. I recently read a paper saying that large language models are currently totally dominated by English language text. It bothers me because I believe that speaking in a different language with different words and different grammar does give you a somewhat different view of the world. I've recently been brushing up my French with Babel, and no, je ne regrette rien. Babel is one of the most widely used language learning apps in the world, and that's for a good reason. It's super easy to use, works on your phone or your browser, and gets you to your goal quickly. Their lessons are designed for language teachers, and you can complete them step by step whenever you find the time. The best thing about Babel is that it teaches real-world conversation, such as travel, business, relationships, asking where the restroom is, stuff you actually need. And I have an amazing special offer for you today. If you use our link in the info below, you'll get 60% off your subscription. That's 60. Yes, 60% off, and you have a 20-day money-back guarantee.
I don't even take a hit in that.
Tu ne le regretteras pas.
I
Thanks
put
for
down
watching.
one shot.
See you tomorrow.
You know, it counted.
Maybe you can clutch because you have clear comms. Because you can hear your surroundings.
I just clutch because I'm nice.
And can we also...
Extra supplies here. Use them to use stock here. Level 2. Going out again.
And can we also... Well, stop hurting her. Okay, chat.
Application interests me.
It's just numbers. It's really not that hard.
I need energy ammo. Optics here. Close range.
So,
attention.
I am here to teach you the exact method that I will be implementing to memorize
My
1,000
ultimate is prepared. Do not slow me down.
I went to Walmart today to buy these. These are kid sunglasses, and then I just like popped out the sunglass part.
Marked my next location.
Yes. So it's quite simple, really.
Never mind. That location interests me.
Let me show you. I have this table that I will be making. So I'm gonna need a lot of chat's help. This is called the Dominic method.
This will bind them.
Dominic method.
Enemy down.
Where basically
Made it to the next level. One
every
upgrade at a time.
number
Targeting that spot.
translates into a letter.
Supply bin here.
Very easy. So,
Reloading. Enemy killed.
basically, 0 represents an O, 1 represents A, 2 represents
I need energy ammo.
Chat is getting so excited for the 1,000 gifted, but is not even gonna happen. 5 represents E.
I see. Even you.
I don't have good weapons, bro. I've got no long ways.
7 is G. 8 is H. 9 is N. Okay.
Adequate
So,
for someone so unsophisticated.
so these numbers.
Got an upgrade to choose.
Every number is a letter. All right. So that's good. Very good. And then I'm going to be memorizing pairs of numbers.
Meet
So,
me here.
0, 0
Hostile
is
close.
00. 0, 1 is
Crafting. Keeping focus.
okay. 0,
I ain't
2
going
is
through
08.
that. You guys are insane.
So if like a
Absolutely
8, 2
worst mistakes I've
is
ever seen.
in
You're gonna get
pi,
pinned
that means I'm
at the end of that.
memorizing something
If
that
I
is
was them, I would turn and pin you right there.
HB.
Enemy shield
Okay.
Let's go over
I'm
there.
lost.
Enemy over there.
Do you get it? Do you get it? Okay. So 8-2 represents HB. 7-4 represents G.
Grenade incoming. To the right out.
Okay. And so then
Frag out.
I'll
Got my
be
upgrade.
memorizing
Let's see where it takes me.
groups of 6.
A
Okay.
new kill leader.
Groups of 6.
We have our target.
I think this is a really good method. It's just like it's gonna take a while. So it's gonna be 6 numbers,
We should go there. I got them.
and this means person, object, action, object. So every person is gonna be doing an action, and they'll have an object in my mind palace. Just let me cook. I think we can do 1,000. This is totally doable.
Should you buy Gigabyte GPU in 2024? Do they have a reputable warranty? Can you trust their RMA process? Today we're going to find out. Hello, Internet. Today we have this 3080 that was denied warranty because of this sticker here, which points to a small crack. However, I think this small crack was just an excuse to deny a GPU replacement. Allow me to demonstrate. First and most important thing to note is that the warranty seal is not broken.
The enemy is moving in.
The diagnostics card simply looked at it and called it a user damage, completely disregarding what's under the hood. After I took it apart, I found short on 1.8 volt and PEX. So I started looking around with a thermal camera, and I didn't see anything obvious.
Until
I wiped the thermal paste from the bottom of the core, and then I saw this.
oh my god.
Core is cracked. I don't know why, and I don't care. What I do care about is the reason for denial of warranty was false, and that little crack on the back had little to nothing to do with the problem, and it was used as an excuse. Moving on, another 3080 from the same RMA with the exact same arrow in the exact same place.
Heavy ammo here.
And yes, peel the sticker away, the very same warranty sticker was still intact. So now we know that the Gigabyte RMA are doing their diagnostics the exact same way. Once card was opened, I wiped the core so we won't miss the surprise anymore, and proceeded with the measurements and found short on PEX. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what killed this card, not the crack. If anything, according to my crack repairing experience, crack affects several NVDD phases, and not 1.8 or PEX rail. So, my conclusion here is core had an internal failure. Gigabyte found the crack, assume it was the cause, and move on with their daily life. All is good. Oh, if you think the Gigabyte is bad,
sorry.
Watch this video here about Asus. Goodbye.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Care pack. Need to recharge my shields.
I'm safe now. You need to come back to me? Again, I don't already sort of...
Yeah, go and come back.
Oh, people below you are shooting.
Oh, I have to talk about my story. Okay, so yesterday, Always On got canceled because it got the Airbnb that we ordered got double booked, which is crazy. Like, have you ever heard of that? Have you ever heard of
I'm taking shots.
Don't come back! Don't come back! What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh, good.
Are you trying to get me killed, sir? What are you doing over there? You lying to me like that? The fuck is that?
Dude, come back. Race, come back.
I ain't coming back. Oh,
for the stream, there was a
I guess you guys are smoking crack.
Squad's attacking.
And we were to pull up
Going to
when
phase.
the family was there, right? So it was like so out of our control, like no idea what happened. But Jacob
Recharging
got
my
really
shields.
mad. So Jacob helped like plan all the streams.
Replicator incoming.
He was so mad. He was like, "Oh my god!" Apparently, we book it again.
Reloading.
1 minute.
We get it for free.
I'm under fire.
Which better be the case.
Patching myself
like,
up.
If they mess up the first time, better be free the next time.
Nearby.
So
Take a moment to
we get to we'll go back like I think end of May is the new.
Need my ring. And closing in 45.
So what is up, ladies and gentlemen of the internet? I thought I'd talk to you a little bit today about can AMD actually compete next gen? Can they bring out a card that will compete with NVIDIA's?
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
Can they bring out something that might actually worry NVIDIA, right? Because we've seen the 7900 XTX, we've seen the 7900 XT, and the overall feeling of those cards was that it was underwhelming. It didn't perform as well as we all thought it would. I don't even believe it performed as well as NVIDIA thought it would. And that's interesting. If you bring in ray tracing, it's a slam dunk annihilation.
Found by my hand.
Now, a lot of people out there say I don't care about ray tracing, I don't turn it on. Even the NVIDIA
Standing by for care package.
I don't turn it on, I don't use it, it's not really a thing for me, blah blah blah. If there's anything to be taken out of this, is a fundamental failure of NVIDIA to sell ray tracing as a feature. Nobody really cares about it, nobody really wants to do it.
Tear through. Adequate
As a
for someone so
I think if it didn't cost as much in terms of frames per second, I think everyone would be rolling in behind ray tracing. I think it's the massive loss of frame rate. It's that taking that 4090, that's a fucking 4K card, and I mean it's a 4K card, and turning it into a 40 and 40p for card by turning on ray tracing. I think that
Let's check out that
affects
one.
this ray tracing feature. I think if it didn't do
Heads
that,
up.
I think
Not all
I
of us
got
are in the
this
ring.
area on top. I've got the high ground.
I
I
think a
didn't
lot of
even
people
get up
turn
to
it off
me
because
before.
they
Oh, there you go.
That's
Hello,
just my
Jerome.
opinion and what I've seen from my community as a whole.
Replicator incoming.
Jerome is here! Don't fuck with
In
Jerome!
terms of, you know,
He's come to your
7900
home to fuck your
XTX,
wife and
so
your children.
on the podcast overlay, how did that get there? So
But
I'm like, I
only
want
if
you to
they're
subscribe
over
to Taking on the
18.
podcast. Myself and Chris, the Good Old Gamer, go live every Wednesday.
Rampage. Hemlock here.
I get people to do that.
So here's the 7900 XT X, and if you see, it is the second fastest card in the world. Yes, it's still
45
faster
seconds and a
than
nearby
the
ring.
4080
We strategized effectively.
by
Crafting.
but it's the second fastest graphics card in the world. So those who say AMD don't compete,
Placing a portal.
I'm under fire.
according to this chart,
Recharging
I'm sure
shield.
there's other charts out there that show it even further behind or even closer. I don't remember.
Set the portal.
If you look at
You're in their
this
sights.
card's fundamentally I think
Another level. Another upgrade.
and from
10 seconds.
Let's push you in. Focus. Do not let them best you again.
Here and that's fundamental.
Pass.
This card does not clock
Warning.
very fast for a die shrunken
Rings coming in.
shrunken architecture. I mean, if you look at the 6950 XT,
Jump pad there. Hold on.
Jump!
I mean,
You give it up, I'll make me happy.
Heal.
fundamentally,
Give it to me.
this card,
Jump for my love.
it runs at 6-ish gigahertz when you just leave it.
Putting a Phoenix kit to use.
And I've used an AMD 7900 XTX, and it clocks around the same. So they both fundamentally clock around the same. There was no inherent frequency increase. But also, if you go to 7900 XTX and you look at power draw, it's drawing down near 400.
Throwing thermite grenade.
Marks pinpointed.
Can I get a shield drone up here? Jerome, can I get a shield drone?
If you don't know anything about it anyway,
I'm not on that point, dumbass.
300mm squared.
Oh, what the fuck? I don't know why am I not like mine?
All of it doesn't really need to be on a new node.
Are you high slow too, dog?
I'm high, yeah, what's up?
Oh, okay.
That makes sense. I thought you were sped, but shit, I guess.
I like to get high all day, all night. Ooh, I got a sniper trying to pick my head off from the distance out there straight at me. I'm gonna put this down. I'm gonna move down. Mama said knock you out.
In the way that they did it, right? Now,
I'll tell you if it's okay once I get the... Yep, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. If you come through my thing now, you'll make it.
No, because here's 600 product. It's a monolithic design, it's a monolithic GPU. There's 128 texture maps.
Need to recharge my shields. Patching myself up.
Which is more honest than the other guys. Think monolith.
I'm theoretically in right here, buddies.
So basically, AMD somehow has made that core dense. If you look at this, this is exactly the same thing. It's 7 nanometers.
I got no more to get that
transistors. 13 billion transistors versus 11 billion. This thing should be faster. It's got 13 billion. There's 11 billion.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
It's not. It's not. So
They're right at the bottom there. Right at the bottom. Straight at the bottom.
It's not.
Hostile spotted.
Much faster. And oh my god, it's wrong.
I don't gotta move from here. And nor will I right here now.
Versus
Enemy shield cracked. Reloading. Cut down an enemy.
65 watts. It draws more power, right? Draws more power.
Another squad is on us. Enemy shield cracked. Objective multiple squads nearby. Finally. Another squad joins you on our fire. Enemy shield cracked. Fouled by my hand. Enemy down. Hold on. Target close. I'm under fire.
Taking shots.
Oh no way! I'm still safe, but what the fuck? I'm back where we were. I'm safe if you guys can get through. What the fuck? I can't believe that guy got me.
It's the same graphics arc. It's the same fucking thing, right? Just one has more transistors and is newer. Therefore, it should be significantly
There are so
faster,
many
and
better
it's
ways
not.
to die.
Why is it not built to fire and it's never
Need to recharge my shields.
power goes out the window with these things. Clock speed up.
Patching myself up.
Power. When you try and make them go faster, that is the reason why AMD is slower than they should have been at launch. Stand by that. That's the hill I've chosen to die on in terms of why AMD isn't so fast. Thinks they should have been. So can AMD improve it? What like even with this current architecture they have, isn't it 15, 20%?
I've been down.
I don't know where these shots are coming.
Listen, contact the hostile.
Failed architecture. For whatever reason, these things have
Enemy
problem.
over there.
I think if you go back to your drawing board and you put more engineering
Oh, you tried.
So 15% is a lot, considering that they're only 28% behind. Now, if you get power to it, I would compare this product to very similar price.
Come on, get up. Don't let her get me killed.
I know that
I'm the
48
new kill leader. They hired
It's
me
a
today.
379mm square die. AMD square die, AMD heat. Yeah, AMD have heat.
Yeah, that, bro.
W, hi, teammate! W!
Like 5 nanometer.
You are the Apex champions.
Yeah.
Anyway, so 379mm squared is where this card is at. This card draws, what is it? Where's the power? Power. 320 watts. Does it even draw 320 watts? Well, if AMD could get to a point where their GPU was drawing about 320 watts, they could get into the realm of, now we can build a 375 watt GPU that could compete with, with NVIDIA in this realm. That's the fundamental problem, is that when AMD tries to compete with NVIDIA in terms of driving the clock speeds up, their power begins to go from a sub 400 watt card to a 500 watt card very quickly, like really quickly with this architecture. So if AMD can improve that to the point where now its starting point is maybe 300 watts and its finishing point is maybe 400 watts with same performance, now you can probably build your bigger GPU. You can probably say to yourself, now we actually in fact can build a bigger GPU. We can build a GPU that might scale worse in terms of frequency. We'll have to bring frequency down. Like, we'll have to, like, instead of being 3 gigahertz, it'll have to be a 2.5 gigahertz part, but we can add more shaders or whatever the secret sauce is there in terms of that. But AMD, yes, absolutely can. And from what I've heard through the grapevine behind the stage, is that AMD's ray tracing implementation is different this time around. It's going to be better. That does not mean it's going to beat NVIDIA. It does not mean it's going to come anywhere close to beating NVIDIA. And we all know that NVIDIA's next ray tracing iteration is going to be better again, right? NVIDIA improves on ray tracing every generation. Will AMD catch up? I don't know. But all I can say is that they are trying, that they're doing something new with ray tracing this generation around, and it's going to be different. So, can AMD beat NVIDIA? Absolutely. Not a chance in hell. It's going to take more
Amateur hour's over. Time for the big leagues.
iterations to beat NVIDIA. Can AMD make a good crack at it?
Time to rise and shine, mga kapatid.
This generation around? Yeah, I think they can. I think they can, and that all will
Pay attention, you mad
all
lama
that's
too.
broken in the 7000 series. They fix all that's broken in the 7000 series and come up with some new ideas for the 8000 series. I think they can. I think then with ray tracing, just get in within spitting distance. I don't think most people care. It's not really a big selling point. But ultimately for
I'm the jump master. No straying now.
of them competing with NVIDIA is launching a magic number. For me, this generation around is $500. If they get
I'm the jump
$500
master.
graphics
This is the exciting part.
that is faster
it
or as
always.
fast as a 7900 XTX, you have to put the X at the end because it's very important. I think it has to be as fast.
Strategy-wise, this is a good spot. Let the games begin. Oh, I can't wait.
I think if AMD prioritize that one and try and get that one
Hope
out
you're not
first,
afraid to get your
or
hands dirty.
try and make that one the drive behind the selling and the focus, and also build it so that you can mass produce it. I think that then, yes, AMD can
An extended supply bin there. Take what you need.
override the lower end saturated with the cards that would actually be interested.
What's your position there?
Battery low.
Extra supplies here. I'll share.
Quite as cheap as $500 so
Charging battery.
a window.
Say
past
what?
that, I don't
We're
think
all
that'll
inside
be
this ring.
be around that performance or price either.
Okay, Google.
So I think AMD has a
What time is
clear
it?
path to victory
It's
here.
9:06 p.m.
Go after the 500 and below market very
Attention.
aggressively.
First
with
blood.
aggressive products that are designed to sell
First
for
blood.
cheap.
Tastes like victory.
And then in terms of the crown, AMD can absolutely go after that, but I don't see them beating Nvidia definitively at that high-end stage. If they, like I said it before, if they built the 400 millimeter shares die this generation around, it'd be 550 watts. Nobody would want to run it, and it would just draw too much power. But it would have taken. I think it would have won. They're only 28% faster. I said, like, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I think it would have won. But we didn't get that from AMD this generation around. I think we didn't get it because of power. Anyway, like it if you liked it, dislike it, dislike it. But if you disliked it, tell me I disliked it. Can't fix it if I don't do it wrong. In the comments,
Barrel
let me know what
stabilizer
you
here.
think.
Calling dibs.
Let's
Level
watch
two.
the next one. I'm
Good
gonna
for
press this
ranged
button.
engagements.
Stop recording. Bye. Oh yeah, remember Patreon, PayPal, links in the description. We are funded by you guys. You guys decide what my time is worth. YouTube doesn't pay me. You guys pay me. I appreciate you all. Thank you to all my Patreons
Prowler
and
SMG
Discord members. You're all amazing. I'll press this one. Stop recording. Bye.
Dan Snyder filed a defamation lawsuit May 1st against the creators of Quiet on Set, the dark side of kids' TV. We've talked about this a lot. He's suing the filmmakers for falsely stating or implying that he has sexually abused children who worked on his television show. Did they allege that, or did they imply that?
They definitely alleged it.
Oh, they really?
I mean, yes. They kept.
Did they substantiate it?
They didn't verbally outright say it. The most substantial moment that I remember was that they kept saying that Dan would like go away with Amanda Bynes. Like they would always spend time.
I mean, if that's true, that's not, you know.
Yeah, and they would group him. Obviously, like the entire thing is about sexual predators in the thing.
But
So
he's part of a.
and he was a part of facilitating an environment that corroborated that. So
Interesting. I wonder if he has a case or not, because. But it sounds like if they just said he was going off with Amanda, that's fine. However, the accusation that someone's a pedo or a child abuser has like some special merit, as I understand it. That you need, if you're accusing someone of something specifically heinous, then you need even more evidence.
they do not outright accuse him of anything.
What else we got? Schneidy. He's suing him. Schneider released a statement about the lawsuit. He said, "I'm apologetic and regret for my behavior as a producer and will continue to take accountability for it. I acknowledge the mistakes I made and poor judgment I exhibited during my time at Nickelodeon, but I had no choice but to take legal action against the people behind it. In their successful attempt to mislead viewers and increase ratings, they went beyond reporting the truth and falsely implied that I was involved in or facilitated horrific crimes for which actual child predators have been prosecuted and convicted." He also stated, "I have no objection to anyone highlighting my failures as a boss, but it is wrong to mislead millions of people to the false conclusion that I was in any way involved in heinous acts like those committed by child predators. I owe it to myself, my family, and to the many wonderful people involved in making these shows to set the record straight." I don't think you're doing it for them. I don't think they care. Detail of the suit include, let's see. Schneider's attorney alleged that the trailer doubles down on the implication that Schneider is not only a criminal in some way connected to children, but an abuser, or more specifically, a child sexual abuser. The suit claims that episode 2 of the series implies that Schneider was a convicted felon and child sexual abuser, likening him to other individuals accused of similar crimes in the series, like the former dialogue coach Brian Peck, who sexually abused Drake Bell when he was a young Nickelodeon star. We learned about Peck. He was heinous shit. Fucking evil shit. The suit claims in episode 5, filmmakers purposely used Schneider's image to conflate the actions of Schneider and convicted sexual offenders. I wonder, I don't know. I didn't watch this series, honestly. I watched a bit of the first one, and I have trouble watching stuff with kids. I generally just don't do it anymore. I saw one too many true crime shit, and one of them just fucked me up so bad that
You're out on it.
Yeah, I pretty much
I feel like that's understandable.
But I I don't know if he has a case.
It sounds just from what was outlined here fairly weak.
But it's the thing is, it's the pedo accusation.
If you're right about that, of that having like a much, you know, more sensitive standard, I guess, then maybe.
Like if you're accusing someone of like child abuse or murder or rape or something like that, there's
right.
Still, I'm pretty sure that there's a different legal standard.
But the thing is, they don't outright in the documentary.
Yeah.
They do detail the truth. They detail the fact that he was literally like the face of all of these shows where all of these horrible things were
Also,
taking
it's HBO. I'm pretty sure their lawyers probably
I'm sure.
went over that shit.
They were pretty.
I think
It sounds like
he's got to do this. He has to do it. Otherwise, it's like, why wouldn't he? It's just part of his cover, or it's part of his
attempt at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're saying why wouldn't he?
Well, I was saying if he's saying I didn't do anything
Give my shield a recharge.
abusive,
Right.
then he almost has to sue them, just to be consistent in his story.
Right.
But okay, we'll see what happens with that one, eh, Bucko?
We'll see.
But I feel like there's no chance he's actually got a case.
I'm down.
I don't know. I haven't seen it, but
What do you want from me?
I kind of agree. He's a public figure. The stuff that they said is substantially true, it seems like. Also, again, the defamation part, you have to prove
1 minute.
bad
Rings
faith,
nearby.
and I'm just not sure. They would need, like, someone being like, we know that we're doing this specifically to manipulate the audience into thinking he did something, which, I don't know.
Do you think, I
Rings
mean,
not that far.
I don't know how this would work, but so the main implication, right, was that it was with Amanda Bynes.
Replicator down.
Yeah.
Like that's sort of like what everybody's
KW55 says, what are you doing?
She says it didn't happen, by the way, which
Right.
doesn't help them.
But that's what I was wondering is like, I mean, when did she say that it didn't happen? I almost wonder.
I think she's been saying it, but
Scrappy
I'm not sure.
DP says, going to craft you.
Okay. My question was going to be, I wonder if she would get roped into this,
KW55
like, would
says,
be subpoenaed
you
to
sure?
testify, because it's like,
I wonder if she'd have to. That's crazy if so.
yeah, that's why
I don't think they could
know.
force her.
Oh yeah.
Scrappy DP says,
Right.
maybe.
Well, I mean, she is the
Scrappy
one that
DP
could
says,
definitively
I am
do it,
unsure.
You know.
Well, she could, yeah.
Like the best defense against defamation is that you're telling the truth, right? So if she was like, yeah, weird stuff did happen, then obviously he loses.
But I think up until now.
KW55 says,
wait, yeah, there's
it
that
looks
one,
like
like,
you do a
mystery
lot of
Twitter
standing.
account
Yeah, her Twitter
Right.
account that said that he got her pregnant.
Scrappy DP says,
Nobody
okay.
knows if that was an actual burner account of hers. It can't be confirmed.
Huh.
Too many
I think
too much
he addressed it
speculation.
in his response video to the documentary where there was a point where she left home and then people thought that she went to go live with him and he said like he immediately made sure she was okay, then took her somewhere else. I forget if it was to someone else's place or to the police.
Take it from the medic.
He said she never came to his house. Oh, but shouldn't she? I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. When this plays out, we'll follow the details.
Right.
Okay, hold on. Kyla says she said she had an abortion for him. Hold on.
That was the
You
Twitter.
need to be careful with
the squad's left.
that
I'm
was
not
a
even
tweet
tired.
from an unverified account. People think, okay? People think that's her.
Yes.
But there's absolutely no proof definitively that it is her, and I don't even know why people think it's her.
Well, just from the context.
People do think it's her, and I.
Well,
I
they didn't
can't
name
remember off
him.
the
I
top
think
of
it
my
said
head.
like a producer. Like pull up
The person was if it wasn't Amanda, they were pretending to be Amanda.
on that burner account.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And Schneider, Amanda Bynes burner. Let me see if I can get alleged account. Here's a know your meat.
It's a Grim.
It does say Schneider.
Let me pull it up.
It
It's
says-
not much of a meme, is it?
Yeah, I don't know why this was, but I mean, shout out to me.
Okay, Mr. Give Me a Censor. Give you a show. Does it say like something sexual, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Mr. Suck My Blank to get on Nick Schneider. Mr. If she's a spider, hold her tighter Schneider.
The ring closes in 30.
But where's the pregnant part?
Med kit here. Backpack here. Level 2.
This account posted her ID which is why people are like, it's definitely her.
Posted
But
her
that's
ID.
the closest proof that there is that this account was her, and it's a deleted account now.
Wait, what's the picture of the ID?
Are we able to show that?
I guess look at it or show me off.
Tango near me.
Movement in progress.
Shield up here. We're outside of the ring and
I don't know why.
Delivering
But
care
either way,
package.
he's suing the show.
Yeah.
There's a care
'Cause
package
that's the
coming
things
down.
like happen on Twitter.
Upgraded and good to
Yeah,
go.
that's. I don't. They probably didn't even show that stuff on the show because it's
people
so
here.
They didn't.
Or
unsubstantiated.
something, unless that was you guys.
That's probably.
Yeah, 'cause that would be like the fuck. You know,
above,
probably have a
they're
straight
above.
case. That's
Go
not
back,
your
go
ID,
back.
Chapel.
I got a
Someone
tower if
said
we
Zach
need to.
Olaf, thank you.
New
Here, I
kill
got it
leader.
for you.
Eyes out for him.
Alright, we're going over. We're going over the.
Need a medic.
Shout out Chapel, man, wherever you are.
Recharging my shield. Don't worry about it. Grenade.
Oh, this is doesn't show anything. So is this a non-public photo?
Getting shot
'Cause
at.
that's pretty compelling. It is me, authentic, often imitated but never duplicated. I refuse to be silenced. My friends know how to reach me. Why would she do it? She's posting her ID, but from this cryptic.
Replicator on its way down.
She said she didn't have access to her actual socials.
Which
At this
might
time.
be true because she.
Totally.
Right.
That makes sense. She was in a yeah.
But
Wow.
as of late, she hasn't said like one way or the other if this is true. I remember hearing that she said something. She spoke nicely of him, and since the show that like he was helpful. He was
Drake
there for
Bell
her.
did.
Oh, Drake.
Yeah.
did.
Drake
Got
in
it.
the documentary said that after everything happened and the man was convicted and everything, Dan was like the first person to call him.
Well, wait. This is fucking. This is. I mean, this is her. She tweeted this. Right.
Well-
I mean, is this image anywhere else on the internet? Like. Looks like it's her.
It looks like it's her, you know?
They're old
I can't-
screenshots. Yeah, I mean, like
sitting here on a podcast, I can't tell you this is definitely Amanda Bynes' like Twitter account that
She got a picture of ID. How much more? What?
I mean,
I guess.
fake IDs, I guess. Like, it's not 100% proof it's her.
I guess that's pretty dedicated trolling.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks real. It's got the hologram and shit.
Well, okay. Well, that brings me back to my original point of just like if you want like this lawsuit
Looks like I'm
seems like
inside
the
the ring.
perfect opportunity to
Uncover.
nail him on this. Yeah.
That's what I. Yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I think this actually helps them because they're like, dude, what do you mean?
Oh,
Like, look
yes,
at this.
totally.
Right.
I think he might. If he did that shit, he's gonna regret bringing this lawsuit.
Right. Drake move.
I didn't touch but Millie Bobby Brown.
Yeah.
I didn't touch kids, especially not Millie Bobby Brown.
Dude. Wow, I didn't know about this. That's crazy.
Round 5. Beginning ring countdown.
Anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe?
For
I
sure
am
says
definitely getting
XD.
Hello guys and gals, me
1 minute
Mudahar,
to
and today's
leave
video
us.
is one that required quite a fair bit of research, and it's one that I should have released a few weeks ago. It's a video that might be one of my most controversial videos, but one that required, looking back years upon years, to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web, an international transgender activist that some of you all may know as Keppels. Now, Keppels is not necessarily a popular activist. They're an online transgender activist known for fighting against the controversial website Kiwi Farms. Her campaign saw mainstream attention after a highly publicized swatting, where she alleged mistreatment by the Canadian Police Services. The online harassment escalated until she was forced to flee her home country to escape. With media and an entire community backing her, she raised over $100,000 on GoFundMe to recoup her losses and pursue legal action against law enforcement. This is the story the public heard all the way up in 2022. Turns out her entire career and almost everything she said is a lie. Join me as I take you down a journey that involves do-it-yourself hormones, cat boys, and a scam many have tried to expose, yet for some reason almost no one is talking about. Before we get into the real I probably explain a bit more about who Keffals is. Her name is Clara Sorrenti, first rose to prominence, another left-wing political streamer and boss. Garnering a following by posting memes on Twitter. With this notoriety, she began streaming video games on Twitch in March of 2020. Her focus shifted to politics later that year after a wave of anti-trans legislation swept through the United States. She went on to raise $200,000 for a campaign for Southern equality to protect trans youth. By the end of the year, her Twitter surpassed 10,000 followers, and while most were on board with the activist, others grew very critical of how she used her platform. Clara regularly corrected her chats to brigade targets by ratioing them. Ratioing, for anybody who's not terminally online, is when you try to get more likes than the original post in a quote tweet or a reply. This amounted to coordinating with her chat on stream, and even if you blocked her, she would just use alternate accounts to achieve this goal. It was through this that she got into her first real internet beef in early 2022. On March 22nd, 2022, Clara had a spat with online notorious agitator Ian Miles Chong. Their back and forth continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him. Then at around 4:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages. Despite the timing, one of her mods would end up blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny. Destiny is a kind of progenitor of the entire online leftist streaming space. His stream is where both Bosch and Hassan Piker got their start. These people used to be friends, and nowadays, not so much. And that is reflected in their communities. The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe. Ooh, the shock. It was posted 2 hours after the raid. Despite this, Clara and her community insisted it was his fault. Once again, there was no evidence he had any involvement, yet she used it as justification to deplatform him. Her first response was to try to get his Twitter mass reported and banned. She set her sights on his Twitch channel, launching what can only be described as a full-fledged character assassination. There are countless examples of her legitimate slander and flat-out lies about Destiny. He detailed the worst of her behavior in an extensive document he published back in 2022. And I'm only going to touch on a few examples because this video is going to be as long as it is. The first thing to point out is she was successful in depriving him of one of his main sources of income. She painted Destiny as transphobic for not supporting trans women competing in sports with cis women. Even if you disagree with this, that doesn't necessarily make Destiny transphobic. It's a fringe pressure point of a much larger, broader issue. It's a highly specific, contentious issue and an unfair characterization of his broader catalog. Regardless, her labeling garnered enough support to get Destiny banned off of Twitch within 24 hours for hate speech. She immediately took credit, gloating about taking away his primary source of income. Hey Steve, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content. He picked a fight with me, he got banned, I won. This behavior was not only encouraged, but rewarded with 30,000 new followers that week. An important thing to remember is that if you're banned off Twitch, you cannot appear on the site at all. For the longest time, you couldn't even show his face on screen without getting in trouble. Now that he couldn't defend himself, she spread even more blatant falsehoods. The same day, she baselessly accused Destiny of stealthing, which is secretly removing a condom during sex without the partner's consent. This is generally considered a form of you-know-what, which Clara brings up in her accusation.
I'm fine, just fixing up.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of...
45 seconds. Rings close.
Understood.
Heads up.
Insane. Insane shit.
To this day, there has never been any evidence or even an allegation made towards Destiny about this. She walked it back shortly after, which shows just how callous she is towards claims of such a serious nature. But because he was deplatformed, she was able to further a false narrative to her chat as well as tens of thousands of people on Twitter. They all either assumed she was being honest or didn't care she was slandering him because they had already disliked Destiny. In retrospect, her behavior paints a clear picture of how she would conduct herself in the future. It wasn't long into this drama that Keffals got noticed by the site Kiwi Farm, who started a thread about her on March 26, 2022. Clara Clara quickly tried to gild Destiny by association, claiming he used the forum and was even friends with the owner. And what was the reasoning? Well, because apparently he has an account is because he was a target on the site since 2017 with his own board. All his posts are arguing with trolls in his own thread. He was also never friends with Null, who is the owner of Kiwi Farms. He has also gone on record to wish him death several times. Null, by the way, wishing death on Destiny.
And this is while he's out, I guess. Like he's super gross, and sometimes he says things which are funny or agreeable. It's like, I wish I could like you, bro, but you're creepy and gross and weird, and your brain's all up, and your shit's all, and you talk like a. So we can't be friends, and I kind of think the world would be better off with.
Clara knew this, but intentionally spread a lie that they met 10 years ago on the game StarCraft. When confronted, she admitted, I know, I wanted him to respond to the accusation, it was bait. At this point, I should probably take some time to explain exactly what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms is an online website dedicated to discussing internet figures. Okay, you probably heard about internet lolcows, people like Chris Chan, Boogie2988, or Daniel Larson, who has his own legal problems of late. The website's composed of various threads where users effectively congregate to document and follow individuals with a negative lens, okay? Now, we have to acknowledge that Kiwi Farms does allow doxing, okay? On the site, it's permitted to post the personal information of anybody being discussed, including full names, phone numbers, home addresses, hell, even blood type if you can find it, and most other forms of personally identifiable information. It's also a site where anything goes, okay? It's like the Wild West of the internet. You ever try to look up me on some of these threads? You'll probably find Indian and poo in the loo and crazy stuff all day, every day. Kiwi Farms was made back in 2013 by Joshua Connor Moon, also online known as Null. The original purpose of the site was to document internet figure Chris Chan. After they covered Chris Chan initially, it started to change itself and rebrand into a general purpose online gossip wiki, so to speak, where they started to cover various individuals like Darkside Phil, Boogie, Wings of Redemption, who all actually have threads. And the site does have a propensity to make threads about transgender individuals. Anti-trans sentiment is banned on a lot of major platforms. And as a result, the site has become a place for those opinions to effectively congregate. Now again, I want to start off by saying I don't endorse or support that behavior. In fact, I outright condemn it, all right? There's no reason to have any form of hate on the internet. That being said, all right, whatever goes on the site does fall under free speech and is entirely legal, okay? It's somewhat of a misnomer online that apparently doxing somebody is against the law. It is against the law to hack someone's accounts and breach their privacy to obtain their personal information, but that behavior is not encouraged by the site, and of course that behavior is punishable by law. But technically, it is not against the law to post someone's address against their will. As shitty as that sounds, most controversial internet figures have threads on this site, where they not only document their personal information, but they collect any piece of content and document it online.
I wouldn't go for that portal. Don't go for that
blamed the
portal.
thread's creation on Destiny, saying
You can
he was
try
the
it, but
reason
there's-
they found out about her. Later, she admitted it was her
Need to
constant
recharge my shield.
instigating that actually caught their attention.
How did the Kiwi Farm stuff even start? They noticed me because I started doing Twitter ratios. And they went from getting mad about Twitter ratios to digging up every single thing in the last 28 years of my life, looking for more reasons to be mad at me.
Again, hypocrisy and misstatements are going to be rife in this video. After Destiny got banned from Twitch, the owners put on their podcast. The episode was streamed live on March 25th. Clara reacted on Twitter, calling him the final boss of transphobes, and proclaiming she wouldn't back down. I have done nothing wrong, nor will I be going anywhere. Her thread was created in racking up page after page scrutinizing her early life and online history. That includes rumors of embezzling funds from her local Communist Party chapter for opiates, and a supposed Discord server called the Catboy Ranch. It was posted alongside her and her family's personal
Whole team up there. EMP him if you can.
made her very upset. Clara spoke out about this, which led many people who'd been similarly targeted to join her in solidarity. This began what eventually became #DropKiwiFarms. #DropKiwiFarms is a movement to get the site taken off the internet. They specifically went after service providers like Cloudflare, who provided DDoS protection and mitigation services. They argued Kiwi Farms was a stalking and harassment site that bullied people into taking their own lives. However, this largely picked up after her story received widespread mainstream coverage. For a while, her focus stayed on trying to bludgeon Destiny with their reputation. On July 18th, Keffels announced a tell-all about Destiny's association with the site. This backfired because her thumbnail used a picture of Destiny's face, violating Twitch's policy on banned streamers. Her channel got banned before she could even start, forcing her to stream on YouTube instead. The attention only incentivized Kiwi Farms to keep plotting, and a week later she fell victim to an attempted swatting. The incident has made public on the 9th of August in a video titled, "My Life is in Danger, I Need Your Help." Clara explained that 4 days earlier, on August 5th, she woke up to police services pointing an assault rifle at her face.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
A letter had been emailed to every city council member in London, Ontario, threatening
Made it to the next level.
Clara was arrested, booked, and held in
Hit it
custody
too, hit the rope, hit the balloon.
and confiscated several devices. They allegedly misgendered her and even booked her under her dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth. This worsened an already traumatic experience she considered a hate crime. The video is posted alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping Clara recoup her losses, move immediately, and build a legal fund to protect her rights. It received widespread media attention, bringing in over $100,000 in donations. Even with their support, however, it seemed like there was no escape. Trolls kept figuring out her location as she was forced into hiding, and her battle against Kiwi Farms continued. Even after fleeing the continent, eventually she was successful in getting the site blocked by Cloudflare, who cited an imminent threat to human life. Without their protection, Kiwi Farms became vulnerable to illegal denial-of-service attacks and was forced to shut down. Now this is the story that the public was led to believe. Concluding a successful campaign, Keffels reiterated over and over that the site had been shut down. It only became more difficult to insist as time had gone on, given it's obviously not true. Kiwi Farms is up to this day, and by all metrics, it has way more stability than ever before. What many of her supporters don't realize is that this is truly the beginning of the web of lies that make up this entire ordeal. Almost everything you've heard about this whole situation is a lie. And that's why I'm going to explore in depth in these next two sections. These are two very important aspects to the story to address her portrayal of the swatting and how exactly the money was spent. When it comes to something as serious as swatting, it's important not to downplay its severity. This is a crime that's taken innocent people's lives. But curiously, her story began to change as time went on. The narrative set forth in her initial video is one of terror. Clara says on the 5th of August, she is awoken by police services pointing an assault rifle at her face. This specific detail is referenced in her video several times.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. When I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me, I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
Her story then changed to an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep for her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
A month later, she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody, and they had a search warrant signed.
These next few clips are of Alex, her fiance at the time. Alex confirms she didn't wake up with a gun in her face and reveals Clara wasn't even the one to answer the door. They spoke to Alex first, who was already awake, and gave Clara enough time to put on pajamas.
So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door and I answered. Rather, I was getting ready for the shower and there was a tremendous pounding. And so yeah, someone did not wake her with a rifle pointed 3 inches from her face, but essentially as soon as she woke up...
Was I in a state of undress? I was naked and I had to put on a pair of pajamas that was like on the floor. before I could even go out to see the police officers.
See, the story has already morphed significantly from Clara waking up to guns in her face, to seeing guns in the hallway, to police never entering the apartment at all. The lack of consistency is concerning, given she was supposed to be taking legal action against them. And I mean, Keffels went so far as to compare herself to a victim of police brutality. Every time I see another story involving an innocent Blackbird man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle. Dog, whatever you think about the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep her story straight just makes this so much more worse. Clara also claimed police were transphobic and booked her under a dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming again refers to using a minor name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth.
During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name. The police, when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people. This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before ever even mentioning my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me when I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Robert's. Robert's was my last name. First to Kaylee's friend. Just using a Phoenix kit. 2012.
On August 11th, Steve Williams put out a statement regarding some of her accusations. He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being addressed by her dead name and gender. Williams concluded her dead name was used on property bags due to the existence of a prior police report, explaining that it was literally for tracking purposes. He apologized and ensured a solution to prevent any of this in the future. Claire responded to the statement by reiterating her dead name was used during the arrest. She even speculated the timing may have been intentional so they wouldn't get caught.
It's important that he said, while I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest, and that's when it happened. The activity in the holding cells is monitored, and I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody. I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and become part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about their business. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams in the London Police Service.
Her own partner then contradicts the claim that she was dead named during the arrest, though alludes to unspecified misgendering that occurred. Once again, any instance after the arrest should have been captured on recording.
And they yelled at Clara while she was in bed, so she got up. They were saying Clara Sorrenti. Note that they did not use her dead name at this point either.
As far as I know, is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of, you know, having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest, that is how it happened. It wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't.
The absence of evidence means that this only remains a he said, she said scenario. But it's hard to take Clara's word at face value. Third. Another key part of her story was that police had confiscated their devices, resulting in significant financial damage.
They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only
I have no more energy ammo, I need ammo.
My fiance's cell phone.
All I have is an alternator.
As well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university.
All I have is an alternator.
Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones.
And this was one of her justifications to launch the GoFundMe to recoup her losses.
I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal claim.
But there were were no losses to recoup. The devices were returned after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
Need to recharge my shields.
Yeah, that was really nice. Not nice how they responded to the situation, but I'll take it.
Now, if we're to believe that she meant 3 days after the swatting, that would place it on August 8th, a day before the GoFundMe started. There's also footage of Clara picking up her belongings from the police station, where you can see this property bag heavily resembles the property bag.
I had no idea where they were.
Video. A close-up of one of the labels shows us a date of August 8th, 2022. This again implies that she got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe ever even went live, and knowingly lied about needing to buy a new cell phone. Even if you don't want to make that assertion, at best, she got her stuff back the next day. Because this upload is dated August 10th.
you mark them? I have no idea where they are.
There's no way to reconcile these statements. In either way, it was dishonest to never update that statement to reflect this.
Because of the negligence.
They spotted me.
We were both left. And I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones. So our lives.
We got no ammo, bro.
Now, launched her GoFundMe on August 9, 2022 with an initial goal of $20,000. The page claims that if this amount was exceeded, the funds
I put a hurt on him, and that's all I could do.
ongoing and future threats to her safety. However, this was later changed to, I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using for justice. Now, this is a very, very important distinction, because it means all the donations past $1,000 were explicitly for legal action. See, Clara gradually kept raising the goal over $100,000. If you want to be technical, it actually never ended, because she's still taking donations to this day. In fact, there wasn't even a fixed amount, which is odd, as it makes it seem like her goal was to basically raise as much money as possible rather than afford an intentional expense. Naturally, with her effort raising over $100,000, there were questions over how the money was spent.
That's the only true way to go.
Claire has tried to poison the well numerous times by calling anyone who asks this question bad faith. I'll never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad faith actors who neither support me nor contributed to the fund in the first place. Well, what if I gave money? Am I now allowed to ask? Ooh, that's a question we should bring up. You have to remember, this was a story that got mainstream coverage. There were over 150 articles published about the situation, including The Guardian, NBC, CNN, Bloomberg, the Associated Press, and Canadian state-funded news outlet CBC. Popular politicians like Jagmeet Singh of the NDP party took a stand by her publicly. Normies were led to believe a series of events that did not occur. And there are regular folk out there who don't have the time or capability to ensure their funds weren't misused, especially when there is a limited amount of financial support for at-risk members of the trans community. There is nothing wrong with questioning for transparency of where this money had went. In fact, more people should actually be asking where this money even went. Clara posted this photo in her Discord server, which was enough for trolls to bombard the hotel with pizzas. The next day, she uploaded a video declaring things had escalated and she was now in hiding. If you recall, another goal of hers was to move out immediately, after someone hacked her Uber Eats account and sent $500 worth of food.
So what happened, I woke up and I got an email that the Uber, the email for my Uber Eats account was changed. And then I looked outside the door and there was like at least $500 worth of food ordered with my hacked Uber account. So I got doxxed again, except this time I also got hacked.
She expedited an already planned trip to Europe. Her rationale was that London police didn't have the resources to stop online trolls. And then she went live to provide further details.
Are you moving to Europe? I'm gonna be living there for a while, but I'm not moving there. My fiance is staying back in Canada, and I'm gonna be in the UK on my own for a while. I think that the current plan is that in 2-3 weeks of my stay, my fiance is going to be coming up.
Bro, I can't watch 132 minutes.
On February 1st.
Not moving there.
I think you're out of your mind if you think
On February 1st, 2020.
33 minutes. or an hour and 32 minutes, whatever that is. It looked like it was 132 minutes. Thank you very much. A little bit of some laundry. It should be good.
If you're with me, I'm with you.
The truth is out there.
I came here to party. Let's rock.
Introducing your champion.
Create your range and then fight.
Hold on tight. It's time to drop, shock, and rock.
Good. Champion up.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
Next ring's far.
Taking fire. The ring closes in 60 seconds. It's far, but I'm used to running. Fighting.
Giving him the chimney.
Hold on. Shields recharging.
45 seconds. Ring ain't close. Double time, people.
Getting shot at.
Spotted. Double timing it. Top of the chimney.
Hold on. Shields recharging.
Need a lead. On the right. I'm spotted. Top in the chimney. Spotted.
They're chasing you.
Give me a sec. Recharging shield.
I'm fine. Just fixing up. I'm down. I'm not done yet.
Just us now. Gotta watch each other's back.
Rings moving.
Cracked an enemy's shield. Firing. Eating lead. Off the mic. Spotted.
New kill.
Cracked an enemy. I'm down. Need a medic.
Care package being delivered.
Got some extra supplies. Just a scrape. 1 second. Patch me up, Doc. Replicator there. Not everyone's used it, but you should.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Half the squad's left. I'm not even tired.
Attention, delivering replicator.
Replicator on its way down. Don't worry, I've got a squad mate's banner. Drone if you need it. It's come and get your birthday present.
Time to swap, shock, and rock.
They tried to get rid of me. They failed.
Backpack here. Level 1. I'm upgraded and ready to jam.
조심하자. One squad nearby. Signaling my drone back.
Let's
We can
explore
push up
this
through
way.
there, I think.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
Good work. We're inside the next ring.
Open supply bin over here.
Somebody just opened that.
There are 3 other squads here.
Care package.
Looks like a care package is coming in.
Prepare yourself. We have an enemy. Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go.
Giving him the chimney.
Fighting. Enemy shield is cracked.
Arcstar out.
Reloading.
Throwing a frag.
Yeah, 2 squads nearby. Signaling my drone back.
Arcstar out.
Spotted.
2 squads near
Double
us.
timing it. Grenade.
Level 3. Beginning ring.
Frog out.
2 squads near us.
Hostile spotted.
Attention.
I'm back. Logged off my drone.
Replicator on its way down.
2 squads near us. Joa, I've located the enemy's positions. Check your map. Signaling my drone back.
Got a heavy ammo here.
There are 2 squads somewhere nearby. My ultimate is ready to deploy.
Contact.
I've got eyes on one of them over there.
Here's your birthday present.
Warning. Ring closing.
Yeah, we're on the grid.
Attention. Ring care package.
Looks
Firing.
help drone if you need it. Spotted. Taken fire.
That was not fun.
Just giving my shields a recharge. Help drone if you need it.
Hold on. Shields recharging.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Let's
3 other
reposition
squads are
there.
close. 조심하자. I'm recalling my drone.
I need energy ammo now.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
They're sending down a replicator.
Target
Let's relocate
spotted.
here.
Cracked an enemy shield. Taking fire. Oscar Mike, I'm spotted. Giving my shields a recharge.
Taking fire. Hold on. Shields recharging.
45 seconds. Ring ain't far. Eyes up. Crafting.
I'm crafting. Be patient.
Good effect on.
Hold on. Shields recharging.
30 seconds. Rings close.
Yeah, 3 squads here. Signaling my drone back.
Eating lead. Spotted. Double timing it. Giving my shields a recharge. Giving him the chimney. Spotted. Double timing it. Recharging shields.
Getting shot at.
Rings.
Spotted. Double timing it.
I'm fine, just fixing up. Another squad is attacking us. I'm fine, just another squad is attacking us.
Heads up. Dropping the pain. Heads down. Airstrike danger close.
Many squads nearby. Overdue. Activating hardware reboot. If he hit me.
Cracked an enemy shield. Spotted.
I'm down. I'm not done yet.
Cracked an enemy shield.
I downed one.
I'm down. Need a medic. Kill confirmed.
God now, say hello.
Beginning ring countdown.
Getting some damage over here. Rings close. Only 1 minute to go. Rings not that far. Seconds till close. Isn't my birthday already? Patch me up, though. I'm getting shot at. Their ship.
This game really is a death sentence. For you.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
An island controlled by France was handed over to Spain without a single shot being fired. That island, which represents 8,156 square yards of territory, will sit in Spanish hands for 6 months before being handed back to the French on August 1st. February 2025 will see the process start anew, and it will go on as it has for hundreds of years, with France and Spain each taking control for 6 months before voluntarily handing it back. That is the fate of Pheasant Island, and in this video we'll dig into the island's history and answer the question, why does Pheasant Island change hands every 6 months? But before we get into that, let's take a trip to the beautiful French beach resort of Ondaye, featuring stunning sandy beaches, which seals occupy during the winter off-season. It's the last town controlled by the French before you reach the Spanish border. Continue your journey and you'll reach the Bidasoa River, a natural border between the two countries. It's in this river that you'll find Pheasant Island. Travel upstream toward the river's mouth, and you'll eventually be met with unattractive buildings on either side. Industrial warehouses line the river on the French side, while barely distinguishable residential towers block the line on the Spanish side. Finally, as the river starts to widen in preparation for reaching the Cantabrian Sea, you'll see Pheasant Island. It looks nondescript, a tiny patch of land that tourists can only reach via special arrangements. Furthermore, its name is apparently a misnomer. Should you ever set foot on the island, you'll find none of these pheasants that inspire its name. It's believed that a mistranslation of the French word for treaty or conference is the reason for the name, which provides a clue as to why the island exists in such strange limbo between France and Spain. Right now, that island is under the control of a naval commander from Saint Sebastian, which is a Spanish town. In August, the commander will relinquish control of the island to an equivalent French commander in Bayonne, with the two commanders going through the ritual every 6 months. Together, they serve as the island's viceroys. Though neither is especially active in their role, they have bigger concerns. As such, the day-to-day governance of Pheasant Island falls into the hands of the mayors of Ondaye, the previously mentioned coastal town, and the Spanish town of Urundi. In truth, neither has much of a task on its hands. The island is uninhabited, save for the occasional touring groups that visit with special permission from whoever's in control at the time. According to Benoit Ngartemendia, the head of Ondaye's park division, he'll send a team once during France's 6-month ownership of the island to do some basic maintenance, trimming trees and cutting the grass. After a day or two of work, the team leaves and the island is left empty again. Only one other threat exists on the island: campers. Given the tidal nature of the Birasoa River, the waters surrounding it now and then dry up. Sometimes walking along the riverbed from Spain to reach Pheasant Island is possible, something Spanish campers do occasionally. The police will arrive to chase those campers away, after which the island is once again left uninhabited. By all accounts, this tiny mound of land is utterly inconsequential, and it presents no tactical advantage for either the French or the Spanish. Neither could use it as a base should war ever break out between the two, and neither has people on the tiny island to protect. There aren't even any pheasants. So, with the island seeming so utterly pointless to both nations, why do they go through the ritual of having it change hands every 6 months? A ritual that has existed for around 350 years. That answer starts with a man being thrown out of a window. In 1619, Emperor Ferdinand II rose to become the Holy Roman Empire's head of state. Far from being an extension of the famous Roman Empire that the name implies, this empire was as much a political and religious institution as it was a physical one. At various times, it held territory in Germany, France, Italy, and Spain, with its rulers typically being Germanic in heritage. The Holy Roman Empire existed between 800 and 1806. However, it was under Ferdinand II that it engaged in a religious crusade, ultimately leading to a war between France and Spain. Ferdinand II wished to force all the empire's citizens to convert to Catholicism. The emperor attempted to start his forced conversion closer to home. In 1618, the year before his ascension to emperor, Ferdinand issued his decree on Catholicism and sent his representatives to Prague Castle to announce their forced conversion. The Bohemian nobility in the Czech Republic rejected the call to Catholicism outright, sending the representatives flying out of one of the castle's windows before openly revolting against the Holy Roman Empire. Those nobles were soon joined by forces in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark with the defenestration, the term used for throwing somebody out of a window, triggering the 30 Years' War. At first, the war was fought between Ferdinand II's forces and the Bohemians, who had steadfastly rejected his religious decree. The first 10 years of fighting, dubbed the Bohemian Revolt, saw the rebels forge alliances with Protestant Union states and what we now know as Germany. At the same time, Ferdinand sought support from a crucial ally, King Philip IV of Spain. Philip had his own empire to run. At the time, he controlled Portugal and was making headway in the Americas, which had been discovered around 130 years prior. However, Philip IV was also a staunch Catholic, so when the Holy Roman Empire came calling, he was happy to provide forces to fight the Bohemians and their Protestant ideology. Ferdinand formed the Catholic League, with Philip and their allies waging bloody battles against the Bohemians, Austria, and east of Transylvania. The latter battles brought the fighting close to territory governed by the Ottoman Empire, which chose to fight alongside the Protestant Bohemians in exchange for annual dues paid to the Ottoman Sultan. Those forces primarily fought against Polish troops, who were aligned with the Holy Roman Empire. For a while, the Holy Roman Empire was winning. While the empire's combined forces fended off the Bohemians and the Ottomans to the east, the Spanish army joined forces with the Catholic League, which consisted of several states in France, Belgium, and Germany to fight in northern Austria. The combined forces overwhelmed the Protestant Union in the country, resulting in its dissolution, before traveling on to fight the armies of Denmark and Norway, which King Christian IV jointly governed. Christian IV supported the Protestant states in Austria that the Holy Roman Empire had managed to overthrow. Now he faced the prospect of fighting united Spanish and Catholic League forces on his doorstep. Desperate for help, he enlisted Scottish soldiers to fight alongside his own military to try to repel Ferdinand and Philip's combined militaries. Scotland itself had seen extended conflict between Catholics and Protestants in its recent history. In the 16th century, the nation was piously Catholic, according to the BBC. However, a civil war that had raged throughout the country in the latter half of that century eventually ended in favor of the Protestant forces. The Scottish Reformation was completed, and with the help of Scottish troops that now matched his religious ideology, Christian hoped to have enough firepower to fight against the Holy Roman Empire's invading forces. He was unsuccessful. The Holy Roman Empire cut down Christian's armies, with much of northern Europe falling to the empire in the process. By this point, Ferdinand II had achieved most of what he intended. Northern Austria was under his control, and he'd taken an enormous amount of territory from Christian IV. If the war had ended there, it would have been a conclusive victory for his Catholic forces. However, 1630 brought with it an unexpected development. Sweden entered the fray as a much more concerted force that year. Under the command of Gustavus Adolphus, Swedish forces joined the northern Protestants who were still fighting against Ferdinand Philip and the Catholic League, helping to push them back. For the first time during the conflict, Protestant forces were enjoying victories. That is, until the Battle of Lutzen in 1632. It was one of the war's most significant battles, with each side fielding around 19,000 troops and each experiencing a similar number of casualties, estimated to be between 5,000 to 6,000. What seemed like a stalemate on the surface ended up costing the Swedish troops dearly, as they lost Gustavus Adolphus in the fighting. The loss didn't spell the immediate destruction of the Swedish forces. They fought on for 3 more years, though they were far less organized after losing their leader. But they were placed at an even greater disadvantage when a Bohemian nobleman named Albrecht von Wallenstein, who ran against the grain of the Bohemians, who rebelled against the Holy Roman Empire, committed around 50,000 troops to Ferdinand II. His price? The right to pillage and plunder any territory that this massive army captured. Bolstered by this renewed support, Ferdinand was able to destroy the Swedish forces in 1635. The loss resulted in the signing of the Peace of Prague, which ultimately dissolved both the Protestant Union and the Catholic League, with the majority of the German Protestant states that had initially rebelled against Ferdinand ending up back under his empire's control. By now you probably have a question. Where does France fit into all this? We've seen that Spain's involvement in the 30 Years' War was extensive, with Philip IV committing vast numbers of troops to support Ferdinand II in his Catholic crusade. The only mention of France so far has been in the French states that joined the Catholic League to support the Spanish, meaning that they were essentially allies of Spain during this time. And that should come as no surprise. Both Spain and France were Catholic countries when Ferdinand II asked them to join his war. Whatever territorial or border differences they might have had at the time, they were united in wanting to safeguard Catholicism in Europe and ideally spread that particular version of the Christian faith far and wide. But with the signing of the Peace of Prague came an end of the religious overtones that colored the war during its first 17 years. As we now know, there were still 13 more years of fighting that had yet to take place, and that fighting continued for a simple reason. France wasn't happy with the Peace of Prague. You see, France had never fully entered the war to support Ferdinand II and his Catholic forces. In fact, the French were actually rivals of the Holy Roman Empire, which is why only a select number of states controlled by the country joined the Catholic League. Worse yet, the Peace of Prague had failed to settle several of France's territorial claims, with the French being so unhappy at the Holy Roman Empire's seeming unwillingness to discuss these claims that it officially entered the war in 1635. At first, France didn't make any inroads against Ferdinand II's forces, even upon the Emperor's own death in 1637. The French failed to take the territory they believed the Holy Roman Empire owed them. That's likely because France now faced a bigger threat. Spain stayed allied with the Holy Roman Empire, even as Ferdinand III succeeded Ferdinand II, and later when Leopold I took charge. This partnership led Spain to help the empire fight back against the French and invade France. At first, France found itself losing. The Spanish forces advanced to the point where they'd almost reached Italy in 1636. However, France wasn't. Under King Louis XIII, France made a decision that would have seemed unthinkable earlier in the war. It formed an alliance with Protestants, who were still trying to rid their territory of the influence of the Holy Roman Empire. With that alliance in place, France was able to repel the Spanish invaders that had been threatening Paris. Spain was pushed back to its borders, and even when supplemented with troops from the Holy Roman Empire, wasn't able to make inroads into France for several years. To make matters worse for Spain, its southern borders with Portugal were now under threat. Though Spain controlled that nation throughout the war, the Portuguese saw an opportunity to revolt against Spain, so committed to the Holy Roman Empire's cause. More bad news came for Spain and the Holy Roman Empire when Sweden re-entered the fray. Though not as powerful as it had been under Gustavus Adolphus, the country could still reinforce French troops with more Protestant fighters. Suddenly, Spain faced fighting along most of its borders, but it wasn't going to be so easy to overcome, especially with the aid it was receiving from the Holy Roman Empire. Between 1637 and 1643, the two sides fought to what essentially amounted to a stalemate. Territory was occasionally captured on either side, though it would sometimes be lost or otherwise prove somewhat inconsequential. It wasn't until 1643 that two important events took place that saw the 30 Years' War take another turn. The combined kingdom of Denmark and Norway re-entered the fray, only this time they did so in support of the Holy Roman Empire. That alone would have spelled bad news for France and the Protestants that they were fighting with. But on May 14th, 1643, the country's leader, Louis XIII, passed away, leaving his kingdom in the hands of his heir, Louis XIV. Louis XIV was just 5 years old. France faced a period of leadership uncertainty at a time when it was in an active war. For the time being, Louis XIV's mother, Anne of Austria, essentially led the country as regent to her son, assisted by an Italian diplomat named Cardinal Mazarin. France continued fighting. Though it managed to achieve some victories, it also suffered significant losses, such as its defeat at the Battle of Herthausen in 1645. Still, France's alliance with Sweden helped it to keep pushing back at the Holy Roman Empire. In 1648, the final battle of the 30 Years' War took place, with Sweden ultimately managing to capture Prague Castle, the site of the defenestration that started it all, leaving the Habsburgs, who led the Holy Roman Empire, in charge of only the Austrian territories it had started with. That same year brought the Peace of Westphalia and the end of the 30 Years' War. The conflict was one of the bloodiest in European history, costing the lives of around 450,000 people in combat. But it was the terrible conditions created in war-torn Europe that took the highest toll. According to the International Committee of the Red Cross, famine and disease, both driven by the war, took the lives of between 4 and 12 million people in Europe. As much as 20% of the continent's population perished as a result of the fighting. Finally, the war was over, for most. Though the Holy Roman Empire was no longer a factor, Spain and France had yet to settle their differences. Though both countries were licking their wounds, with Spain in particular still fighting against Portuguese rebels in battles that would continue until the 1668 signing of the Treaty of Lisbon. They remained a state of open warfare with one another. For another 11 years, the two countries would engage in bitter conflict. Neither was able to enjoy any decisive victories. Philip IV, racked by debt to the point where he was forced to declare bankruptcy in 1647, focused on defending his borders against the French while retaking the Spanish territory of Catalonia. France took Dunkirk and eventually supported rebels in Barcelona to help them take the city in 1650. However, Spain managed to recapture both just 2 years later. Eventually, fighting was mostly limited to the Pyrenees border, but it couldn't last for much longer. Both France and Spain were exhausted financially and in terms of the losses endured due to the 30 Years' War and their ongoing conflict in the war's aftermath. Still, they kept on fighting. France managed to win important battles at Arras and Saint-Guilain between 1654 and 1656. Spain achieved similar victories at Valenciennes and Pavia during the same period. The fighting ultimately ended in a stalemate. France brought the British on board to help them, triggering the Anglo-Spanish War that lasted from 1654 to 1660. But the war was coming to its closing stages. By 1658, Philip IV had requested a truce with France. It was rejected. The death of Oliver Cromwell in England put France in a position where it no longer enjoyed the support of a strong ally. As exhausted as Spain was of the whole thing, the French finally entered negotiations with Spain to achieve peace on May 8, 1659. And finally, that brings us back to Pheasant Island. The main negotiations between France and Spain saw each side both cede and receive territory. France took control over Artois and Roussillon and acquired Lorraine and Alsace as long as they were governed under conditions partially created by Spain. For its part, France returned the territory it had won in Catalonia back to the Spanish. It also pardoned the great Conde, Louis II de Bourbon, a French general who had sided with France following his 1650 arrest. Incidentally, he would go on to become one of Louis XIV's greatest generals. Speaking of Louis XIV, he agreed to marry Maria Teresa de Austria, a Spanish infanta, meaning somebody born to royal heritage, to cement the deal. On November 7, 1659, the Peace of the Pyrenees was signed by France and Spain, settling their many border disputes. It was decided that the Bidasoa River would serve as a natural border between the two countries, with just one problem left to solve: the tiny island that sat in the middle of the river. Rather than arguing over who should control such a small piece of land, France and Spain chose to turn it into a monument of peace between the two nations. Each would control the island for 6 months before turning it over to the other. That agreement was marked by the wedding between Louis XIV and Maria Teresa de Austria, which took place on Pheasant Island as part of a symbolic gesture signifying the peace between the two countries. Of course, history has shown us that the peace between France and Spain didn't last. The two have found themselves at odds again and again at various points in history. not least of which when Napoleon occupied Spain in the early 1800s. But even during the fighting that came after the Peace of the Pyrenees, Pheasant Island's status as a dual-controlled island remained intact. All of which brings us to the final question we'll answer in the video. What is Pheasant Island really? The technical term for the island is condominium. Now that doesn't mean it's a unit within an apartment block that's owned by the person who lives in that unit. However, the concept of shared ownership as a condominium essentially sees ownership of an apartment building split between the owners of each of the units in that building somewhat applies to Pheasant Island. In geopolitical terms, a condominium is any place that is determined or governed by the presence of multiple sovereign states. The term's Latin origin makes this clear. In Latin, com means together, with dominium translating to the right of ownership. Pheasant Island isn't the only one of those condominiums in the world. According to the BBC, there are 8, such as Lake Constance, which Germany, Austria, and Switzerland jointly govern. Others include the Joint Regime Area, owned by Jamaica and Colombia, as well as the Moselle River, which Germany and Luxembourg oversee. But the largest by far is Antarctica, a continental condominium overseen by the 29 nations that signed the Antarctic Treaty. Of those 8 treaties, Pheasant Island is by far the smallest. Today it stands as a neutral territory, the island monument of the peace struck between Spain and France following their long-lasting war with each other. If you visit the island, you won't find a grand memorial to that war. Instead, you'll find a simple monolith containing an inscription that commemorates the events that led to the island receiving its interesting status. To further cement the island's status as a neutral territory, the side of the monolith facing Spain is written in Spanish, with the other side written in French. There's a postscript to this tale. In more recent years, the island has been used by illegal immigrants attempting to cross the border between Spain and France. It offers a temporary reprieve from the waters of the Bidassoa River, providing shelter until the immigrants are ready to take on the second.
There was nothing I could do, dude. I was getting the third party coming in on me.
Erungo Herrera Sarea believes that around 30 migrants arrive on the island every day, seeking passage north to France. But beyond that, Pheasant Island is simply a geopolitical quirk, a remnant of a war waged over 350 years ago that serves no real purpose other than to provide a shared neutral zone between Spain and France. It's a symbol of peace and perhaps worth remembering now in a world being so racked by border conflicts. What do you think about the island? Does it serve a grand purpose as a symbol of the peace between the two countries? Or is it simply a tiny landmass that both nations could just as easily forget without anything of consequence being lost? Let us know in the comments below. Then check out Cannibal Island, the real battle royale, or watch this video instead.
What he says, he claims is a huge lie and exercising superiority over others since I practically humiliated myself trying not to lose my tools. And then you have the message over here. To be clear, I do not think this is about the money to him. I genuinely believe, in my opinion, this is about a psychiatric disorder. I've said this in the past. I did a video on therapy in the beginning of February.
Brother, we're going back. Sorry, Lewis. We're going back to here. Before we do that, we're going to go here. Let's go here. That guy. That guy. That guy. Careful. That Lewis is the person. Go back to here. Let's go.
I've spent the last few months, more like years, living in contradiction and trying to get out of it. I am no longer married, and not by choice. Yes, I know I am the girl who basically was the poster child for...
Well, we're not going to watch that yet, but we're going to watch that. this one and start this one.
One of my best friends in the whole wide world, Matt, got married a little over a month ago, and it was a beautiful ceremony, magical, like something out of a fairy tale. And yesterday, this same Matthew from the riveting story I was just telling about the wedding sent me an interesting video that is truly horrific. The cringe is unbearable, but it's actually a video I saw a long time ago and completely forgot about, as if I was neuralized to remove all the memories of it because it was so painfully cringe.
Hi, I'm Shannon. I've known Tracy for, oh god, I think so. I started the North Store at 30, yeah. So I don't quite know Anthony that well, but Tracy talked about you like nonstop. Seriously.
It already gets off to a thrilling start here with her doing an internal abacus in her head to calculate how long she's known the bride. And it ends with her saying basically nothing except, I don't really know him that well. That's sure to energize the crowd. I have no doubt everyone's on the edge of their seat right now. She's got us in a fucking titty twister here of excitement with this one that she's building up to. So it's pretty clear she's been drinking. She obviously didn't prepare any kind of speech, even though I'm pretty sure at most weddings you're told ahead of time if you're going to be someone giving a speech, or maybe at this one they like open the floor up to anyone that wants to give a speech, I'm not sure. But the way that it worked at Matt's wedding is it was pre-established who was giving speeches. I wasn't one of them. I really think having me give a speech at an emotional event would really ruin the mood. Not because I'd say anything foul, like I wouldn't go on some kind of spiel about marriage being a scam and ruin the atmosphere, but I just feel like the way that I speak doesn't lend itself super well to like an emotional scene where people are like crying over how sweet everything is. I'd get up there with the mic and just be like, yeah, so I've known Matt since middle school, and him and Monique make a really good couple. They're a really strong team, like Connor and Abby from Cubics Robots for Everyone. Highly underrated show. But anyway, this has been a fantastic hootenanny. Really wonderful. Yeah.
And she'd be like, I mean, you do that. I'm like, I don't care. No, just kidding. Just kidding. You guys are so cute. I swear to God, you guys, I hope.
I got your back. Let's
Let's
charge.
Seriously. You better take care of my girl. Because if you don't, I know where you live.
The side-splitting comedy routine here from her Netflix special is slaying. She's absolutely cooking up there, and the crowd is loving it. Oh, thank heavens. I was worried she was going to get racist for a moment. Luckily, she clarified to everyone in the room that she is not going to get racist. We can wipe the sweat from our forehead now. Shannon has made it very clear she's not going to be racist. So, that's good.
Be racist, okay? No.
Luckily, she wasn't racist, so huge applause for her. She's doing a great job. Her speech is like one run-on sentence that just refuses to end. It's just like this thought in her head that she can't quite articulate, and it leads to nothing. It's like if you're playing the maze game on the back of a cereal box, but you just keep hitting every single wall and never make it to the end. There is no point to anything she's saying.
Of course, you guys are gonna get the like interracial couples. Oh my god. No, seriously. You guys are outstepping the stereotype, and I love it. Like, adore. But you guys, I swear, I would love black people because you guys are the best. Like, my own daughter's great aunt is like the best woman. And so it's just like, I swear. And you guys are amazing. I love you. I love you guys. Bless you. I love you.
Good luck to anyone at the wedding trying to follow up that banger of a speech. She crushed it. She was spamming the words "just kidding" during that speech like she was playing a League of Legends with a missing enemy pin. She, maybe needed to rehearse a little bit. Like, maybe just write a couple things down. Like, maybe just bullet points on her phone, even. pretty much anything besides what she did there. I do think it is an excruciatingly painful thing to sit through. When I watched this again, like when Matt sent it to me, I, for the first time in a long time, actually put my head in my hands like this, listening to it, because I couldn't look. It's one of those things that it's hard to keep your eyes on it. It's such a disaster of a speech. It's not like she was saying anything at all. It was actually a bunch of fucking mumbo jumbo. It would have been less agonizing if she went up there and just started doing armpit fart noises into the mic. Like anything besides this, really. So if any of you have a wedding coming up and you're nervous about your speech, don't worry, it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad, I don't think. But now I want to briefly talk about Matt's wedding, because now I have an excuse to. I don't think I ever talked about it in a video. I talked about it on stream a couple times when people asked, but as I mentioned, it was like a great event and everything. But I had ordered my outfit like 5 or 6 months ago, and if you've been to the streams, you'll know that I've been recently working on putting on a lot more muscle. So I've gained like 10, 15 pounds over the last couple of months. Like maybe like 2 or 3 months. And so when all my clothes got here, I didn't even bother to try them on. I just assumed they would still fit. Big mistake. Fast forward to wedding day and I'm putting these clothes on for the first time. They do not fit at all. I put on the dress shirt that goes under the blazer, and that thing was like an actual fucking straitjacket on me. Like, I couldn't actually do the top 2 buttons, so what I ended up having to do, because if I tried to, it would actually suffocate me and I'd probably die. I would go up to the altar where Matt and Monique were getting married, and I would actually pass out with the other groomsmen having to like catch me and fan me. I probably wouldn't have made that. So I had to undo, I couldn't do those buttons when I was open, and I had to hide it with my tie because I looked like such a fucking stupid idiot. And then I tried to put the blazer on, or the jacket, whatever. It shows how much I dress up. I don't even know what it's called. I think it's a blazer, but like the actual, the man stuff, like the coat, whatever it is. So I put that on, and that shit restricts my movement and had my upper body moving at like 2 FPS. So like when I was walking up to like the other groomsmen, I was actually, it looked like something out of PlayStation 1. With the way I was moving around with my upper body. And the pants were an absolute masterpiece. Me trying to wiggle my butt cheeks into those pants was unholy, and I don't think I've ever done something so physically taxing. Like, me getting dressed was, like, I was sweating like I was competing in a combat sport. When I do finally slide into those bad boys, I realize a huge problem. I can't button them. I was able to zip them up, which was no easy task either. That zipper was fighting for its life. But I couldn't button them. If I had gotten that button to actually lock, I would have blown up like a character in the boys with like my intestines flying out the floor all over the place. I wouldn't. So what I ended up doing is I took the flap, because the dress pants have like that little flap that hides the actual button itself. I took that and I just cinched it across, so that way it kind of looked like it was buttoned, so no one could really tell. At least no one pointed it out, but maybe they're just being nice, because the pants were still kind of like wide open at the top like that. You could see that it wasn't buttoned, I imagine, if you actually looked close enough. But it was my only option. Anyway, the wedding was wonderful. Luckily I didn't have like a ripped pants SpongeBob moment to be the biggest loser on the beach. We survived it, and I just wanted, I wanted to at least mention it here. I finally had an excuse to talk about Matt's wedding a little bit, because I was fighting a battle out there. I went to war. Jesus Christ. But anyway, yeah, terrible wedding speech. Worst I've ever heard. That's it.
Send me a paycheck after I'm done with this. Me, the story that you're about to learn by watching this video. I have no clue how long this video is gonna be, but however long it's gonna be, the Heinz brand is something out of a Disney movie. If you sit back and learn about it, you're about to become touched and smarter by the end of this video. And hopefully your altruism also goes up by the end of this video, because you ever hear a story and you're like, ain't no way, my guy, ain't no way that this actually happened the way you're saying it actually happened, but it did. Because if it didn't, how on earth am I holding a Heinz tomato ketchup product in my hand. Okay, this is proof that this actually happened. This story needs to be told because it is insane when a great idea strikes, like ketchup. It changes the whole world, and I'm not talking about just making your food taste better, literally enhancing everyone's life experience. Beyond ketchup. This shit changed the way that I view the world, okay? Because you see everything around. At some point, the thing that you're looking at was an idea in someone's head. And that person had enough of a spirit and enough energy inside of them to take that idea and manifest it into something real. The people that create things have the same faith as the people that don't create nothing. Everybody dies. Thank you for making it all the way to the end of the video. I'm just kidding. Huge but, okay? But the difference is the people that created things, after they are long gone, after they're dead, we get to live in a world that is shaped by the ripple effects of what they've caused when they were alive. In my opinion, the present is just like a report card of what the past did, because based on what you do in the past will dictate the present that you're living in now. Vote for me for president. Nah, I'm just kidding. And every one of us has the ability to cause a ripple effect. It is not narcissistic to believe that you are important and that every choice that you do does impact everybody else. We live in a society, after all. Your influence matters. The fact that politicians spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to get your attention is enough proof to know that you matter. Whatever you decide has great influence. Every one of us matters, and every one of us is causing a ripple effect. Even something as stupid as ketchup has caused such a ripple effect. It is one of those ideas that changed the world. Because the person that started the Heinz Corporation did so with a mission. He made sure that even after his passing, the planet should be lived better than how you inherited it. Evil stands for nothing. Like, literally. Evil stands for nothing. So, if you stand for nothing, I'm sorry to inform you. Evil has no rhyme or reason. Evil, you don't need to understand it. Evil stands for nothing. So I think it's important to live life with purpose. And the story behind Heinz, the corporation, and the family, is one of those, like, testaments that when you try to do good, it lives on. Because, you know, in my last video, I talked about how Netflix needs to make a movie about the Heinz family and the Heinz Corporation, just the whole story behind it. And I only know about this because I have a silly ketchup fascination. I got to dig deep into the Heinz lore. Well, ketchup lore. Like, it's a great story about a man that went bankrupt and then still rose from the ashes to then create something that is still leaving an imprint to this day. Because the Heinz Corporation then later on became the Heinz Charity, and they donate a ridiculous amount of money every year as grants. So that's the too long to read version, but if you really want to find out how it happened and how it continues to happen, that's what this video is about. Stories like this is why I started believing in God. And I know that I'm a comedian. Like, I know that this whole channel was me fabricating a comedian. Like, from day one, I came on here trying to be Yoel Rex. So I was trying to make reactions, but I was going to wreck the person that I was reacting to, so they were called wrecked actions, because I was so tired of the gaslighting on the internet that I was like, somebody needs to bring this back to normalcy. And isn't it funny when you make fun of somebody that is literally lying to get views? And somewhere down that path, I found God. And I zoomed out and I was all like, this YouTube channel is really just a person that is slowly getting closer to God. So, without further ado, let's get into the Heinz story, because it's beautiful. The 1800s could be attributed to a special time in America. During the era of the Industrial Revolution, people started making enough money to be able to have a little bit of spare change. This was unheard of at the time. And with that spare change going ka-shing in people's pockets, you would be able to now afford new luxuries of life. You could afford all sorts of condiments and trinkets. This led to a wave of people experimenting as street vendors, selling all sorts of condiments they made in their kitchen without washing their hands. Then, to make a quick buck, they would go to the streets and try to sell you this nonsense they made for that spare change that's going ka-shing in your pocket. People would make all sorts of condiments and try to lure you in to get your money. But like I said,
Bro, what
this
the
is
fuck
the
are you
1800s.
actually
People
doing?
were not washing their hands. People didn't even know what
You're level
germs
310
were. They
for
probably
what?
thought they meant
660 kills for
Germans.
what? You are
And
so fucking
FDA
ass.
approved
Put the flatline down. Get off the
Lol.
fucking game.
That
Leave the
didn't
game
even
right
exist
now.
back then.
Leave the
People were
fucking
just
game
simply
or kill
using the
yourself.
yoga
I don't know
method,
what
and
you
if you
want
got
to
sick
do.
after using some street
You're
vendor's
fucking
product,
hilarious.
you're gonna tell
You're
us
so
somebody
upset
almost
that you
died.
died
And
and
then
you had to
looking
start
back
talking
on
to
that
some
person,
random
you're
guy
strong
on the
enough.
internet.
But even
I'm not
then,
You
upset that I
clearly
died.
are
I'm upset
so
that you're
upset.
no matter what,
around
so getting sick
in a
from
battle
food was
royale.
just
Like,
You're
no, this
clearly
isn't Minecraft.
stressed
guy
out
trying
and
to-
twisted. It's
Pittsburgh
hilarious.
had
Thank you
enough
for
of the
entertaining
Trying to break
me.
down a
couldn't
tree
stand
for
Oh my
what?
people getting
God,
sick all the
love
time. So he
Entertaining
decided when
me,
he was
dude.
going to
Go
go to
smoke
the
another
streets and sell himself, he was going to
I
make sure
smoke
his
weed. I don't
game,
smoke
good
backs. You
quality
fucking
goods.
loser. No
This
Are you
person's
just gonna
name
sit
was
here the whole
John
time?
Henry
Are you gonna
Hines,
sit
born
here the
in
whole time?
Pittsburgh to
I'm
two
probably
German
going to
immigrants.
now that you
He would
tried to
help
make
out his
something
mother
of
in her
it.
garden,
Yes.
and at a very young
it
age,
seems
he
to
tried to
upset
Oh,
perfect
you're
the perfect cucumber so he can make the perfect
my
pickles
goodness,
and
no.
sell them on the streets.
Don't.
At the prime age of
You told me to
9
go
years
smoke
old.
another
So
pack, so I'm
this
smoking another
little
bowl,
young
buddy.
entrepreneur founded his first business agency that focused on selling horseradish.
Like, what was
But
that?
unfortunately,
You ain't smoking
I have to
shit.
call it quits
I know
by
your ass
age
can't
25.
afford weed. You
And
can't
even
afford
then, he claimed that
kids.
everything
I
would
can't
have been fine and
afford
dandy
what?
with that business. If
I'm
it
not
wasn't for the
smoking? Okay.
financial panic
Yeah,
of
what else are you gonna say?
1873. I didn't even know
Is
there
your
was
mother
a
dead?
financial panic in
Are you out of
1873,
town
but now I
stupid?
do. But no worries, because Henry
said
was a
out of
dreamer.
town stupid.
Henry convinced one of his family members to give him a salary for
Because
a
I
whole
have
year
no idea
while he
what you're
figures
doing
out
right
his
now. You
whole
can't even place that
bankruptcy
down.
mess. And thanks to his cunning convincing,
I'm
he
not
was
trying
able
to.
bring
Are
the
you
business
dumb?
back
You
a
think
whole
that I'm?
year
Oh
later.
my
You're not
God.
This
actually
time
doing
he
anything
introduced
with
a
your
brand new
time.
product.
What are
How many
you
hours
doing
you
with
have on
your
this?
time? Dead right now, watching
you
me
see,
play.
there was already
So
a sauce
maybe
called
have some
catsup.
self-awareness there,
And
chump.
then the cat said, not much.
Hey there, brother.
I'm just
Yeah,
kidding,
that's
but
what
no,
I'm saying.
literally,
You
there was
sound
already a
so
sauce
horny.
called catsup. But it wasn't made with tomatoes. It
like,
was made with fermented
do
fish.
something. I don't
So
know, bro.
Henry just perfected making the same sauce, but he just used tomatoes instead.
Show me what those 660
And
kills
the thing
do.
that set him apart
Like
from
what?
all the other street vendors that
Like
just make
what?
people
I
sick,
know so
he
much
made
that
sure
I'm
to put
talking
all of his
about
packaging
stats of
in
other
clear
players.
bottles, so that the consumer can see inside of
Bro,
the
you better
bottle,
stop. You're getting
raising
me
that
heated,
consumer
bro.
confidence.
You don't want to
So
see me
whenever
when I'm
you go
heated,
to the
bro.
grocery
Probably
store today
just
and you
middle
see
life.
packaging that you can see inside of, just know that
No,
that
I
wasn't
promise
normal
you don't
back
wanna
then.
see me when I'm
People had
mad,
to
bro.
hide where they were selling people
Okay,
because people would
bro.
constantly get sick. But not Henry. Henry had nothing to hide. And guess
Oh,
what?
I'm gonna
Who
crash
would have
out
ever
Big
knew?
Diesel. You better hold
Not
me
me,
back, bro.
obviously, but
I'm fine with
well,
that.
I don't think anybody actually. But apparently, people
Yeah,
do
I'm gonna
not
crash
like
out
to be
too.
lied to. Apparently, people like it when
Bye-bye.
people are upfront with them. And
So,
it
like,
when
why
people are
were you
honest with
across the
them.
world when we were fighting for our lives? That's what I'm wondering.
What? Say what?
Because his
I
petty
didn't know
corny
that.
ass
People could
said in
always
his
now
head,
trust on the Heinz
"Oh, they're
brand
fighting.
to not give
Let
them
me
any
show them
bamboozle."
like what it
And they
looks
did
like. What are you
anything
doing?
to
You're
raise
silver
the
too.
consumer confidence. They
about
even
you come
had
fight with
horses
us?
on buggies, which is
You
the same
fucking
thing as a
faggot.
work van today, but the horse on buggy really looks cool. Look at them transporting ketchup
Run
and
into the ring. Do
horseradish
something.
to the
Like,
people. And as the
that's
money was
probably
piling
worth
in,
more than
Henry
whatever you
started
plan on
cozying up with politicians,
I'd
lobbying the
rather watch you
politicians to
slowly
pass
die.
Your
the Pure
commentary
Food
is
and Drug
hilarious,
Act
dude.
of 1906. So get this.
I'm
this
glad I'm making
You
it.
are so brass.
made
It's the
it
best.
illegal for companies to
You're not
mass
making
market
me.
for
But-
actual
Where did you
but-
pick
but-
up the white ammo?
and even later on.
I still get a reason why you don't want to roll with
So
the squad,
thanks
though.
to stupid ketchup, we
He's
now
not
have
giving you the
laws
reason
that
because
keep
his dumbass is being petty. Now we
No,
need to-
I could care less, honestly, if he just doesn't like to play with
Dude,
people.
I
I'm
was
wondering,
I
is that
was
the
just
reason?
getting high and you guys left me and then died. And then got mad at me.
Next Thanksgiving,
Because you
You
went
said I was
down.
getting
Had you
high.
won your fight, you guys would have been fine.
And I
You lost
guarantee
your
you, when
fight, so
everyone's
you want
driving
to take
back
it out
home,
on someone.
they'll be
I'm I'm happy to be that guy. I'm sorry. I didn't know that I was like supposed to be on your hip the entire game.
Kevin is really smart for knowing that.
You're a lifeline. Are you retarded or you dumb?
I don't know. This game kind of sucks.
So why would you outrun me if I'm your lifeline and I'm supposed to be your pocket healer and be able to fucking support you? Why would you run way out there, get into a fight, and then lose the battle and then get upset about it?
And being able to master
Are you holding a gun?
more
I'm not upset that I lost the battle. I'm upset that
Henry
I'm
was on a
watching
mission
you
to build
play
his
when there's
consumer
24
confidence.
people
You
left.
absolutely are upset about that, but you are okay. You can try to twist it into something else. If that makes you feel better, if that's your coping mechanism, that's fine, little boy.
With the consumer.
Spell
the
mechanism,
factory
dumbass.
for Pittsburgh, but, and this is a major but,
That's what I
the
fucking
Heinz
thought.
Corporation
That's what I
uses the
fucking thought.
Heinz seed,
Shut the fuck
which
up.
they grow
What?
on
Use
high.
big words on
So
me.
yeah.
What
they
big
even have
words?
their
Those aren't
own
big
special
words. You think those are
tomatoes
big
that they
words?
still
Jesus
use to
Christ.
this day in
What
their ketchup.
education
So
do you
from
have?
ground to
Spell
table.
mechanism.
They had the
Because
operation
you're not beating. Hold on. Go back to that
and
banner.
it worked.
Go back to that banner.
The people
Oh,
love
thanks.
ketchup. Here's a review of what somebody said about ketchup. Ketchup tastes good.
If you wouldn't,
Keep in mind,
like more
these
mad than I
people
was.
just survived horrible living conditions, a horrible financial collapse in the United States, but yet they're still giving ketchup a chance. And keep in mind that, like, today you might not think twice about ketchup, but back in those days, to eat a home-cooked meal was the highlight of people's days, bro. You know, after working a long day as being a chimney sweep or working at the steel mill, the best thing you had to look forward to was a home-cooked meal, because living conditions just sucked. And that's one thing that Henry detested. Henry wanted to improve people's lives, so he made sure that the employees that came work at the Heinz factories wanted to go to work at the Heinz factory. So Henry came up with this thing called company benefits and amenities. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of those. Like, that's
You
what's
realize I'm
up. I
watching
mean, in a
videos while
time
I'm
that
playing.
you would think
Videos
people
of
would still
Mario
get
Kart.
punched in the face if they showed up to work late, and that would be legal.
Oh, really?
Henry was providing the
Barely
most for
hear
his
you, but I
employees so
kinda
that they
hear
would
you
want to
chirping
go to
in the
work.
background.
Acquiring the best
What?
talent, in my opinion, he gave him a rooftop garden, a cafeteria, a place to lounge, health insurance, company bonuses, and a manicurist. Can't have my people making ketchup with dirty fingernails. You know, growing up,
I don't know.
they
Leaving
would
my
always tell
banner
us that
is
the
a
people that
little
work at Google get all of these free
You want me to leave your banner?
Well, Google wasn't even the first,
I
bro.
mean,
So
look,
Henry was
who
really
am I?
building up a name as being a man of the people. And in the making of this video, I can't
Believe I'm throwing your fucking.
Okay, I found out that the royal family, all the way in England, produces their own ketchup. British royalty ketchup. Of course, right? But the real story about how the royals found out about ketchup is actually pretty funny. When Heinz was expanding its business and opened up a factory in England, British people thought the quality was so good that Heinz was actually a British company opening up in America. They were dumbfounded when they found out that it was the other way around.
Oh, and also
So by now you might have guessed the
10
theme.
seconds, that
Henry
means just ahead.
absolutely loved philanthropy. And if we went through every one of his kind acts, I mean, this video would be 5 hours long.
Progressive workplace practices. Heinz's commitment to employee well-being. With benefits like on-site healthcare and education likely influenced other Pittsburgh businesses and improved overall working conditions in the city. Impact on America. Food safety champion. Heinz's advocacy for the pure food. And Drug Act significantly
What?
improved food safety standards across the country, protecting American
Ever.
consumers.
Shut the fuck up.
Standardization and quality. Heinz's emphasis on consistent quality and pure ingredients in its products helped establish higher standards for the American food industry. Marketing and branding pipeline. Heinz's innovative marketing strategies, such as the iconic 57 varieties slogan and focus on branding influenced American advertising and marketing practices.
And he would have never been able to do so much if it wasn't for his 3 children that were highly involved in the company's success. Their names were Irene, Clarence, and Howard. Irene worked at the company but was mostly known for her philanthropic actions. Clarence took very important roles in the company's marketing sector, and Howard was tasked with the most impossible job in the world because Howard was the one that inherited his dad's position after his dad's passing, and I kind of feel bad for him because he was standing on a giant's shoulders. Howard inherited the company during the Great Depression and World War I era, so it's not like he was tasked with a very easy job. I mean, your dad is the one that took the company from the ground up. Your job was to make sure that the company continues doing whatever it needs to do to stay the company of the people. Keep in mind, the benefits will only get better. The there's only more. And the commitment to stay a company that is transparent with its ingredients never went away. Even though Howard did inherit the company at a horrible time, he was known as the hero for still be able to get baby food and tomato soup. He also wasn't a pussy. He was actually in World War I, like fighting the bad guys, and a huge advocate for the Armenian genocide because he was bear witness to it. But what I think made Howard such a great success was his wife, okay? Howard married Elizabeth Rust. And Elizabeth Rust, you would think with a last name like that, will come from a family that works in metal, but she comes from a family that is a conglomerate in timber in Michigan. And when you go through her background, you come to find out that she did go to college, but not just any college, okay? She went to the College of Socializing. That'd be like my wife today going to college on Twitter.com. Howard, where did Howard go to school? Yale. Of course he did, right? And even though Howard did inherit Heinz LLC, that was already a super successful business, Howard can be discredited by not taking it to an even bigger level. It was during his tenure at Heinz that he plastered the 57 Varieties logo that I'm sure everybody's familiar with, even though they make way more than 57 varieties. Even though they already had factories outside of America, Howard was the one that was in charge of overseeing a factory in China, India, even Russia, and Brazil. So it wasn't just an American condiment anymore. It was a worldwide condiment now. The planet has become ketchupified. You can just imagine how much money was coming in. And did the family continue being super giving? At any chance they got, they would open up their wallets to help fund schools and hospitals, research, elevating to such a high level of social status that the Queen of England would do regular visits at the Heinz factory in the UK.
Only 5 weeks since the official opening of the new Heinz factory.
Stand back, right over. Land there. I'm itching to draw first blood.
Enough lambing around. We're dropping.
Yeah, talk about having social status. I mean, it really seems to everybody that this was really more what they were focused on, is to just help people versus actually making ketchup. That Howard Heinz created the Heinz Endowment. An endowment with the sole mission of helping give grants for the greater good, making sure that his father's legacy of leaving the planet better than what you inherited with gets passed down from generation to generation. So whatever his dad started gets to keep going. Kind of like the pyramids, if you really think about it, but the pyramids don't produce anything, so Heinz Endowment is cooler than the pyramids, in my opinion. And you know, Howard had children. One of them is named John, like his grandpa. But John didn't want to run the Heinz Corporation. John had his sights on something even better. I mean, can you blame him? The guy was obviously born into a super wealthy family, probably had more trust funds than he knows what to do with, and he was being raised by the Heinz family that keeps giving to charity. I'm assuming he just combined the two and decided that he's better off becoming a senator for Pennsylvania, and guess what? The man won as senator of Pennsylvania. I mean, he didn't do it on his own, okay? He had a wife named Teresa. And keep this name fresh, okay? Because this woman,
Carey, yeah.
This woman, she's very important in this whole story. So John Heinz, the senator, not the grandpa that started the conglomerate. So when John won for senator, he served a pretty long tenure, a whole 20-year career. He was known in his home state as being a charismatic fellow that really cared about the greater good for his state. I mean, yeah, what sort of Nepo baby isn't like, you need to make life for people better? Even though, they were born into like hundreds of millions of dollars, right? God, I feel bad for every one of them. But isn't this the best version of a Nepo baby? My man was sitting on so much money and wanted to make everyone's life better. And he winded up doing so. During his tenure, he passed all sorts of acts that help improve yours and mine's life, like helping in passing in the 1990s Children Television Act that placed certain rules during children programming, limiting the amount of ads that they can see, protecting the youth. He was a supporter of the HITS Act, allowing independent music artists to be able to deduct 100% of their music expenses, that then led on to great works of art, and the Job Center Networking Act that helped people find employment and training for a better life. The man was all about making sure that the people can provide a good quality of life for themselves and their families. And the man was also in charge of the Heinz Endowment. And with the Heinz Endowment, he was making Pittsburgh a utopia. He contributed so much to city success by providing healthcare resources, education resources, and environmental protection, all through charitable contributions. Can you believe it? Charity, Congress, and a conglomerate. Could this family be any more lucky? Well, unfortunately, in 1991, John Heinz passed away in a horrific plane crash on his way to Washington, D.C., leaving behind his wife and 2 children. 2 little girls even died because the plane hit a playground. And the death was a tragic loss. People really saw him as a potential presidential candidate. He was known as being a person that could bring both parties together to meet in the middle and pass bipartisan acts. I mean, the guy came from super wealth. He didn't need to make any more. And if you look at where his grandpa started, what his dad did, it only made sense that the man was following in that tradition. And when he died, his wife was now left in charge of running the Heinz endowment. And oh boy, when I found out... And this is where the story is probably gonna send a little bit of chills down your spine, but Teresa Heinz took the same energy as John's uncle's wife and continued in the Heinz tradition as continuing to provide more for philanthropy. But in 1995, she ended up marrying John Kerry. And I had to stop and think, wait, John Kerry? Do we live in a simulation? What do you mean, John Kerry? Like John Kerry, the presidential runner against George W. Bush, the guy that lost to Fool Me Once? Pause.
Anyone pass this through here?
Fool me once, can't fool me again.
There's an old saying
Be real
in
nice if
Tennessee.
you had a
I
team
know it's in
right now,
Texas,
huh?
probably in Tennessee. That says, "Fool me once,
I'm cool.
shame on,
Shut up.
shame on you.
I'm gonna go back to doing what I was doing before this.
If fool me, we can't get fooled again."
Now, I could go down that rabbit hole all day long, but I'm gonna choose not to, because what if I find something I shouldn't know? And the next thing you know, I'm hanging out with the Clintons. All that I know is that John Kerry comes from the Forbes family. But I'm not gonna dig any deeper. And they met in 1990, and a year later, the plane crash happened. And you remember how John Heinz
Leveled up.
dad married a family of notoriety, and people saw John Heinz as a presidential candidate, and later on Teresa ended up marrying John Kerry, who actually ran for president. There are some things that are just destiny, and if the person that's carrying on the destiny can't do it, somebody else will. I mean, yeah, John Kerry never became president, but he did work in the White House in Barack Obama's cabinet. That same year that they got married in 1995, Teresa ended up
Scrappy
selling
DP says,
the majority
"Say cheese."
stock options in Heinz.
Oh, what's wrong?
Letting go of the family's connection to the conglomerate.
Oh,
and
what's
then
wrong?
later on, a lot of people like
Are we
Warren
doing what
Buffett
you
to
just
buy
did
it.
to
The
us?
reason for selling it off is
poor
because they didn't
baby.
see themselves as wanting to run a business anymore. They wanted to just
Where's your banner?
100%
Oh, it's all the way
focus
over
on
there?
philanthropy. And
Too
it ended
bad.
up being the right move
Too
because if
bad.
you look at the price,
That's
Sure,
not
so
what I was
12
doing to
million
you. I'm
shares
just
for
letting you know that you guys are
$44
clearly
each. Today
wrong.
it's sitting
There's
at
a
around
complete difference, but
36. And if they would have never done that, they would not be able to
How
this
are we
day, able
rats?
to donating grants
You have to take a
tens
shit.
of millions of dollars to
Dead
people that
ass.
just want to do art projects. So call them lucky? I don't know. Maybe somebody above is just looking out for them. It was thanks to
Like,
this
am I a rat for beating that kid? Tell me that.
donate tens of millions of dollars per year to
I ain't
people
gonna
that
lie.
want to contribute into arts in Pittsburgh and to medical research and wherever they see fit where the money's going to go towards good use. And ain't it crazy that the only thing left for this family to do was to be a president? And even though that never happened, yet, they still made it all the way into the White House by being a part of Obama's cabinet. So just to make it clear, they're able to donate tens of millions of dollars without having to run a business anymore. They left terminal velocity. They're not operating from the same level me and you are. And ladies and gentlemen, today, the Heinz Corporation is owned by Berkshire and Hathaway, Warren Buffett. And the story behind how Warren Buffett was even able to purchase this business is one of great magnitudes, just like the Heinz family's is. So if you're interested in finding out about the Heinz purchase through Warren Buffett,
Notice how
make sure to subscribe because that's what the next video is going to be. So just to recap, we started with an immigrant family with a garden where they perfected on how to
Notice
make
how we
ketchup.
stuck together and then we won
That
our
was
fight.
already invented, but it was being created through fish ferment, evolved
to do that, you'd win more
into
games. You'd be
a
ahead of Philip.
charity that is donating tens of millions of dollars per year and separated off to a whole business that's giving people good quality products. How can you not believe in God?
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
You're in the ring, which means they're coming to ours.
Supplies coming in.
Filed for marriage and traditionalism, telling everyone if they didn't follow the perfect trad guide that I had figured out at 20 years old, they'd grow up to be alone or single mothers. The horror. I was the queen of the pick-me's until I got picked. Oh boy, how the turntables.
That was Lauren Southern. You might be familiar with her. She has been a pretty big star in right-wing media and had promoted the so-called trad wife lifestyle. But now she's sharing her experience actually living as an ultra-traditional wife and mother. Lauren Southern is a Canadian right-wing star, and she used to regularly champion the trad wife kind of domestic lifestyle and mindset. She gained international notoriety, according to Unheard, for her views on mass immigration, Islam, racially motivated farm leaders in South Africa, and the supposed harms of liberal feminism. Content that saw her accused by the radical left-wing Southern Poverty Law Center of racist dog whistling and even hovering at the precipice of outright white nationalism. Now, Southern herself has always denied those allegations. Then at the age of 22, she became, I can't believe she was 22 when she got married. Yeah, at 22, she became a full-time traditional wife and mom in her husband's home of Australia, and that's when things took a turn. She thought that as long as I put on the high heels and the lipstick when my husband comes home, as long as I cook the best meal, as long as I'm always submissive and say, yes, sir, whatever you want, things will go fantastic. But things didn't go fantastic. Things were actually pretty awful in her relationship. And, you know, I feel terrible reading about what her experiences were. She says, if I ever disagreed with him in any capacity, he'd just disappear for days at a time. I remember there were nights where he'd call me worthless and pathetic, then get in his car and leave. He'd also threaten to divorce her if she ever challenged him on anything. I had this delusional view, she says, of relationships, that only women could be the ones that make or break them, and men can do no wrong. And she didn't spot some of the red flags, and unfortunately, she didn't spot them even as they were growing more extreme. She says he'd lock me out of the house. I remember having to knock on the neighbor's door on rainy nights because he'd get upset and drive off without unlocking the house. It was very strange to go from being this public figure on stage with people clapping to the girl crying, knocking on someone's door with no home to get into, being abandoned with a baby. He also insisted that she quit working. So in 2019, she announced that she was leaving media and activism altogether. As Southern tells it, she was trying sincerely to put into practice the ideology she promoted in her videos. Quote, I believed I had a certain role in my relationship, and it was to be the more submissive one that supports my husband's dreams. Then thousands of miles from her friends and family, she reports becoming the closest thing to a modern-day Western slave. With no income of her own, she had to do everything. The lawns, the house, the cooking, the baby care, his university homework, and I didn't know anyone. I didn't have any support. Remember, she's in Australia at this point. I'd be shaking nervous for fear I'm gonna get yelled at. And then, you know, he would berate her. She just really treated her poorly. And then in the end, he ended up leaving her with their child.
Yeah. Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TYT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make a difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank you. I think this is a super interesting story, and it's got a lot of different sides. So first, just so you understand who Lauren Southern is or was, I don't know if she's reformed these opinions as well or just the things that affected her personally. But if you're wondering why people thought she was so outrageous, she has said things like, Richard Spencer is not a white supremacist, he's a white nationalist. He believes in a white ethno-state, he doesn't believe in whites being superior. So a white ethno-state is A-OK, and doesn't necessarily mean whites are superior, if you say so, Lauren. She also said, as the Dutch politician Geert Wilders has repeatedly stressed, while individual Muslims can no doubt be decent and noble people, just as tame wolves do exist, The fact is that Islam, the religion, is by its nature dangerous to the West. So she said outrageous things like this all the time. And so so again, I don't know if she's reformed on that stuff or not, but part of the problem is, guys, on the internet, there's a whole bunch of young people who've never lived life, and they go and she says this now too, right? And they have all these theories that they read in Fountainhead or different Ayn Rand book or some libertarian nonsense or whatever it is, and they go out there and they judge people, and they wag their finger at people, and they spread, you know, hatred and demagoguery, etc. And then all of a sudden it happens to them. They're like, whoa, I didn't see that. But that's what we were trying to tell you, Lauren. That's what we were trying to tell you.
I'm not gonna listen.
Okay.
Most people have to experience things in order to change their minds. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm one of those people. So living in a glass house and, you know, correcting some of the errors that I've made in my career, I feel that it's inappropriate for me to go after her. About this. Hold on. Specifically in regard to what she has realized about relationship dynamics and the importance of having a relationship or a marriage where, you know, you see your partner or your partner sees you as an equal, not as a freaking house slave that, you know, cooks for you, cleans for you, does your university schoolwork for you. Yeah. You know, a partner who respects you and sees that relationship as a team, right, in order to make it work. I don't know what her view, like, I've watched interviews of her in recent months and years, and it does appear that she has reformed a lot of her beliefs. I don't know specifically about, you know, immigration or Muslim religion or anything like that. But in regard to this, I mean, you should give her credit for realizing she was wrong and in a very public way coming out and saying she was wrong.
Despite all that, if you come to the right place, I'm very happy to have you in the right place. And so she now realizes, and she's telling other people, yeah, this trad wife thing, oh, it turns out just giving away your volition and your life and your freedom to a rando dude is not necessarily the right idea, because you have no idea who that guy is. And if he's the one looking for a submissive wife, you're fishing in the wrong pond to begin with. So your chances of getting the wrong guy is enormously high. So this whole idea of being submissive to someone else and giving away your, you know, like I said, your freedom to them is outrageous. But she realizes it now. The whole point of TYT is open hearts, open minds. So if she opened her mind to that, terrific. Happy to have her on the right side, at least on that issue. I just don't know about the other issues. And Anna, you drive me crazy when you you have made what you think is microscopic
it's not
issues.
Microscopic.
She, on the other hand, was like, oh my God, you're all whores if you don't get married and submit to a man, and feminism is the worst, and women shouldn't have these rights, and Muslims are the worst, and white ethno-states are not. These are giant Mount Everest problems compared to what you think you got a right story. A little wrong? Come on, man. It's apples and oranges. But it doesn't matter as long as she gets to the right side. Are you kidding me? I used to be Republican. I used to believe in the establishment nonsense that the Democrats and the media put out. So it doesn't, like, I'm good with it. I'm good with it as long as she's gotten to the right place and putting out the right message now. Do not listen to clowns telling you you should submit to anyone else. You need an equal, fair partnership where you both grow out of the relationship. And thank God she also agrees now, after she's at least lived. Thanks for watching The Uncurse. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You can interact with us more. There's live chat, emojis, badges, pictures of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
If you want to send me a paycheck after I'm done with this video, just trust me, the story that you're about to learn by watching this video, I have no clue how long this video is going to be, but however long it's going to be, the Heinz brand is something out of a Disney movie. If you sit back and learn about it, you're about to be. They didn't see themselves as wanting to run a business anymore, not having to run a business. We started with an immigrant family with a garden where they perfected on how to make ketchup. That was already invented, but it was being created through fish ferment. Evolved into a charity that is donating tens of millions of dollars per year and separated off to a whole business of
Value yourself more than a broken mattress. Everybody could use therapy. You could use therapy more than others. You could use therapy. Everybody could use a little bit of therapy. Some people need a little bit more therapy than others, but we could all use a little bit of therapy. Like going to the gym. Everybody could use a little bit more cardio in the gym. Back to this. You have the messages and you have others. Enjoy your ban from BWE with no reason. BWE is here anonymously. He's following this post and crying. He wrote me on WhatsApp asking, modify this post. My license has been revoked. And then, again, a lot of, you could obviously tell that there is a lot of aggravation towards this particular individual. Got hit with the BWEBS as well. Paid for his PS5 code reader software. After trying some of the free options, after a while, I was hit with the incompatible error. I went through and deleted old softwares I downloaded before buying a software and getting the message. But even after updating his software, I still got the same error. Ended up emailing him about it, and instead of fixing the issue, I was just accused of running the other software. I wasn't while running this. I could read all of those, but none of these are really the creme de la creme. What I want to read you are the emails back and forth with my best friend, Jessa Jones, accusing her of essentially pirating a software. One of the reasons that I find this funny is, again, to be clear, Jessa Jones is way smarter than me. She is a PhD in molecular genetics. She is a fucking genius. She is one of my best friends. That simultaneously, if you've ever seen her try to use a mouse and a keyboard, is the stereotype of your grandma trying to figure out how to use Linux. Like, I don't know how else to put it. I love Jessa Jones like a mom. She's like family to me. She's a genuinely good human being. She ain't pirated software. Like, she doesn't know how to use WinRAR like when the trial ends. She doesn't pirate software. Like, I saw her get accused of pirating this software. That's how I knew, like, this fucking shit went too far. It's not even a question of money or morals. She doesn't know. Like, when Jessa Jones thinks of piracy, she probably thinks of Johnny Depp. Like, anyway, I gotta read you this email chain because this is, in my opinion, fucking psychotic. Let's just get over to that. So this is an email chain, and the first thing you could see is just how fucking long this email chain goes through. He's got this psychotic desire to get the last word on everything, and I'm sure that you guys have met somebody like this that has to get the last word on everything. But let's take a look. Okay, so in this email alert, Jessa gets an email. I keep getting alerts that my program is being run in a modified state. If this continues, your account will be banned pursuant to the terms and conditions. And you see over here, Louis, we are using the program we paid for, 100% in accordance with the terms of service. We have zero interest in modifying, copying, exploring, or altering your intellectual property. I've made this clear in the past. Your threats are extremely unprofessional and inappropriate. Knock it off. And then it continues. I'm stating facts. If I get continued alerts, I will act on them. Be cognizant if you or something else continues to make modifications to my software. Jessa, Louis, I'm a friend. No one is modifying anything. At my shop, we fix a couple of PlayStations now and then casually. It's not our main focus. Your software is helpful like any other tool. To me, it's the same as a screwdriver. But for this screwdriver that we paid a couple of $100s for and own, I'm getting threatened by the manufacturer that they're going to come and take it away from me. Isn't this the very problem that you've spent your life trying to fight? Louis, I think you probably recognize that you have a problem with paranoia in your life. I know it doesn't feel good to constantly be unsure whether or not you're being screwed. That is a feature of borderline personality disorder, which is highly treatable. Would you allow me to privately connect you with someone who has also walked the path of paranoid overreactions and found some amazing tools that have, with hard work, helped him immensely? And then let's just continue scrolling. He says, I am not sure if you're aware, but I have thousands of customers, and with that comes thousands of very valid alerts for attempts of piracy, among other things. My paranoia, as you suggest, is merely a justified response to the reality of offering software in this industry. People generally don't want to pay. Those that want to pay want to share with their colleagues for free. Then there are the outliers who want to copy or profit off of my tools. I secure my applications because of this. If I didn't, I wouldn't have a business. You will not be treated any differently to anybody. If I get alerts, I will act on it. This is all outlined in the terms of conditions which you have accepted. By the way, suggesting I have a mental health issue because I'm warning you that you've triggered alerts is very insulting if that wasn't obvious already. We have never used your software that we purchased from you in any way other than as intended to diagnose the PlayStation 5. Your piracy alert system is flawed. It's invasive, unacceptable, and certainly not made clear at the moment of sale, and clearly does not work as intended. Nothing in your terms and conditions says, quote, I will take your money but not allow you to access the paid software if you accuse me of mental illness. Are you telling me that you are stealing $222 from me because I've accused you of extreme paranoia? Oh my God. And this continues. My alert system isn't flawed. It's extremely logical and basic. Program is hashed a compilation. If the hash is changed, it's modified. Impossible for this to be a mistake. My software alerts the user of this fact just in case it was the result of their own doing or by some interaction from another application. I have warned you about this and you have taken offense and insulted me. 14 and 15 of my terms and conditions state, BWE reserves the right to deny or revoke access to current and future services, software, and hardware for any reason. Reasoning may or may not be provided to you, but common causes are violation of these terms and conditions or abuse or misuse of software. Some revocation of access is automated or temporary and may be removed if a mistake is not warranted. The buyer, you have blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read the whole thing over here. You can see if you want. You've accepted these terms. They were given you prior to making a license. They also were illustrated 14 times on the website prior to purchase. Now, again, one of the things about terms and conditions that I've talked about here, he has brought out in emails to me that my forum on my website actually has a similar terms and conditions. What you won't find over the last 9 years is me taking somebody's money on that forum and then banning them. I have banned spammers, but I don't ban people who are paying and not give them their money back. There's not a single instance of me doing that. When people see this, they are not assuming that this is they're not assuming that they are going to get in trouble because you run a competitor's software on their computer. When it comes to these terms of service and what is standard and non-standard, he actually had the gall to have an email exchange with me talking about this. He said, checking what software is running is an extremely common form of DRM. Games do it. Adobe does it. Everybody does it. It's a childish mindset to think that it's in any way malicious. I don't even see the software people use. I only see detections against my blacklist. And again, I responded to this by saying, there is having DRM, and then there's Adobe Premiere not working anymore because it saw me running Sony Vegas. Cut the shit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. For him to tell somebody that you're running this other software, so I'm revoking your license, like, again, there's pirating Adobe Premiere, and then it not working. And then there's Adobe Premiere saying, it looks like you have DaVinci Resolve installed. You're banned. And by the way, we're not giving you a refund. One is massively more fucked up than the other. Technically, the terms and conditions do say that either one of those are legally correct. But there's what's legally correct, and then there is what is morally and ethically correct. Technically, you could say that your terms of service may actually be legally correct. I am not a lawyer. I don't know. What I do know is that there are things I could do that would be fully within the terms and conditions set out on my online agreement that would simultaneously result in 60 people showing up outside of my store with rifles and pitchforks. And I don't try to just point at the letter of the law and use that as an excuse for what I'm doing being okay, when I realize that, again, from a moral and ethical standpoint, society is going to want to toss me off a bridge if I do that thing. There is what is legal and there is what is right, and to stand behind what is legal rather than what is right, in my opinion, is a cop-out for doing something that you know is fucked up. There is a genuine difference between this man's DRM and Adobe's, and either A, he knows it and he's bullshitting you, in my opinion, or B, he really doesn't know it. And again, we're going to go back to that comment on how some people need more therapy than others. Continuing this fucking email exchange. If we go back here, your alert system is flawed for one simple reason. We haven't made any changes and you are freaking out. What has changed? Your updates? That's it. This is a you problem. Instead of working with your customers to help you figure out what your own updates are doing to your outrageously invasive surveillance system, you accuse normal customers of bad behavior and rescind access to software that we legitimately paid for. And you could tell that Jess is starting to get more frustrated at this point, and I don't blame her for getting frustrated. And then they just kind of start going into a back and forth. We haven't made any change. Oh, what is it? I can't. Let's see. Then your system is flawed. It's not. Hash is checked. If hash changes, I get an alert. It's quite simple. Jessup. Then we disagree. We are left with a problem where you erroneously believe, through inappropriate surveillance of my private property, that normal use of a paid software tool is piracy. Everything was normal. You issued updates to the software, and now there's a problem. We don't have the bandwidth to spend time troubleshooting with you, trying to track down how some interaction in a dynamic system changes the hash. The real problem is your strategy to control the use of a tool. It's not working. Normal users doing nothing wrong or losing access to software they paid for and use as directed. This isn't something that is isolated to me. The vast majority of people just want to fix a PlayStation, and we're seeing complaints of loss of access very common. Is this the experience you want for your customers? You're a smart guy. Find a different way to solve this problem. Here are some suggestions. 1. Sell annual or per-use licenses and host the software in a server controlled by you. Only allow a subset of power users that you personally know and trust to use a standalone version. 2. Establish some trust-based system. Ask the community for input on what this should look like. At a certain point, a trusted user can graduate out of access control. Until then, let people know that you're aware that the system will require periodic troubleshooting to resolve access control hash problems. 3. Require use of a dedicated machine that has no other software. 4. Automatically refund anyone that you decide to revoke access from. And again, to be clear, this is something that would really take the edge off. If you got banned from using a piece of software that you paid $200 for, and you got your $200 back, you're gonna be pissed, but the edge will be taken off of the pain there in a way that it is not dulled when you have lost $1,000 worth of software because one man who seems to have a very, very paranoid personality disorder. Is it me? Oh, never mind. She counted 4 twice. Really, this is what they teach you when you get a PhD, huh, Jessa? Anyway. 5. Stop caring about this. It never ends well. Consider your own lost revenue from the ill will generated by each person who feels compelled to file a chargeback. Already you've lost thousands. Is it worth it? A strong recommendation within the repair community was within your grasp before these piracy issues came up. In the past, when an innovative tool such as the TriStar tester was promoted within the US repair community, it was adopted by every single repair shop in America, including all the franchises. We just had our annual conference, and there was zero mention of BWE software, other than negative talk about the access control. What a massive missed opportunity. Game console repair is hot right now. No one can promote you because too many people are having a negative experience with you over these issues. Is it worth it? You're close to the tipping point where you will get negatively recommended. And I believe Jessa has a genuine point here. And then this email chain just fucking continues. You are walking. Oh, what is it? I do not erroneously believe anything. It's a belief system. It's not a belief system. It's a DRM system. Inappropriate surveillance. It's a DRM system. I update all sorts of things in the update. And essentially, at this point, they're really just going back and forth. And she says, "You're walking away from tens of thousands of dollars. I hope you're someday able to find peace from this paranoia. Mental illness sucks." I think Jessa at this point is getting frustrated, and you're figuring out that her PhD is in molecular genetics and psychology. And he goes over terms of service, and again, we're just, they're going over terms of service. This is the funny part. I tried to help you. I offered you some advice on how to stop alienating your customers and instead sell the content you created using stolen information every repair shop in America. You chose to be defensive and now double down on the idea that it's acceptable to scan the PCs of anyone that purchased your software and points unenforceable, made-up terms and conditions that hold no legal weight anywhere in the world. You are profiting from selling information that you do not generate but receive from others. Because this is how you operate, you readily assume that your customers want to steal from you. Fucking ouch! Jessa Jones laying down the gavel right there. This is particularly hypocritical because this information belongs to Sony, and the entire point of this software is to be able to work without the control of Sony, which is true. This software exists so that people don't have to live under Sony's thumb. After reading all of this, if I had an issue with the PlayStation, I just fucking take it to Sony at this point, rather than deal with this guy's bullshit, or deal with a shop that's dealing with this software. Just from I really do have to think to myself at this point, who do I hate more, Sony or him? Like, at least Sony are upfront about the fact that they're cunts. Like, yeah, we have rootkits in our CDs. What are you gonna do about it? I mentioned earlier that you were near the tipping point where the repair community would not only not recommend your software, but actively campaign against it. Sadly, you've crossed the threshold to the choices that you made today. And again, like anybody who reads this email chain, I do not imagine is going to invest any money in this gentleman's software. And we're speaking of investing in software, we're going to be talking about that close to the end of the video. Doesn't matter what illegal, unenforceable terms and conditions say. This is the same as saying you must wear a purple hat while using the software. It's made up and not binding, so who cares? My beef with you is about the harm you're doing to the repair community. My goal is to help you find a better way to relate your business to customers so we can promote your product. I do think you have some things to work on in the social realm, and I think you know that. I get this comes across as really condescending, but I've recently seen someone close to me solve similar paranoia and invasive thoughts. Right now, I'm a bit of an evangelist about it. You don't seem to have any remorse or desire to change so that this can end well. Sadly, that means this won't end well. I meant well, but you have made your choice. And it's just continuing to... Yeah, this is funny. So this is also like that narcissistic bargaining shit. So rather than resolving the matter with me, given the ban is not permanent, you just continue to argue and be vexatious. So what he's doing there is he's literally saying, like, we're about to ban you, but like I can dangle this little carrot in front of you of if you do the right thing and you say the right thing, maybe you can keep using the software that you paid for. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse, and like I feel myself becoming less mentally regulated as I read this. The last email that she sent was interesting. How have you meant by insulting me? Well, by insulting me. I would love a cogent response to that. They give all the details and telling someone how they have mental illness helps with that. I warn you about misuse means I'm apparently suffering from a serious mental illness. And just to be clear, how many people who are watching this video over the experience of their life, again, 2 million subscribers, how many comment in the chat if you have had the CEO of Adobe email you because you had Vegas installed in your computer? Have any of you received an email from the CEO of WinRAR because you had, some other WinZip or 7-Zip installed in your computer? This doesn't happen. This doesn't happen. If this type of stuff happens, it tends to mean that the person who's making the software, who's monitoring this shit. Now, you could take it as an insult if you want, but the facts are you're throwing away tens of thousands of dollars by choosing to alienate dozens of well-meaning users. That's not a logical choice based in reason. I've seen this before and it's progressed in a really scary way. You also seem to flip back and forth from extreme defensiveness and paranoia to a more reasonable position. That's a hallmark of borderline personality disorder. BPD makes you easily see the world as hostile threats, but then second guess yourself and worry you're being gaslighted. I have a couple of friends with this, one in treatment and one not. The one in treatment has made amazing progress, the other has blown up his family and is now divorcing. Maybe you don't have this disorder, but if you do, it can be so difficult to find effective treatment. I'd like to share some things that work for my friends simply because I'm connected with people. These observations are completely independent of my views of how you're managing selling software repair people. The point of legitimate terms and conditions are that they're enforceable, have legal standing, and would hold up in a court, are therefore legally binding. I'm not sure what you're attempting to prevent with this DRM stuff. If it's I don't want to sell software and then have someone who didn't pay me use it, fair enough. You won't be able to prevent someone from installing your software, inviting all their friends over and plugging in their broken PlayStations to see what's wrong. You won't be able to prevent a single user from offering a well-done mail-in repair center for a group of many businesses that would have otherwise seen even individual customers. But you can prevent someone from simply sharing a digital.exe of the software and posting it on the internet. This is beyond my expertise, but it seems like I've seen this solved in the past by requiring a physical dongle or a server based on credentialing. It's definitely possible without the invasive methods you're using. Hell, our Celebrite premium subscription that is $100,000 a year doesn't give us a hard time like you. Other forensic software is geofenced, another possible solution. This, in addition to everything else I've said before, is why I'm 110% certain that Jesse does not pirate this. This does not cost enough money to be pirated if you look at everything else that is present at her business. If you're trying to prevent another developer from copying the content, I don't think you'll be able to do that either by force. Anyone that cared enough could put together a crowdsourced initiative to gather what specific details people find valuable here, and then write their own UART analyzer. They could even create a consortium to actively research this information experiment. I think today you've hit the thresholds that the repair community is going to put some funding towards that initiative because you've pissed off so many people. I don't believe that you've experimentally determined the content in your software entirely by yourself. I think you likely have access to insider information from any number of private sources that you've accumulated over the years. Those will be difficult to find, but the internet loves to fight a villain and can be quite resourceful. I'm sure you can see some of those wheels starting to turn. If you wanted to protect yourself, my advice is to accept that protection will be incomplete. Then create a dongle or login access-based control as others do. And mostly, stop being a dick to people. That last one is key. No one is going to want to put in the work to either track down insiders or manually research every PlayStation fault error code to create a competitor. Don't give them fuel to push people to do this. The internet is a wild beast when they smell a villain. And right now, that's you. Issue some sort of big apology and drop the DRM nonsense. Maybe even join the good guys and work on a funded project with Repair Preservation Group to maintain and create a free version. And that's where we're coming to this today. Hey everybody, how's it going? Do you guys know that I run a nonprofit called Repair Preservation Group? And that nonprofit was funded about a couple of years ago with the entire purpose of creating educational tools and things that can be used for the repair of consumer electronics. Yeah, so what I'd like to do is I would like to organize some people and figure out how to create an open source version of this tool that does not abuse people. And I'm willing to put in $10, $20, maybe even $30,000 into the project because this is obviously a problem. I have gotten so many fucking emails from people that said they have been banned from this software. What has happened here, because there is a monopoly on this little point in the industry, is that somebody has decided that they now have the ability and the authority to become a petty tyrant. I don't like petty tyrants. I don't like bullies. I've always disliked bullies my entire life, whether they are bullies from the manufacturer or whether they're bullies in my own fucking community. I am made sick by the idea that this industry that stands for giving people back freedom over their devices is taking away people's freedom to run the software they want on their computers. It makes me sick. The idea that Jessa paid for the software and is being banned from it when she has done nothing wrong, enough is enough. I'll be honest, to be clear, I am not a software developer and I am not a software manager. We're going to have to work this stuff out as we go. But what I can tell you is that I have a link down below to a Zulip channel. I no longer use Discord because Discord, I literally can't log in because I have to hit this fucking agree button for forced arbitration, which I'm refusing to do. I'm going to be checking this periodically. I'm going to be a little bit busy until Tuesday, so I'm not going to be able to get back to everybody. I have returned about 3 or 4 emails from very promising individuals, but I want to invest real money into this. And when we do invest that real money into it, I would like to make whatever we make available 100% for free. No subscription, no payment, no license, no DRM, no dongle, no bullshit. You use it and it works. I don't like seeing this. This makes me sick. This industry provided me with everything. It provided me with economic stability. It provided me with economic freedom. It provided me with the feeling that I was doing good for the world. It provided me a means to make people happy, to watch people that were getting bills for $2,000 and be able to make them feel stress-free. All your data's back. It's only going to be $200. And it's provided for me. I bought this house. I bought my car. I have my life because of this industry. And to see people giving it a bad name makes me feel physically ill. We are supposed to be united against the tyranny of the manufacturers. The tyrants are not supposed to be in our own industry. And if they are going to be in our own industry, it's about time that we weed them out. Nobody wants to look through and find all this stuff. Like, nobody wants to find all of that information to create a new tool. It's way too much work. They would rather just pay $200 or $400 or $600 for somebody else to do it. But what gets the internet really riled up? A villain. This dude is like, I do not know how else to describe it. I really don't. Like, this person is actively trolling paying customers, fucking with them, and taking away shit that they bought and paid for. And I think it's fundamentally unacceptable. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. And I will include a link, in addition to my own Zulip down below, I will also include a link to the terms and conditions on his website and also his responses in order to be fair to him so that you can read everything that he has to say. Me, personally, I do believe you should hear both sides to every story, and I do want you to read his. And I'm actually excited for you to read his because I think he thinks he's defending himself. And again, when you read the defenses, anyway, I'll let it be. I'll include the links down below, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye now.
All right, here we go with Windows 24H2, which you probably thought was going to be called Windows 12, but is not. They're sticking with Windows 11 this year, and they're just calling it 24H2, but there's a lot of new stuff. Now, the one thing we're going to look at today is sudo. Now, if you're a Unix head or a Linux head, then you know all about sudo. Sudo is a command that lets you run things as administrator from a prompt that is not already administrator. So I'm sure you've done this 1,000 times in your life. Let's have a look.